Hello everybody and welcome to the final of the European leg of the 24-hour series powered by Hankook for 2024. We're here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya. Now, Circuit de Catalunya Barcelona, we're not just seeing where it is. There's actually a sponsorship deal with the city of Barcelona, has been for the last few years. And a beautiful, beautiful day for it. Heading into 2025, some big changes. This is our last race of a very long association with Hankook tyres, and they have been a brilliant partner. They're off to pastures new and World Rally and all sorts of good things in their motorsport department, which down through the years has taken in DTM, Formula E, and of course the sports cars and endurance here in the Hankook 24-hour series. And we thank them very much indeed for all of their hard work and their good humour down through a long partnership with Creventic. It's about perfect this morning, as we've still got half an hour of the morning in Central European summertime. Just under 20 degrees Celsius, a high today of around about 26. Track temperature should be in the mid-40s in the afternoon. Half of the pit lane in sunshine, half of it in shade. But as far as our half is concerned, or what we will see, it's always going to be sunshine with Diana Binks. Good morning, Di.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Barcelona. And here I am on the grid. You're absolutely right. I'm in the shade for the moment, but the pit lane is basking in sunshine. Now, we've got lots of fans here this weekend, which is great to see. But we've got a bit of a special treat for all you 24-hour fans. This car that you've just seen here, this BMW E36, was the car that won the very first 24 hours of Barcelona. So we've had it brought along here this weekend, and it will do an installation lap just ahead of the safety car at the start of the race. So a bit of a treat for you there. Let's now go and meet some of the competitors that are going to contest this 24 hours here in Barcelona. Seb's following me along, hopefully going backwards and won't fall over. Here are the trophies. This is what they're all vying for. These trophies here are amazing. We have fantastic silverware here in the Creventic series. So class winners will receive each of these, and then a Trofeo Fermi Velez is the one that everyone wants to get their hands on. Beautiful, beautiful trophies here in the 24-hour series. So let's now chat to the competition. And in pole position, we have Ultimate Motorsports in the McLaren 720S GT3 car. So I'm hoping to be able to speak to some of the drivers, but we have really got a lot of fans here this weekend. So I'm just going to push my way through. Frederick. So, pole position, Frederick, number 4 in the Ultimate Motorsport car. Frederick Shandop. Pole position this weekend. You were the last in Q3 to bring the car through, but you'd already cut a quick time in Q2. What's your thoughts and how are you feeling this morning going into the race?
Feeling very good. Obviously today's a little bit hotter than the practice days. I think it's going to be more physical doing the 24 now. But I'm really excited to get started. The car feels awesome. The team have done an amazing job, and also my new team members have done a really good job. So I'm just looking forward to actually get started.
It's Optimum Motorsport. I don't know why I said Ultimate. I had that in my head for some reason. I think that was last weekend, but not to worry. You've had a great weekend so far. I know I talked to you earlier, but how important was it for you and the other drivers? I know some of them haven't been here and certainly not been to Barcelona. To work with the team to gel, to test everything during that practice session, to put you in the position.
Yeah, that's why I was joining the team here, because it was new for the other guys. I was here just to support them and help them as well to get used to the car and get used to the track and get them in the best possible window to be ready for this race. And so far we've done a really good job with that, so I'm just excited to see how it goes.
So many fans here for this race as well. It's I've been fighting my way through the pack already, but it's great to see so much support.
Yeah, it's awesome. There's so many people here. It's always great to have so much support about the paddock. You have to feel it when you're on the grid here to feel the atmosphere is really cool.
What are your hopes for the race?
That we keep this position for the rest.
So you're starting. You happy to be starting? Will you be happy if you're in the lead at the start of the race?
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, obviously obviously it's a 24-hour race, so we're not going to take any risk because we don't want any kind of contact. So let's see, hopefully everybody is in line with that. But sometimes people forget that when they actually get started, they forget about it's actually a 24-hour race, not a 1-hour race. So let's see how it goes. But so far, I think we should be good. The other drivers that are here should be pretty reasonable, so it's going to be pretty fun.
McLaren on pole can't get any better than that, can it?
No, I don't think so. But if he wins, it's going to be a little bit better than that. So.
Okay, thank you so much, Frederick. Have a good race for you and the team. So we're going to take just a very short interlude here while we go and head over for the national anthem here in Barcelona.
So Diana down on the front of the grid, which is very busy indeed. And here is the national anthem.
Thank you very much for that, the Catalan and Spanish national anthems down here on the grid by that fantastic Spanish quartet there. So we will carry on with some GT3 interviews if I can. That's if I can get my way through the fan base here that have come to see the race this weekend. So Seb, if you could just follow me while we wander through to the Santalok Junior team, the number 18 car. And I did see Pierre Caffer a little bit earlier, and here he is, waiting patiently. Pierre Caffer, good morning, and how are you?
Good morning. Oh, well, I'm very well. So it's nice weather conditions here. We have a nice atmosphere here on the pre-grid. So, and we're all looking forward for the 24 hours of Barcelona.
You're very experienced at these endurance races. What does it take to have a success in an endurance event?
Well, like the usual things, stay out of any contact, be always fast, make no strategy mistakes, and in the end it will pay off. So, but it's always easy to say, and in the end, once the helmet goes on, then everything is different.
Not only are you driving, obviously you work with the other drivers and effectively coach them and the team. How much do you enjoy being involved in the whole process?
I really enjoy to be a part of this program, and I'm really looking forward, as I said before, for the race. And I think we have a good driver lineup. We have a very good team with Santalok Racing, who prepared our car, our Audi R8 Evo 2, and I think we will be strong. And yeah, in a 24-hour race, you always need to have a little bit of luck on your side. So we will see how it goes, and I'm really happy that so many cars are on the grid. It's really nice to see the championship is growing like that.
It is fantastic. And who do you see as the competition this weekend? Because we've got, different manufacturers here as well.
Well, McLaren is very strong, BMW is very strong, Mercedes is very strong, and of course we are as well. And I think it will be a great battle over the next couple of hours or over 24 hours. We don't know. And don't forget the Porsche. The Porsche have been always strong here.
A great fan base here this weekend as well. It really just adds to it, doesn't it? Especially when you're on the grid and there's so much going on. Yeah,
it's really nice. I mean, so many spectators here, so it's really nice, and the atmosphere is really hilarious.
Pierre, thank you so much as ever for chatting to us. We hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
That was Pierre Caffa there. Well, let's go just a bit further back to Paulson Motorsport, the number 14. They're running the BMW M4, and I'll just see if the driver's already actually in the car of that one, so we won't talk to him. Hoffer Racing are in fourth alongside in the number 11. So let me just see if I can have a very, very quick chat with Michael. How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
All fit, ready to go?
I hope so. Everything is fine. It should work fine.
Well, you very much know this car and these endurance races.
Yep.
What does it take to bring it home?
Sorry?
What does it take to have a successful event?
No crash, no accident. Look after the tires, and in the end we will be in front.
I think your son-in-law was waving at behind you there.
Yeah.
Great. Well, look, you have a good event. Is Alexander starting?
He will start. Yeah. Alex the fastest one, so he has to take the start.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Okay, let's just carry on down the grid here. And the one Herberth Porsche 992 car is lined up here on the grid. Fifth place, and the drivers are already behind the wheel on that one, but we will. Can we have a Ralph? Ralph's in the car here. Ralph, a quick word. How are you feeling this morning?
What do you say?
How are you feeling this morning?
Well, thank you. I'm feeling fine. Had a good rest and excited for the race now.
That's important, isn't it, to get the rest? So many fans here. I had to fight my way through to see you this morning, Ralph.
Well, I'm happy about all the fans and all the ones who are following us on Instagram and elsewhere. So it's good to be here, and I like Barcelona very much. So
great stuff. Have a good race.
Thank you.
That was Ralph Bone there in the number 91. And the number 9 Red Camel car is now an Audi this weekend, because they've swapped and got a different car. And I can see Rick Breukers at the back there just chatting to the engineers. Sorry, Seb, I'm making you run around a little bit here. Rick, just a very quick chat with you. How are you feeling today ahead of the race?
Sorry?
How are you feeling today ahead of the race?
All good. I mean, it's a long race. We have a new car. At least for us, it's a new car, so we have to get used to it a little bit, but we will see what happens.
Yeah, I had a chat with Ivo and Luke about the car, and they said, look, it's just taken a little bit of time to get used to, but you were quite happy straight off, more or less.
Yeah, I know the car when I was driving for WRT a few years ago, but still, it's some time ago, and especially for them, it's just new, and they have to get used to it.
Okay. Rick, have a good race and enjoy.
Dinah Binks down.
Thank you. Well, I think we are nearly done here on the grid now. We'll try and go down and have a little chat with the GT4 contenders, who are much further down the grid there. So we still got to fight our way through the absolutely amazing crowds that are here in Barcelona.
Dinah Binks down on the front straight, and that front straight is, I suppose you could say, one of the signature parts of this circuit. Very long indeed. Come out of turn 14, which is flat in 4th or 5th gear depending on the car, and charge up over a brow of the hill. Actually, you don't really see it until you're standing here, but if you're standing at turn 14, you can't see turn 1. Standing at turn 1, you can't see turn 14, all the way down from 260 kilometers an hour to about 60 miles an hour. Pick your way through turns 2 and 3. Make sure you don't go over the curbs there at 2. Through 3, up into the second part of the lap at turn 4 through the hairpin. and then downhill through 5, the camber dropping away there. It's super quick through 6, balance your car through 7 and 8, take all the curb on the right hand side, then you're going uphill. You can't see the apex for turn 9, you commit to it and you're drifting wide. Track limits being monitored there. A relatively new turn 10, it's been extended into turn 10 and 11, and then you wind uphill through 12, not taking the chicane, straight through turn 13. That's again third or fourth gear depending on your car, flat out through there. It's a wild ride, said Colin White. Back through the final corner and on to the front straight, and that is 4.6 kilometres, just over 3 miles. Absolutely glorious. A couple of new things to keep a look out for, which have arrived since the last time we were here, including the hospitality area that's over the braking area at turn 9 into 10. That's a little bit of shade underneath there as well for our hard-working marshals. Also provides a bridge onto the infield and where the rallycross circuit is. And just further down the track from there, actually, there's a new extension to the old grandstand that's been there for a long time, and it's now been built up and it's got a roof on it as well. Keep the spectators in the shade. It's a beautiful track with that amphitheatre at the top end, and a real challenge for man and machine.
So we've come down to the other end of the grid for the GT4 pole position. GSR Motorsport, Aris, you're starting in the 4:05. How are you feeling today, first of all?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit tired from the qualifying from yesterday, but hopefully I'll get to the rhythm during the race today. So, yeah, but I think it's all right.
It's a long old race, and you said you're a little bit tired. I hope you managed to get some rest, though.
Yeah, thank you. I think after the stint I'll take a nap or two.
You've had a chat with your other teammates. How are you feeling about the car, and how is the balance, and what is your sort of plan as the race develops?
Most important part, have fun, as always, and just with the fun, just get into the speed, get to the rhythm, and just enjoy.
Okay, well, no doubt we'll catch up with you throughout the race. Thank you so much for that. I'm not sure how much time we have left, but I'll go to the car in P2, which is the BMW 428, Sam Tan Racing, and Samantha Tan is just here greeting her colleagues at the moment. Sam, great to see you. How are you?
Good, how are you? I was happy to be back here.
It was... You said yesterday you were very happy with the qualifying session and your teammates, obviously, as well, getting in and out of the car. How are you feeling ahead of this 24-hour race, and what are your expectations?
No expectations. I feel like that's the best way to start a 24-hour race. I mean, it's such a long race, and we feel pretty confident. We've got a great car behind us, great team, and I really trust my co-drivers, so looking forward to it.
Who's starting the race?
Neil will be starting the race today, and I will be hopping in right after. So.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Samuel. I also wanted to chat to Pippa, who's wandering off. Pippa Man, everyone, motorsport fans will know from being over stateside. Pippa, sorry to drag you back there. Great to see you here in Barcelona. How are you feeling?
It's great. It's so fantastic to be here with the Samantha Tan racing team. I can't thank Sam and Tadad Ken and John enough for this opportunity. I'm stoked.
It's such a great circuit, and we're blessed with so many cars on the grid here as well, and the different classes. How do you think the race is going to unfold?
You know, it's definitely going to be tough being in the GT4 cars. I've done plenty of GT4 driving in the US and at the Nürburgring, but the GT3 cars here come up fast and they come up often. So having eyes in the back of your head is definitely going to be one of the keys to doing well in this race.
From a driver's perspective, is that something that you actually obviously relish, you know, being able to have overtaking opportunities and manage the traffic and get it all right so you have a satisfactory lap?
Absolutely. However, I have to say it's always most fun when you're in the fastest class and you're the one doing the passing. When you have to have your eyes in the back of your head as well, it's a little tougher. But again, I'm so thankful to be here. Really looking forward to this opportunity. We've got a great Samantha Tan racing car. The BMW M4 has been fantastic around this racetrack, and I can't wait for my first Creventic race to start.
Great. Well, we'll see you throughout the weekend, no doubt. Thanks very much, Pippa. Great to see you here. Thank you. Well, I think we're being moved off the grid now, so I'm going to hand back. But I'm in the sunshine. Maybe I'll stay here for a bit longer if I can. But no, we have to move. So it's back to you, John, up in that commentary booth. I hope you've got the air conditioning on.
Thank you, Diana. Down on the grid with the 5-minute board now being shown to the teams. The Trophée Fermier Velez at the front of the grid. Fabulous history to this event. This is the 25th running of the event. It's missed a couple of years, started in 1998. Johnny Palmer is with me in the Global Broadcast Centre, which today is overlooking the start-finish line. It's down about 5 floors and slightly to our left. 5 floors is 100 steps, pretty much exactly. Ask me how I know that.
How do you know that, John?
Well, the lift is not working at the moment.
No, I know. Tell me about it.
I'm staying up here unless they put me in a cradle. I mean, down's not so bad, and you can abseil, I suppose, but coming back up again was a bit of a trek. Started life as a touring car. This race, and it's developed down through the years. I think this is a dozen years that Creventic's been involved in this race, and what we see is still the touring car routes through the field, but at the front, of course, it's GT3 machinery.
Yeah, and a terrific pole position for Optimum Motorsport. Fred Schandorf, the whiz kid from Denmark. Great to hear him on the starting grid with Binksy just a few moments ago. But Aaron Tielitz is there as well. He's actually quicker than Fred because the tyres were less old when he did the middle session. And Todd Coleman's possibly the most impressive because he's never driven a GT3 car before. So to get into a McLaren and be third fastest within his AM session was mightily impressive. It's 3 Americans and the Dane Schandorf then to take the start from the optimum position. And alongside Santalok Junior Team, which is the Audi. This is the other impressive thing for this year's race, the spread of manufacturers, because we have Audi also on the front row with Santalok Junior. We heard from Pierre Caffer, but it'll be Elia Earhart to start the car. That's a GT3 Pro-Am crew. And then another GT3 Pro-Am crew for Paulson Motorsport and their BMW with Christian Paulson to start the car. Hoffa Racing's Mercedes is next. That's the GT3 AM pole sitter. And right behind them, another AM car, Herbert Motorsport. Make it 5 different manufacturers in that top 5. Porsche, number 91, John.
Outside of row 3 is Red Camel Bayuta Racing. They're not in a Porsche. This is their first time with this car. They had no prior testing. They're all getting used to it. I had a word with Ivo earlier on. It will be Luke that starts the car. E2P Racing local team, Antonio Saniero will be starting the number 90 Porsche. They've got RD Signs Lamborghini alongside them on the outside of row 4 in 8th position. Then it's Land Motorsport and ARC Bratislava. Audi and the Raging Bull. ARC been around for a very, very long time in Creventic racing, since the first Dubai, which is 20 iterations old, and they round off row 5.
2 category pole sitters are next on row 6. For GTX, it's Razzoon More Than Racing, and then the 992 for Red Ant Racing. There are 992 AMs, but that's a non-AM lineup. RPM Racing on the 992 AM pole sitters with car 907, and alongside them, their immediate competitors, Road to Le Mans, another Spanish team. The second Red Ant car is 15th, and QMMF Racing by HRT complete the top 8 rows.
They're coming off their AM win last weekend in the 12 hours at Spa, of course. Vortex with a couple of cars here this weekend. 702 is the best. They're sharing the 9th row with MRS GT Racing. Then Holmgard in the number 902 Porsche Cup car with HRT Performance on the outside of row 10.
Mulner Motorsport, based just down the road from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Then Vortex V8, so that's a Porsche and a Vortex, respectively. NKPP Racing's Porsche and Orchid Racing Team of Switzerland, 24th. The 13th row sees GSR Motorsport with the GT4 G56 Ginetta and the ST Racing GT4 car. Sam Tam we heard from in that crew. Lion Speed GP with their GT4 Porsche, and then Venture Engineering with a Mercedes GT4.
Good crop of GT4 cars, because it's NM Racing, another local team here in Spain, and Apex 415 and 414 for AMG and KTM J-Mech in, I think, the oldest car here. Kevin Clark's got a lot of experience in BMW M3 46. That's not his car, actually, but he's got Jimmy Broadbent drafted in as late as Tuesday into that with Nigel Greensall and James Collins. Colin White, venerable Colin White, and CWS Engineering. He'll start the 178 on the outside of that 16th row. 17th row, Team Africa Le Mans, the all-star team. Pirro, Lammers, Blake Amorlin, Chris Pirro as well, and Greg Mills from South Africa. Jan Lammers doing all kinds of shimmying to get here. Asbest Racing, and then following them, SRS Team, Zorg, Ren Sport, and right at the back of the grid, after some problems, Jutta Racing in the Audi. They were up till 4 o'clock this morning rebuilding the number 71 Audi.
Yeah, that was a free practice crash that happened on a fairly high-speed point of the circuit and did an awful lot of damage to the front chassis legs of car 71. They wanted to find another car, essentially, but there wasn't one that was nearby. There was talk of maybe one actually being on site, but in the end, they just said, you know what, we're going to have to muck in and do what we can with this particular car. It will have had to be re-scrutineered early this morning as well and then taken back to the garage, but they're going to start the race, and that is the reward for being up till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exceptional.
The last thing you want to do ahead of a 24-hour race, though, is do a 24-hour shift before you even got going. Sometimes there's no choice but to do that.
We mentioned in the track guide just how nuanced this circuit is. On paper, it actually doesn't look like that hard, and actually when you drive it, it's relatively easy to remember where you are, but to get a good lap time, to wring a good lap time out of this car is something very different indeed. It's the way the cambers fall, a lot of blind entries to corners. At RSL_studio, by the way, wherever you're joining us on the around the world, we'd like to know whether you're on RS1 or watching on any of the streams. We've got a great view down onto what I think is a unique design of podium in the world of motorsport, because yes, it sticks out over the pit lane, but the podium itself is in the shape of the circuit map with a huge screen behind it, which is showing the coverage that is being beamed out to the world. It's a really clever thing to do here at Circuit de Catalunya, and in 24 hours we will be finding out who will be standing on that podium for not only the general classification in the overall, but also the class winners as well. This is a field that is stacked with great manufacturers, great teams, and fabulous drivers. Some of the real, it's kind of a real all-star event for this year, bringing in the great and the good, being led to the line by that BMW of the kind that won the first race here back in 1998. Take a deep breath. We're ready to go racing right through till this time tomorrow. I'm John Hindhaugh, and I'll be taking you through the first part of the race with Johnny Palmer.
Here we go then. This is what all the build-up has been about, to form the grid clearly and now to get the race underway for a good few hours. Let's hope it's clean. If not, then there is the scope to go code 60 and the rule change within that as well, which we will detail to you, because gone are the days when you can pit back-to-back, for instance, during the code 60. Got to be through the grid hatchings at the start of the race, so it's as if it's a standing start. You kind of go for 2 rows and do not deviate until those red lights are extinguished, and then it'll all be about Fred Scharndorf in that McLaren from Optimum Motorsport. The lights go out, and we are racing for the 25th time here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, for 24 hours. McLaren to the inside, Audi right in the middle, Mercedes also sneaking up. There's going to be space there as the McLaren found its way to the middle of the track. A bit of give and take. Remember, there's that escape road that you have to abide by if you outbrake yourself into the first couple of corners, and you have to go to the left-hand side of the bollard. I don't think anybody needed to do that, though, for this first time of asking, and it is a clean getaway for the McLaren, which is still getting some tyre temperature up. Temperature going to be warmer than yesterday at about 25, 26, but we're nowhere near that yet. So brakes and tyres will be very chilly on this opening lap. It's McLaren, Audi, Mercedes, BMW, and then the second Audi.
Yeah, and looking further back, the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan laying some Hankook rubber down out of turn 2 into turn 3, just underlining what Johnny was saying. Even in these very pleasant temperatures in the early 20s Celsius, it'll be warmer than that on the track. Forecast at 26, 27 in the very hottest part of the day, but getting heat into the Hankook tyres, getting the pressures up, very important indeed. If you're looking for the Red Camel by Jutta Racing, it's Rick Breukers actually who started that car, not Luke, as we saw on the caption, so I'm not sure whether they've changed that. Hopefully, if they have, they've changed what the paperwork, because that could get them a drive-through early on. But that is a black and gold car, so don't expect to see the orange. That is on Fred Schandorf's car for Optimum Motorsport, who crosses the line and leads the first lap of the 2024 24 hours of Barcelona, powered by Hankook.
And there is nearly a second's advantage. Now remember that the GT3 driving personnel within the McLaren is labelled as effectively pro. It doesn't have the pro-am or the am suffix, so we should expect with Frederick's experience, although he's still relatively early on in his sports car career, to be able to edge away. They don't necessarily have Fred's consistency across the driving talent there, although Thielitz proved to be even quicker in qualifying yesterday. They've also got Robert McGuinness, who is the semi-pro, and the AM driver within car 4 is Todd Coleman, who was mightily impressive within his 15-minute qualifying session yesterday. Schandorf leads though by just under a second over Elia Earhart in the Audi number 18, and Elia is an AM plus, so it'd be fascinating to see how long he can kind of stay on the tail just about of Fred Schandorf. Hoffer Racing's Mercedes, driven by the birthday boy from yesterday, Alex Prins, and then it's Christian Poulsen, who's dropped behind to now 4th position. The slow starter has been Ralph Bone, who began in 5th and has already slipped a couple of places to 7th now.
And happy birthday to you for earlier on in the week.
Thank you very much, John.
26.
That's 26 again, yes.
Yeah.
Only the 10th time I've celebrated that or something. And Fabian as well. Fabian from 0221 has a birthday 2 days before me, so it's a good time to be born. Somebody else on our team would recognise that.
3 wide, and it's 2 crossbows bracketing the GT4 number 415. That is Max Huber in the NM Racing team. So the 2 KTMs either side there. Milos Pavlovich. I struggle with his name all the time for Apex. Sorry, Milos. And the car, in fact, that was a Vortex, wasn't it? That was Philip Bonnell. It wasn't the other crossbow. While we're talking about birthdays, it's responsible adult's birthday on Monday. And down in the press room, I'm sure listening in, who is back on site again, who we haven't seen for a little while, is Natalie as well, who's back in. So it's busy. There'll be plenty of candles to be blown out later on, as it were.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Candles in a nighttime race, or a part nighttime race, will work well. Of course it does. Automatically cake. Fred Schandorf is at 2.6 seconds already up the road from Elia Earhart. But that won't concern the Santalot crew, because their focus is to be the best placed Pro-Am GT3 car at the end of it, and they are right now. So we have a GT3 Pro-Am and a GT3 AM, your top 3, and the Hoffer Racing Mercedes for Alexander Prins is only a second or so behind the Audi. QMMF by HRT just turning left at turn 9 now, and this is Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi in his Porsche, running 5th when you group all the 992s together, but 3rd in the AMs. It's actually an AM that leads. Patrick Houseman in the 907 for RPM Racing leads the 992 division. Indeed.
What a great amount. In fact, he's just gone up to 9th position there. So who's dropped down? That's Nicolas Michelon in the RD Sainz Lamborghini, number 69 car. QMMF by HRT winning their AM class in the 12 hours. The 992 Endurance Cup last weekend at Spa. Huge news for motorsport in that area of the world, and celebrated far and wide across that region. And going nicely again, doubling the distance that they did in the Ardennes last weekend. Sam Tan Racing and the BMW having a little duck down the inside into turn one behind them. 414 and 415, not the same type of car, but proving how good the racing is here. That's Apex MP's KTM and NM Racing's Mercedes. They've been battling since the start. The two Ginettas in relatively close proximity to each other as well. GSR ahead of CWS, although the GSR car is a full GT4 car, whilst Colin White in the 178 is running in the TCX class, and in fact leading that class. Expect to see that be an absolute dogfight. Ginetta, Seat, and it is an old Seat Leon as Best Racing, and JMac Engineering's BMW, which I think is the oldest car here, and SRS Sorg Rennsport has the Porsche Cayman in that class, and they're running line astern in the TCE category.
If you're trying to work out which car is in which class, then race numbers are always a good place to start. 2 and single-digit race numbers mean they're in GT3. If it's a 3-digit number starting with a 9, it's in the 992 class. And then the 7s are GTXs, the 3-digit numbers with the 4s, they're all the GT4s. So it's quite simple to work out once you've kind of plotted all of that. And somebody on the move is Martin Rump for Mulner Motorsport, charging his way up the order in the 992s. The Estonian, he's always been impressive for me when he used to race GTEs. And the 918 car definitely making progress. Now the quickest 992 car out there.
You should have told me about those numbers before. That would have been my life, I hadn't even noticed that before.
I've only just spotted it myself.
In fairness, we have a numerical entry list, and I wondered why the classes were all mixed up, and now it makes more sense, much more sense. So yeah, anything under 100 is the GT3 class. Yeah, got it. That's brilliant.
The other one I didn't mention is the TCEs. They're all 100 something. So 178 for Colin White, 101 for Kim Bervanger, 133 for Kevin Clark. That's the top 3 in the TCX division.
How hard do you think it is for the team managers, the various team managers, to calm the drivers down at this point? Because they've been getting more and more excited as the weekend has gone on. We had some lovely night practice. It's not very many lights around the circuit, so if you're going to have night practice here, you're in the dark and you've done all of that, you've had a decent night's sleep hopefully on Friday night, and then you come out to start the race this morning, and it could have been absolute carnage. I think we had 5, maybe 5.5 GT3 cars across the track going into turn 1, and yet we still have all the cars running.
We do. I'm not sure whether it's a good thing. Actually, a car's just been in and out. In fact, do we have all the cars running? Because Emanuele Pirro's not showing in the Team Africa Le Mans car. That's not done any laps yet. And also, the car that's just come into pit road from the GT4 category is Aras Kvidaras in the GSR Motorsport Ginetta. That was a high starting car as well. So 405 has had an early stop. In terms of tempering excitement, I'm not sure whether an early start in the day is better or worse for that, because you kind of leap out of bed at 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning and think, oh, I'm going to be racing in 4 hours time. Whereas if it was Le Mans, you'd have another 4 hours to wait, and that's almost a chance for the excitement to wane a little bit. But an early start in the day means that everyone's going to be properly pumped for this. But it's a long way to get to the nighttime spell, which is, what, about 8:45 this evening? The sun took a fair bit of time to set yesterday in the middle of a Clio race, which was wonderful. Night Clio racing is the future for me. 4:05 is the Aras Kvidaras car, the GSR Motorsport Ginetta, that has just rejoined after that very early pit stop.
And Diana Binks was watching that. It didn't stop at its pits, Di, I don't think.
No, it didn't. It just came straight through the pit lane. Now, I don't think it's gone in for fuel, or I didn't see it come in earlier to go for fuel, because that seemed pretty quick.
Vortex down there in the pit lane. She's doing the first. The Christian Poulsen car just dropping back. The Poulsen Motorsport BMW looked down the inside into the first corner of the first lap, but having had to give best. That was the car that started third on the grid, the red and white BMW. Also coming through the field. Really glorious to see two of the Vortex here. Philippe Bonel and the rest of the Vortex team, French team. They could have gone and bought a GT car, but they didn't. They built their own, and they've been working really hard. They sound fabulous. They've got the big rumbling V8, and this 2.0, we saw it first of all over a year ago now, and it was all in black carbon, and they've got a pair of them here. They've worked hard on the aerodynamics of the car, and they've been looking at the reliability, and fair play to them. As I might say, more power to their elbow, JP. They don't want to do things the same way as everybody else. Hello to Dave Alcock. Good morning from Fylde in the UK on the coast, watching on YouTube. Also to Gavin Wright, also in the UK, where it is just after 11 o'clock. Prepared for the next 24 hours, and he is tuned in there at RSL_studio.
We got underway at midday as the lights were extinguished, and it was a cracking start from Frederik Schandorf then, who for a time saw an Audi to his left, level pegging. The BMW from Poulsen Motorsport wasn't that far away either. And there was a squeeze to the Mercedes, which is Alex Prins trying to overtake as many cars as he could round the outside. That was a sort of arcade type start to a 24-hour race. I'll go this side of the racetrack and see how many cars I can get out of the way before I need to brake. And certainly made a little bit of progress, but couldn't go around the outside of the two leaders. Meanwhile, Christian Poulsen slotted into 4th place. He's subsequently dropped back to 5th now because of Rick Breukers, who is charging up in the Red Camel by Jutta Audi. But it was Ralph Bone who didn't get away so well in his Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91 and lost a couple of spots in the early stages. Also sniffing around the E2P Racing Porsche of Antonio Sainero, number 90. 405's back in the pit lane, so Aras Kvederas, I reckon he did about 42 seconds in pit road first time around. That's a bit more than just driving through pit lane. This is more serious though for the 405, Diana Binks.
Yes, it is. We saw it earlier, just drive straight through, and we couldn't quite work out what was going on. But I've just had a quick word with the team, and they think that he hit something on the opening lap, so they've had to bring the car in. It's not handling well, so we need to... it's the 405 GSR Motorsport car, which is now into the garage while they're having a look around it. But he definitely felt that they hit something. Not sure if it was another car or whether he bumped over the curb, but they're looking through it now.
Right rear had damage when it was pushed into the box, and that wheel was moving around. I think that's drive shaft or diff problems for that car. Possibly gearbox. I would not be surprised to see that going up on the hijacks and them having a look underneath that. Looked like maybe side-to-side contact, JP, with another car on that exceptionally coloured Ginetta. I have never seen a Ginetta that colour before. It's sort of a olive green metallic.
I was going to say, it's almost camouflage. Yeah. You would lose that in a forest somewhere, for sure. I didn't like the fact that the rear right was almost blipping, pulsing as it was being moved into the garage. So it was just zipping backwards and forwards, which rather suggests to me that something's not connected anymore. Drive shaft, yes, maybe, or gearbox related. The other concern is for another Ginetta, and that's the Team Africa Le Mans car, which didn't take the start, even though Emmanuel Perrault was labelled as the starting driver. Jeroen Bleekemolen's now brought that car into the race, but I'm pretty sure the 455 was not there on the starting grid. Bleekemolen is now on to his 3rd lap of the race, but that is a number of laps down for instance, the GT4 leader. GT4 race leader has completed, bear with me, 7 laps, or is it now 8 laps? Yeah, 8 laps completed for Patrick Kolb's Lion Speed car. Jeroen Bleekemolen is only on his 3rd lap. So already 5 down before you've even started. And because this race principally goes into a code 60 whenever there is a big caution, it's very difficult to make laps back again with no safety car, no wave-by procedure. So already the Team Africa Le Mans crew are on the back foot.
Samantha Tan. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Di.
So we got hit on the right side of the car, and we now have a coolant leak. Also, the steering is a little bit funky right now, so it's not really possible to drive, and we have to fix some things, and hopefully we can get back to the track as soon as possible.
Did you have an incident with another car, or was it a curb?
It was a car. I don't know which one, Mercedes, but he just completely didn't see me inside while I was right beside him. So, well, unfortunate, but that's racing.
Thank you very much.
More problems for Ginetta, and it's the 178. This was the car started by Colin White, the CWS black, red and blue car. He's actually facing the wrong direction at the bottom of the hill from turn 5, I think. And I think he was being lapped at the time by some of the GT3 cars at the front of the field. So just heading down the hill from 5 to 6 to 7. And Colin's managed to get away without hitting anything.
No, he's not got, his rear wing's missing, so he's been in the barrier.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, the rear
I didn't
wing
even see that.
The struts,
because it wasn't there.
Exactly. The struts are there, the rear wing's not. So he's gone all Peugeot 9X8 on us, and not through any Ginetta design. There's also been, by the way, a change of lead in GT4 because Neil Verhagen's got ahead of Patrick Kolb on that lap, but Colin White will have known nothing about that because it all happened in front of him. And I wonder whether is that the first bit of lappery as the GT3's caught.
Yeah,
then?
probably.
That bulk of GT4s, and if they're all ganging up amongst one another, it's difficult as the GT3 leader, Fred Scharndorf, to pick your way through, perhaps.
Good crowd on hand here. It will get better this evening when it gets dark. It's a tradition here that the families come out with the little ones after Saturday evening dinner. Back at turn 5, more action. They'll stay till the early hours of the morning as well, being a Saturday night into Sunday morning. BMW, Poulsen and Ralph Bone going through on the inside in the Herberth number 91. That was a pass for 5th position, and Ralph Bourne in the 91 makes that pass stick. Behind them, the Land Motorsport Audi of Tim Vogler has just gone by E2P Racing's Porsche, Antonio Saniero, in the battle for 7th and 8th. Simon Birch is in 9th for Razoo Northern Racing and is the best of the KTMs and leading in GTX. In the top 10 is Nicola Michelon in the RD Sainz Lamborghini. Patrick Heisman just outside the top 10 in the leading Cup car, the 992 Cup car for RPM Racing. That's a really good drive by Patrick. Fantastic, multiple Super Cup champion. They might as well have called it and apologies to American football fan, you might as well have called it the Heisman Trophy for a while. Okay, I'll get me caught.
Yes.
Football season started now, mate.
It has. No, those jokes are legitimate, I suppose. Just about. Bones got back to where he actually started the race then. It's taken him a bit of time. Poulsen's been the big loser because the BMW was on the 2nd row at the start and he slips back now to 6th. But Ralph Bone will have been kicking himself a touch at that rather tardy getaway for the all-black with gold piping Porsche. That's the new for 2024 livery for Herbert. And don't get that car confused with the Red Camel by Jutta car. It's exactly the same paint scheme, but they're entirely separate squads. And this Audi, driven by Rick Breukers, after all his success at the start of, I always remember 2019, when he had that killer start with a big trophy at Dubai. He won that race with Car Collection. He won the GTD race in Daytona. and he was driving Audis that year. So that was Rick's reference to Diana Binks to say, I've driven this car before with WRT, but it's a few years down the line now, and the rest of the team have not. So it's taken a fair bit of time for them to get used to it. You reckon Ivo Breukers, Rick's dad, was being a bit hard on himself because he just couldn't get the time out of it. He said, the faster I try and go, the slower I get.
I spoke to him after that session, and he was like trudging away from hospitality. He looked like, do you remember back to Jason Frontier, those big giants that always that only works for a certain part of our audience, I realise. He's a bit like that. So I shook his hand. I said, what's the matter? You haven't forgot how to drive, have you? You still know how to drive. You've not forgotten how to drive. And he said, yeah, I know, but I went, how much time have you had in the car? He went, 20 laps. I went, halfway through your second stint, you'll be fine. He went, yeah, but I want to be fast now. I went, doesn't work like that. And you know, also, I think I said this yesterday, and I said it to him, you're moving from a Cup car, which is very fast down the straight and a little bit slower through the corners, to a GT3 car, which is a bit slower down the straight, but faster through the corners. And you've got to really use that ABS all the way up to the apex and use that ABS to rotate the car in the corners. And he was sort of nodding away. I think after a few laps in night practice yesterday, he was felt a little more comfortable. The 992 class, in which we normally find a red camel, has battles right the way through the field, as always. And we are back with the Dutch Motorway Police coloured car as well, which has track limits police written on the back, which I always think is a nice little joke, as Fred Scharndorf goes through underneath us to complete his 13th lap. And the gap back to second, JP, has really opened up now, waiting for Earhart to go through in the Santalog Junior Audi. That sounded like an Audi. That was an Audi. It's 14 seconds between first and second. So the leader going through turn 3 and heading towards turn 4, a big right-hander. The second place car going into turn 1 now.
Yeah, that's the battle, really, because of Frederick Scharndorf's dominance as the race leader. Although, as you make the point, Elie Earhart and Alex Prinz have separated a touch as well. Just this is the typical thing that happens in the opening phase of the race, because drivers have started with different calibre of drivers, different experience as well. Colin White's at least made it back to the fuelling area. We knew that the car would need some work because it's certainly carrying a bit of damage. No rear wing on car number 178.
There was contact with the 101 Seat of Asbest Racing with Kim Berwanger behind the wheel. They were battling for top spot, I think, in the TCE TCX category, which is now the BMW of Kevin Clark and J-Mac Engineering. That's the Jimmy Broadbent car. And they've just got to keep their noses clean. That's a good car. It's a great endurance car. ABS but no traction control on that, Jimmy was telling us yesterday. It is the Zorgren Sport Porsche Cayman that is in third position in that class, with Colin White about to get some remedial attention in the pit lane. Also GSR still in the pits with that rear suspension damage, possibly some steering damage as well. I wonder, when he said it wasn't steering, I wonder if he might have broken a rear suspension mount on that car. I've had that happen on a Ginetta G55 before, and we've seen that happen before as well. Sometimes you can pop the drive shaft on those cars. So Jerome Blekemolen, who started late for Team Africa Le Mans after a little problem in the pit lane, still what's the word I'm looking for? Unidentified. There we go. Remember, I talk for a living. They've gone up to 35th position with Aris Vedras and GSR Motorsport dropping down. At the front of the field, 13.5 caller, 14 seconds now. Optimum Motorsport with ultimate pace.
Seems so. Martin Rump, though, having called his name as one of the quickest drivers in the 992s, has actually lost the place now to Jeff Machiels in the second of the Red Ant cars. Well, the first of the Red Ant cars, because 904 is ahead of 903. I just spotted that on the Mulner car, they may have lost a door mirror at some point this weekend because the colours don't match. It's yellow on one side and black on the other. Colin White's found his way from the fuelling area to the main pit lane. And thankfully, the team have spotted that the rear wing is missing because they've started to screw a new one on.
Imagine that's quite important around here.
I think so. It's not there just for effect. Binksy, the rear wing is already back in position, so they found a new one of those, but there's a fair bit of damage down the right-hand side.
There is. It's more, I think, superficial. They didn't think there was any major damage to the rear, but they have just said they're checking for realignment. But they were sort of happy that there wasn't too much damage. As you can, Colin has actually stayed inside the 178 CWS car, Janetta, here on the pit apron. So they're taking this opportunity to change the tyres as well. But they reckon he'll be back out in a few seconds. They're not unnecessarily worried about the damage at the rear, as I said.
I think he's got away a little bit easier than the GSR Motorsport car in terms of what's going on underneath the bodywork. And it was the wing. So I'm thinking that blue paint might be something from maybe the Blue Bandit tyres around the circuit rather than another car.
Yeah, they are quite close on driver's left as you come out of turn 5 at Sayat corner, and I'm just wondering if Colin didn't pick up the speed coming out of 5, and you've got GT3 cars right on his tailpipes coming out of there, it's very easy for Colin just to be turned, like sort of picked up and turned around, and I think he's maybe just gone into the tyre barrier on the inside of the exit of turn 5, Binksy.
Just picking up on that, guys, I was just having another chat with one of the engineers here, and he said that he did have contact with another car, but it wasn't a hard hit, but they just scraped by each other, which is why you've got all the scrapes down the rear right.
Struggling to get the left rear tyre off that car. Obviously came into contact a little more substantially with the tyre barriers on driver's left to knock the rear wing off, but that, as JP mentioned, has already been sorted. Good battle going on in a GT4. The KTM of Apex MP Racing has caught Patrick Kolb for Lions Bay GP. They're battling for second and third. Neil Verhagen has cleared off to 17 seconds. Check that, 4.7 seconds up the road. Sorry, looking at the wrong line on the timing screen. Two very different cars. That Porsche GT4 coming down to the final corner now. That must be awesome now. Oh, and Patrick struggling to steer to the apex as he went through the final corner, and that's opened the door for Milos, who gets alongside for a moment, then drops back into the slipstream of the Weissach-built machine. Down towards turn 1. It looks like the Porsche's got the legs on the KTM on the longer straights, but clearly struggling for grip through the corners at the moment.
Yeah, it's strange that, because Patrick Kolb's very experienced in this Porsche. But again, he's nowhere near the apex going through turn 3 as well, and that's just going to open the door for Pavlovich, who will stick the KTM there, but again, straight line speed, it can't really match the Porsche, so wasn't confident enough to hit that brake pedal and know that Patrick wasn't going to turn in. I think Milos realised he was only going to be probably a quarter of the way alongside the red and black car by the point of the apex. So Pavlovich, who's raced Lamborghinis for so many years now, he's been a champion in the European Super Trofeo. This is quite a departure, actually, into KTM. I think the first time he's done that this year for Apex MP Racing. He is still racing Lamborghinis in 2024, by the way, and to a decent standard. But he, therefore, knows how to race similar cars at very close quarters. He knows when an overtake is on and when it's better to just wait a few more corners.
Isn't this the essence of 24-hour racing the Creventic way? Two very different cars, one from a major motor manufacturer, 70 years old last year, from their motorsport department, and KTM, a relative newcomer, but employing new techniques with a carbon fibre chassis, nicking an engine from the Volkswagen Audi group, of course. That's an Audi 1.8 4-cylinder engine, also in Volkswagens and Cupras, etc. And putting that into a car with a different philosophy. There are road-going versions of KTM, and this is very much being built as a racer. Pulls out that's the other car. That's the more powerful of the KTMs coming through. So that will be Simon Birch in the Razzoon More Than Racing in the red, white and black number 714 in 9th position, putting a lap there. That's the Milwaukee Tools sponsored machine. And he's right up behind Patrick Kolb. Now, Patrick Kolb will look up and think, hang on a second, that car's changed colour. It is a bit wider, a bit lower, a bit meaner, and it's got a few more lights on. And now that battle for second in GT4 resumes after the KTM, which is leading the 3-car GTX class, and in a creditable 9th position overall, has cleared out.
Yeah, but it just shows you the advantage that effectively a similar crossbow can have, with lots more aero, a lot more power as well, brought up to the kind of spec of a GT3 car, because it's right in amongst the GT3s.
Exactly.
Simon Birch, he's got ahead of Nicolo Michelon, or is still ahead of Nicolo Michelon's RD Sainz Cholet Lamborghini Huracan, whereas the crossbow that Milos Pavlovic drives is a GT4 version, with the year 2018 in brackets. So maybe we are talking about a 6-year-old car now. Certainly that sort of spec of machinery for the 414.
It's had a bit of a close call between two of the Cup cars. One of them is the 904 Jeff Makel's car with the Red Ant Racing machine. And that was that Martin Rump coming through there from Mulner?
It was Yuka Honkavuri, I think.
Oh, yeah, Yuka Honkavuri, yeah.
Honkavuri in the 988, yeah. 14th
and 15th overall, 2nd and 3rd in 992 category. Yuka Honkavuri, the Scandinavian Finnish driver, MRS GT, had a horrible weekend. MRS GT, 3 cars last weekend up at Spa in the 12 hours, and they all had problems. The GT, normally GT Silver, those cars, and whether they just refettled them or set them all alight in the paddock at Spa and got new ones, I don't really. I presume the former. They're not ones to give up easily. Welcome back as well to Tracy Cron, who is back in the 907. That car started by Patrick Heisman. As we mentioned before, probably got more Porsche Cup starts than most of the rest of the field put together. Absolute specialist in the Porsche Carrera and Super Cup down through the years, earning him the nickname of Patrick Fantastic. At the front of the field, now 21 seconds between Fred Schandorf and Leah Earhart, with Alexander Prince holding his own in 3rd position. 4th, Rick Breukers doing what he needs to do and staying on the lead lap in 5th position.
He's under pressure though. Ralph Bone is right within a second or so. Yes, less than a second now through the last split. So shows you maybe how much Rick is struggling with this revisiting of an Audi that the Dutchman is doing, being chased by the German Ralph Bone. And the police car is still motoring around. The Porsche Cup car liveried in police colours. What number is that again?
It's 992. It's the Heath Besson NKPP Racing Papas Kooten. And they've done something very clever with the livery on that, not just because it's the orange and white black of the Netherlands police, but also, and I don't quite know how they've done this, but every time I see that car, I think it's a 993 and not a 992. I think it's a 1996 or 1997 car. It's just the way the colours kind of make the front end come in a little bit and make it look a little less wide. Very, very clever indeed. Forcing the way through the field is Andrei Lewandowski for ARC Bratislava, just having gone past the leading Patrick Heisman 992, and Patrick doesn't like getting passed by anybody, but he had to give way to the bright yellow and call that Paul Smith stripes. On there. So Paul Smith likes to have the stripy linings to his very lovely suits. I owned one once and literally wore it out. It was a beautiful piece of tailoring. It's the car, the 44 Lamborghini. That's the ARC Bratislava car that sits 10th in GT3 and 5th in the AM class.
And Lewandowski, the Polish driver, much like the famed soccer striker with the same surname. I wonder if there's any relation there. But Andrei Lewandowski is joined by Miro Konopka, whose team it is, effectively ARC Bratislava, Adam Konopka, the semi-pro, and then you've got Zdeno Mikuláško and Peter Brecker, who form a GT3 AM lineup. No, another spinner. This is at the third corner. That's the Orchid Racing team, if I'm not mistaken. Laurent Mischbach, yes, for the Swiss squad in the Porsche division. 6th place in 992 AM. And Mischbach, it's a strange place to lose it. So was that a result of some contact as well? Exit of turn 3. In fact, he hadn't quite made his way all the way to that short straight that leads into Repsol corner. Got going again now. The car with the teal roof and door mirrors. It's almost Leighton House blue, that, actually, on the door mirrors.
There you go.
For that Porsche, which is mainly all silver, but nice little bit of detailing on it. And the good news is that Mischbach wasn't sitting there for too long. And in fact, we've got a pit caller ahead of him on the timing screen. That's Tim Vogler in the Lant Motorsport Audi, coming down pit road from GT3 AM, and has been there now for 1 minute and 40. So, in fact, if I lean forward, the Vogler Audi sitting in the fueling area, first of all.
Yes, we're back to outside of pit lane fueling. If you were with us last week, of course, we were far more conventional, but this is much more Creventic. We have 4 pumps, each with 2 pistol grips on them, so 8 pumps altogether for a field of 36 cars. So they can't all come in together and expect to be serviced.
No, and that for me is the reason why I know there's much discussion about what happened last weekend with the all Porsche 12-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps, because there was also safety cars in that race.
Yes, there was.
And I think if you're going to do fueling in a separate area from the pit lane, then that rules out any form of safety car within the race, because there are only 8 pumps. And the issue is that people are going to be queuing potentially for those pumps, and they're not in the box seat to benefit from a safety car, or indeed to lose out from a safety car. It's an either or. You either have, yes, fueling in pit road and safety car, or you have neither. But the rule change, and I don't know whether other 24H series races have run like this year. If there is a code 60, you can pit and you can come in for some fuel, but you only get 25% of your normal fueling allocation. And once you've pitted under code 60 and the code 60 stays out, you then can't pit again for another hour, for as long as the code 60 stays out. So whereas before a tactic often utilised by Herbert Motorsport would be to pit and then to pit the very next time around.
Yeah.
That's not an option anymore. You fuel and then that is it until either the code 60 ends or you get to an hour's worth of a code 60 and then you get another allocation of fuel.
Are you still only getting 25% as well?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
An hour on 25% of fuel. This is
the question asked by many drivers. Are we actually going to be able to make an hour?
Well, that was straight away.
But at 60
this is
kph,
big news.
Yes.
Down in the pit lane, the blue and white Tim Vogler Land Motorsport Audi. Johnny saw it go into the pit lane. It's back in its garage with barely 40 minutes completed. This is disastrous for a team that would have been hoping to be in amongst it all the way through in the AM category. And Tim Vogler will be absolutely gutted by that.
I understand they've got technical issues here. We saw it just being pushed at the its in entrance. They were pushing it up to the garage here, the garage 04. So as they come into the pit lane, they're quite close, and they had to run out and get it, put it onto the trolley jacks, and wheel it straight into the garage. And they said they've got some technical issues, which they're now trying to, go through and find out what they are now. But yeah, huge disappointment here for all the team that are in the garage now at this early stage of the race.
Straight underneath the car at the back, which is, where you access the engine and the transmission, mid-engine V10 on that car. By the way, I need to rewind a little bit because I said something earlier on, and again, stuff comes out of my mouth, and immediately I think, that's not right. The GT4 KTM is a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. It started with an 1800, the VAG engine, up to 350 horsepower on that car. The GTX car, I said 1800 for the GT4, so it's definitely a 2-litre TFSI engine. The GTX car is the 5-cylinder, the 2.5-litre 5-cylinder engine, which has got a great noise. Really like that, and that is the basis also of the GT2 car, so you get much more power out of that 2.5-litre inline 5.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going mad. Inline 5. Other people have done that as well. Volvo and Ford had an inline 5 for a little while. So anyway, that is my errors and omissions. Got that on the bottom of page 4. I think many people noticed that one. That's fine.
Creeping on to page 5 at this stage.
Yeah,
we're not that far in.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. At RSL_studio, being told from those of our team in the paddock that is absolutely chocker in the paddock with people wandering around. We've got the Alpine and the Renault Cup teams just starting to break down. I think they were asked to leave their cars on display for a little bit through the daytime hours. They'll be gently packing down. See how 5008 parked over there. That's fine.
Good.
Elegant isolation. It's good. Great battles going on in 992.
Yeah.
No wonder last weekend worked so well.
Well, it's Mulner Motorsport Martin Rum with Ayrton Redon right on his tail in the red Ant Racing car 903. I'm pleased you pointed out the huge livery difference, so at least we're not going to get them mixed up anymore. They were near identical until the change for the 904, which is now bright yellow for Jeff Mackhills, but he's further up the road from this. The gap is about 4 seconds now. Martin Rum doing okay, but he went up to second place, and now he's losing time to fellow members of the 992 class. Not entirely sure why that is the case, but sometimes you push rather too hard maybe in the opening phase of the stint and don't quite have enough tyre beneath you. But the Hankooks are designed to get to a point and then they plateau and deliver good performance for the rest of the stint. Consistent performance, should we say.
Change in position for fourth as Ralph Bonus caught the red camel by Jutta Racing Audi and Rick Breukers. It's the 91 black and gold car going up ahead of the number 9 black and gold car, but one's an Audi, one's a Porsche. It's a learning opportunity for Red Camel by Jutta Racing. Jutta helping out the Red Camel mechanics. Now, talking to the team last weekend, Diana and Nick, who were in the pit lane, and indeed when I was talking to them in the hospitality, this is not a full-time team. Red Camel, not a full-time team, so they are weekend warriors, come together and have a bit of fun. Problem for the police car, East Bessem, who was battling at the sharp end of 992, NKPP Racing by Baz Cooten, has had a half spin, JP.
At Repsol corner, Repsol curve, which is turn 4, so difficult to recover there. Yeah, very reliant on the marshal instructions from distance because it's a blind corner for everybody else. Yes, they'll be waving double waved yellows, but do you move forward, do you move backwards? Is your gearbox necessarily compliant in that as well? But he was able to creep away, thankfully, and rejoin. Looked to be a similar incident for the Orchid Racing team, for Lauren Mishbash, but just at the previous corner, turn 3, a few moments ago. So I don't know whether this is actual contact with other cars. We're hearing that it may well have been contact, in fact, for Gijs Bessem. So he's battling with a BMW from the TCX division, and the contact That was after the spin, so it was after the rejoin for Gijs Bessem. He had the spin at Repsol, then got to Seat corner, and the BMW that made contact with him on his outside in the TCX category must have been Kevin Clark. It's the only BMW in TCX. So car 133, maybe in some doubt as to which side of the road Gijs Bessem was next going to go to, and was then caught between the Porsche police car and the gravel trap. But Kevin did just about get through there. He didn't want to waste any time in the JMEC Engineering Beamer because he leads the category, and by a decent chunk of time right now as well. That SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche of Tommy Greyberg is a fair distance away, number 127. Schandorf over the line in the race-leading McLaren for Optimum Motorsport from Elia Earhart. It's side-by-side again between these two Porsches into the first corner. Mühlner on the inside, Redant for Ayrton Redant himself on the outside, but Martin Rump doing a good job in defending, hugging that inside line through turn 3.
We're still seeing a two-line track here though, JP, aren't we? I was hoping that that would be the case, and the Mühlner car pulls it off and goes up one position. No, sorry, he's defending, isn't he? It's Ayrton that's coming through the field. Slightly thrown off maybe by the fact that one of the Vorteces is coming through down the inside to turn 5. Ayrton Redant goes through. That's a classic manoeuvre here on 2 or 4 wheels. It was a bit of a MotoGP block pass, actually. Did get in there very nicely. And the Vortex V8, I think that's Miguel Mayola in the 702 that's right on their tail at the moment, heading up to the braking area at turn 9. 11th place car. No, that's saying it's the 71, which it clearly is not, so it must have to be looking somewhere else, because it's definitely one of the Vortex. H&R sponsored Mühlner Motorsport. My goodness, there's a livery that's been around for a very, very long time. Onto the front straight now. And it might actually be... What's the Vortex now? Which one of the Vortex is that? And have they changed its colour overnight?
It's possible. Will it be Miguel Mayola?
That's what I thought it was, but...
It's certainly in the right position because 702's on the same lap as Martin Rump, so the two separated by not very much at all. 2 tenths through the last split.
All right, so he's coming through the field. Yes, that would make sense. For some reason, it had 11 on the Lumi rank display, which...
Oh, that makes no sense.
No, I know what it is. It's 11th in the GT part of the race. 2nd in GTX.
Okay.
Maybe. So, that was the... Also got an overtake at the front. That finally... We were watching this ages ago.
Yes.
That is Patrick Kolb dropping down to 3rd place. Milos Pavlovich going through Why do I put an extra syllable in that?
Are you trying to say Pavlova?
Pavlovich. Yes, okay. Milos, I'm really sorry. So that is a change in 2nd position. Pavlovich.
You can say Pavlovich if you want.
Yeah,
I say Pavlovich, but that, what?
Pavlovich. See, I've got it now. That's fine. Side by side, another turn 1 pass. And this time, that is significant because that's Jukka Hunkavuori going through into the lead of 992 ahead of Patrick Heisman, and for 12th position overall.
So lots of potential changes actually being switched now. They've been bubbling nicely, and now something is giving. Well, we're probably not too far away from the first legitimate pit stops, because in GT3, with the formation lap, they will be able to make an hour, I would have thought, and we're 10 minutes away from that. Drive time limit in a single stint is 2 hours, always traditionally was in Creventic racing. Rather than it necessarily being an awkward number, it can become more awkward later on in a 24-hour race, of course, because you may be battling crews that have been pitting off-kilter from you. And sometimes an enforced pit stop, not because of fuel, but because you're running short of drive time in one lot. It's great to see the 71 Audi, by the way, running again. This car was not able to take part in qualifying at all. They were very concerned that the 71 car might not be able to do the race at all. It was heavily damaged on Friday, but it is now running, and running well, car 71, on the tail of Andrei Lewandowski in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. So it is Martin Rieber for Jutta Racing, taking a little look up the inside of car 44, and might even get the position. It will, because the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini giving it plenty of space. So Rieber up to 10th in that rebuilt number 71 Audi, as we can get news from Diana Binks in the pit lane.
Motorsports Ginetta G56 has just left the garage. They had to change the front and rear wing bones and also the radiator on the car. They have been working pretty frantically when we spoke to them 15-20 minutes ago, but they're back out on a track now. They've just left the pit lane.
And that has cost them some 23 laps to the overall leader and some 21 laps to their class leader, which, when you look at it, that's 40 minutes, isn't it, that they've been in there for a relatively innocuous looking incident. A bit of an off-track moment there for the 10th placed ARC Bratislava car in front of the 10th placed ARC. That is the Jutta Racing Audi, who's just got past that Lamborghini and then went off the track at turn 9. Has got it back, pointing in the right direction as he goes through turn 12. Through this super quick 13 at the top of the hill. Love this part of the track. And diving down to the final corner, pit lane entry on the right-hand side. So Martin Rieber goes through in 10th position for Jutta Audi in that lovely colour. Dark red, white and black. What's not to like?
So making steady progress, Martin Rieber now, having got in front of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. And not too far away now is Nicolo Michelon in the RD Science Cholet car. So that's a second Lamborghini that potentially the Jutta car can get past of Martin Rieber. But Rieber's going to have to defend here from the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini before that, heading into Repsol corner. So the overtake's been done, but immediately Lewandowski wants the place back again, and they're both very late on the brakes into Seat corner.
Tim Vogler brought the Land Motorsport Audi number 34 into the pit lane a little while ago. It's dropping time. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff can tell us what is the problem. He's with Diana Binks.
Dr. Johannes, we've seen the car in the garage for some time. We saw it come in about 20 minutes ago. What problems have you found?
Yeah, unfortunately, the tension belt, the tension roller of the generator belt went. And now we have to change the tension roll and fix a new belt, and then hopefully everything works again. So it's damped. We were quite good on our way, but unfortunately that's racing.
How long will that take you? How long will that take you?
Unfortunately, it will take about 40 minutes, so long time. So we will be last in the race. So whatever happens, unfortunately, this time it went to us.
But you'll keep pushing, I guess. You'll keep pushing to get back out on track and get back into the race despite that?
Yes, of course. We try our best to get back, and the mechanics are fast and they are skilled, and I think they will do it. And then we'll race again. So it's a long race. It's 23 hours more to go. So let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who has been racing with Creventic for so many seasons now with that livery, the Kirchhoff Gruppe livery, changing though from car collection of the past to the Lant team for this 2024 edition of the Barcelona 24 Hours. But just a horror start, sadly, for those guys. An early stop for car number 34, and it has dropped not quite to the very tail of the field, because that honour is now in the hands of the 405 GSR Motorsport Ginetta, which was also an early pit stopper, and Mindaugas Liat Tutkas drives the 405. We really hope that the 34 car can get back into the race sooner rather than later, but well, it's in very good hands in terms of Lant Motorsport, and they will continue to work on that frantically. Optimum Motorsport's Frederick Schandorf over the line for the 32nd time. Around about 5 or 10 minutes away from the end of the stint for Fred. And I can imagine that they'll keep him in the car because he's going so well. The gap through the last split was certainly north of 15 seconds. It may even be better than that. It's actually 33, so it's double that. 33 seconds back to Elier Earhart in his Santilok Junior team Audi. Two Porsches side by side heading into the first corner a moment or two ago, and the 902 numbered Porsche, which is the Hongard Motorsport example, battling away there with HRT Performance and QMMF Racing by QMMF by HRT I should say, for Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi in 931. So 6th, 7th, 8th positions in that area of the 992s. Meanwhile, in GT3, Ralph Bone has taken a while to properly get the bit between his teeth. He didn't start that well, lost a few places, but again, he has the experience to know that even if he loses spots in the early phase of the stint, there's ample opportunity to try and get those back again. And down towards the first corner, Bone jinking out of line on Alex Prins in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and a very neat and tidy overtake that into the first and second corner for Ralph Bone. So that will put him up, in fact, to third position now, ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. But Ralph Bone has not let that difficult start get underneath his skin. No. Just said, right, well, this is potentially going to be a 2-hour stint for me. I've almost made an error as early as possible, and I've got the rest of the 2 hours to make it back up again.
But also, I think he's probably looking after his tyre and his fuel numbers as well. There's no need to dash off into the distance. I mean, Fred Schandorf, don't get me wrong, he's done a cracking job, and he leads the field by a distance at the moment. The number 4 car coming to turn 4 for Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and Earhart in the second place car hasn't crossed the line yet. Oh, there he goes. So it's 40 seconds in just under an hour. In 33 laps. That's more than a second a lap. Even I can do that arithmetic. And I used to take Friday afternoons off school quite often. Actually, Friday
with permission?
No, absolutely not.
Definitely not.
Friday afternoon was tech drawing, actually. I did pass my maths O level a year early. I always have a joke about never being there for my maths, but I passed it a year early. Didn't have much to do in the 5th year there. Optimum then from Santilok, from Herbeth, from Red Camel, McLaren, Audi, Porsche, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. KTM is the first of the GTX runners in 8th position for Simon Birch and Razin Mordan Racing. Then it's RD Sainz and their Lamborghini. Audi makes it 1, 2, 3 Audis and 4 V10s in the top 10.
Just keeping an eye on the GT4s there, because the race leader had caught Patrick Cole, was able to get by the Lion Speed Porsche relatively easily, but one car was having a real mare coming out of the final corner, which may well have been Matthew George in the Venture Engineering Mercedes, just struggling to get the front end of that car to bite coming out of the final corner. Maybe aware that the race leader was wanting to get by as well, so that might have provided a bit of a distraction. Just want to make sure that Matthew George goes through the first sector safely after that. It's going to take him. Yeah, there he is. The Lion Speed car is still behind, but that was a gain for Patrick Kolb, about 0.4 of a second in the Lion Speed car. So Kolb has gone from second in the class back to fourth after that supreme battle with Milos Pavlovic in the Apex MP Racing KTM. And on the previous lap completed, Matt George got through in his Mercedes. So it's Neil Verhagen. We've not mentioned a great deal about the American for a little while, but he's dominating the GT4 field in the ST Racing BMW. But as we might expect, really, considering he's still early on in his racing career, but he's had all of those laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, who lived there for basically, 3 years because of the junior team. BMW
junior driver, absolutely. Yeah. And they had a great season together a couple of years ago. Into traffic and passing, class passing, inter-class, intra-class passing as well, with Patrick Kolb right in amongst that. Matthew George in the Venture Engineering AMG's gone by him, so that's a new third place in GT4. Also going through there, one of the vortices, Vortex, as Jeremy would have said. I really love what they've done with that 992 Guy Bessem NKPP Bas Koten racing car. The Netherlands police used them as effectively highway patrol cars back in the 80s and 90s. 993 Targa is the picture that Divya Wemer has just sent us, and it's brilliantly innovative. The two police drivers are in the car with exactly the same livery as that police car out there. They've got the Targa panel off, which basically means they can drive with their hats on because they sort of stick up a little bit. But of course, then there's nowhere to put the light bar. No. So it's just on a pole on the driver's side, a blue light on a pole sticking up in that white and orange colour. 993 Targa police car. See, I reckon Bradley would have been with a big number 53 on the front of it, actually. I reckon Bradley would have been more interested in traffic if that had been the car. That is just incredible. Have they got helmets on rather than hats? They've got motorcycle helmets. Yeah, that's what it is in the car, with sort of flaps over their ears, and then the blue light is stuck on driver's side.
What would it have been taken to put blue lights on the top of their helmets? Just sit there like that. Feels like that's straight from a Monty Python sketch.
Well, we've got Joe Bradley. We've got a. Yeah, he's sitting in the back of the booth here, shaking his head. We had somebody who macked something in like that when Joe was in the pit lane at Le Mans. I suspect that's 993 car will be found, and somebody will post that to RSL_studio. Thank you to the Sportscar 365's David Uwema for firing that in. I did say it reminded me of the front. That colourway does make that car look like a 1996 or 1997 993, and in fact that is what they used to use. Brilliant stuff. Love it a bit. Patrick Kolb now under pressure in the Lion Speed Porsche from Matthew George, because he's just gone back past him, so that's third place changed again.
Yeah.
And now they're side by side, and Matt George then tries to go down the inside, makes the pass. That's beautifully done into turn 4, slightly uphill braking area over the top of the rise. Patrick Kolb will come back down the inside to 5, can't make it there. So the silver and orange, grey, silver and orange GT4 AMG and the Porsche Cayman GT4 plunge down through 6 and 7, starting to climb again now. Take all the curb on the right hand side and over the sleeping policeman. The sausage curb, turn into 9, can't see the exit of 9. You turn in and hope that nobody's moved the track since the last time you were there 2 minutes ago. And of course they haven't. And then it's down the hill again to turn 9. Don't use the shadow of the bridge as your braking point, because it will move as the sun moves. Somebody once told me that they were using the shadow of the bridge for Paddock Hillbrand and Brandsatch. Druids coming out of Paddock Hillbrand. And I didn't know whether they were leading me on for that.
I mean, that should be fine if it's a 20-minute race. High Spesum's off again, and I'm afraid. At Repsol once more. It does look like turn 4 again. So that's precisely where the car had a spin earlier on. He didn't make the gravel trap the first time, but he did then, and the rear wheels were in the stones for a bit. Is there damage on the front of this otherwise pristine police liveried car?
It does have track limits police on the back, which is very funny. I think he might have lost the rubber underfixing to the front air dam. I thought I saw something on the track, and then it got hit by another car. And if that's the case, it's a very small piece on Cup cars. But my goodness, it is absolutely essential to the airflow at the front of that car. It's a full-width rubber, almost like a chin spoiler. And it's an interference fit. You don't have to screw it on, you just push it on. Some people put clips on the very end of it. And I can't see that on the front. It's got a distinctive little flick up on either side. And I can't quite see that. If that's the case, then they'll be wanting to replace that when that car comes in for its scheduled stop. They will go long in the 992 cars. We had them at or around the top 10 with Jukka Hunkovori, the Finnish driver for MRS GT, sitting in 11th at the moment, as the leader has come into the pits at 1 hour and 6 minutes, or if you would prefer, 38 laps for Optimum Motorsport, JP.
Yeah, and gone to the furthest pump possible of the 8. Why not? Because that makes the exit from fueling area to the pit lane proper as easy as possible. You must give way to anybody who's already in the fast lane, though, and bypassing the fueling area. It's 20 kilometres per hour once you get to that quadrant where there are 8 pumps, 40 kph in the fast lane of the pit lane, and then 60 on the track. So it's 20, 40, 60. We don't use 80 in this type of racing. And that means that Elliot Earhart now has the Lumi rank number 001 flashing in his windscreen, because the Santalok Junior team Audi is now to the fore, but only because it's not stopped yet.
Over 40 seconds was the lead, so that'll be a full tank of fuel. And the Optimum McLaren orange, this is your car, isn't it? It's tangerine and black, that's it, with a bit of blue on it. That's absolutely got to be you. Santalok Junior team.
If you remember, there was a car at Mugello much earlier on in the year which was proper tangerine and white. I mean, that's the car. And also, I'm attracted, strangely enough, to the High Spesum police car.
It's got orange on it.
It's got orange and white, and it's got 50. Well, on the picture that we got sent by Davy Avema, it's got 53, which is the year Blackpool, the only year Blackpool won the FA Cup.
Excellent.
So it's perfect. But yes, I can see the attractions to the McLaren as well.
Yeah.
Partly because it's a McLaren.
Well, indeed so. Santalok Junior team running in the dark red, white and black, the number 18 car. So obviously that's got my attention. Ralph Bourne in third for Herbert. That's black and gold. With the red camel car, the Audi in third. Rick Breukers, similar shades actually. Pulsar Motorsport, red, white and black BMW in fourth. Also in the pit lane, E2P Racing for Antonio Saniero with the Porsche. So just remember, it was just over 40 seconds, the lead. And how many laps will Elliot Earhart be able to do? That's him going past again, I think, and completing his 39th lap. Yes, it is. And he's got clear track ahead of him at the moment. If he can stay out, this is a good opportunity to get some clear air laps in. The next car up the road is quite a long way ahead. He had half of the front straight, and it is a pair of battling GT4 cars. It's Milos Pavlovic that is ahead of him, but that's a very long way ahead of the new leader as we head into the first scheduled pit stop cycle, and that new leader, Santalok Junior team.
The other car that's come in from the GT3 category, E2P Racing, but Question is, how long can the Audi stay out for? How long can Herbert Motorsport Porsche stay out for? Was there an element of Optimum choosing to stop then because there were a number of free pumps and they just wanted to get in when availability was at its most, and the fact that they could pull all the way to the front of the fueling area, too good an opportunity to pass up? That's what 40 seconds gives you, the chance to maybe pit on this lap or the next 2 or 3.
Slow lap last time around by Elliot Earhart. They didn't have traffic, a 49.5, and that's cropped a couple of seconds off his lead. It was just over 10 seconds. It's now down to 7.5. Ralph Bourne has closed in to that leading car, coming out of turn 13 now. Will the Audi dive into the pits? No, it's come round. No, it hasn't come round. It must have come into the pits, surely.
Still out there.
Is it really?
Yeah, just crossed.
Just gone. I stood up at exactly the wrong time, did I? Santalock Junior team. I said it was red and white and black. Of course not. It's black and green. It's the Pulse Motorsport car that's the red, white and black car. So through turn 1 and 2, the penalty loop for motorcycles is the escape lane if you go too far to driver's left. Tell you what, Johnny, that track temperature is coming up. I can see people laying down rubber, and it's starting to look, has that greasy look to the top of the surface of the track, and pretty much every corner now. And Earhart, on the tyres with which he started the race, is just laying down little bits of Hankook rubber. The good news is there's at least a couple of grooves as he goes past the GSR Motorsport Ginetta that had that issue, front and rear wishbones having to be replaced on the right-hand side of the car after side-to-side contact on the first couple of laps.
There are various segments, by the way, to the timeservice.nl website, the getraceresults.com live timing. I would pay little attention to the track temperature, which has stayed absolutely flat at 73 degrees Celsius. I don't think it's quite that high. The air temp's the air temp's not bad, actually. 22, I think that is correct. But I don't think that whatever is measuring the track temp is quite linked up to the website at this stage. So we will attempt to work out what that is. It's got to be into the 40s, hasn't it? 40 degrees Celsius or so at track temp, and that will build because asphalt soaks up the heat from the sun, and it is retained even when the sun starts to set. The track remains very, very warm.
How many clouds?
I can't see any. There's a few over there that obscured from your view, but right in front of us, it's clear blue sky forever.
Right up to the mountains, and we can see all the way at the mountains. There's been times here where we couldn't see those mountains. Oh yeah, a bit of cotton wool cloud over the top of turn 4, but way in the distance, and then a bit of weather further afield, but way further afield, if that. Oh no, actually that's just check that. That's just a reflection in the glass. I've just realised what that is. Oh, it's a fabulous day. Shall we head to the beach?
Why not?
Costa Brava just up the road. We've got Barcelona. I keep forgetting that Barcelona is a beach city, is a seaside city. Flew over Sitka on the way down, the old Sitka Autodrome, the Terramar Autodrome, the big concrete track. Saw that from the air, not being able to visit that. It's on private land now. A good search on YouTube. There's a Carlos Sainz Audi R8 video where he went out to break the track record. You might think, well, that would be dead easy because I haven't raced there for many years. But it's overgrown, and he was dodging trees and grass and all sorts. Carlos Sainz Senior.
I was going to say. Yeah, okay.
It's a good 10 years old, I would think. That video now into the pit lane for Elliot Earhart and straight into the fueling, of course. So Ralph Bourne, the fuel sipping Porsche.
Yeah.
See, maybe this is what Ralph was thinking. He's just pitted now and come in. But that's 42 laps. That's the longest of anyone so far. So Red Camel Racing is going to take the lead.
Yeah, they're hustling on. Well, they're not, because they're also going to pit.
All right.
So we might have reached the point where you literally cannot go any further. Christian
So what's
Poulsen,
the answer?
42.
Yeah.
Always has been.
Of course.
Regardless of the question.
Poulsen. Oh, no, he's got up to lap 43.
He thinks the answer's one more. Well, let's hope they've got the calculations right.
So who pitted first? That was the Optimum McLaren, wasn't it? So Todd Coleman now in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. They had a 40 second lead. They're down in 13th and 7th in class. The pit stop here is long because you fuel first from a trigger operated pump, as if you were at your local supermarket fuel stop. And so he's dropped off the lead lap. What he doesn't want now is any code 60. In fact, I think he's dropped the better part of 2 laps, actually. But everybody ahead of him, of course, is making pit stops now. So just to underline, then, that they made their pit stop with that car. The Optimum car, where did I put that, Johnny? 13th, did I say?
12th now, but yeah, it wasn't
38th. At the end of the 38th lap, they came in. We've had people who have done 4 and possibly 5 laps. Nicola Michelin also gone through. Andrei Lewandowski is the ARC Bratislava Lambo to go through. Man, that's a good long... That's an hour and a quarter now, an hour and 16 minutes, including the formation lap.
Yeah, entirely. Christian Poulsen's been at the wheel for all of that time. Remember, your stint time automatically stops when you cross the white line at pit entry road. And that is, these days, regardless of whether you stay on board or not. So the chunk of time that you spend in pit lane, even if there's no driver change, the clock stops on your driver time and then restarts when you rejoin the race.
As soon as you hit the pit out signal, correct. So you could, without breaking out of your bracket for your driver time, if you do a couple or 3 pit stops in that, and particularly if one of them's for fuel, you could probably be in the car 5, 6, 7 minutes more. So you look at it and say, well, when did he get into the car? He got into that car. Oh, he got in at 8:30. Oh, no, he should have been out at 10:30 and he's still there at 20 to 11. No. That you've got to take off the time where the car was not at racing speed on the track. Optimum, at the moment, with Todd Coleman behind it, is having a wee bit of a scrap. And this is not good news for Todd Coleman. He's in behind one of the Lamborghinis there that seems to be... Is that the AS? It's not the RC Bratislava car, so it must be this Paddock Science car. Good start the race, JP. JP, happy with that?
Yeah, too right. I don't know how far Christian Poulsen thinks he can go on this tank of fuel, but as long as he gets in, then it's going to be a wonderful stint. E2P Racing right with them as well. It's nice when this overlap happens, the turnarounds when cars, some of them pit, some of them don't, because we get brand new names, both in teams and drivers, at the front of the field. I'm trying to work out whether E2P, whether that was a pass for the lead. It won't have been, will it? No, fine. Because Poulsen leads by a minute, despite the fact that the E2P car going around the outside, 16th position for the 90 car of Antonio Sainero. That car has made a stop, yes, for fuel. 3.5 minutes it's spent in the pits. It's been a great start. It's been really a McLaren and Fred Scharndorf tribute to this point. But don't expect that McLaren to be as quick all the way through. This is going to be the fascinating bit now for me, because Todd Coleman, he impressed in qualifying on effectively single lap qualification yesterday. What can he offer during an hour-long stint? We're about to find out in car 4.
He comes round, still behind the number 69, Nicola Michelin RD Sainz car. That's the car in second position at the moment, but has not yet stopped, but is a lap ahead. Peels. Does that car peel the right? It doesn't. Goes on for another lap. And here's the problem. New Hankook tyres for the Optimum machine. And even with the performance advantage, the leader in terms of pit stops, now back up to 5th for Todd Coleman, cannot get by. The car has still not been able to do it, even through traffic. Peter Mackay joins me on the right-hand side of our commentary booth. Hi up, lad. How you doing?
Very well. I'm well fed and watered, ready to go after the truly excellent world-class catering that we have here in the 24H series.
Yes.
Oh, they're just wonderful.
Yeah.
A bit of chicken Caesar salad.
Oh, really?
Just delicious. Some mozzarella, fresh mozzarella.
They're Italian.
Ice cream. They know the way around catering.
Our caterers are Italian. Gelato. Morning affogato is going to be something in my house. Yeah. Had it the other day, and I've decided that's now going to have to be something that we have in our house. So here we are, Peter. Johnny rightly saying the use of all of the performance factors in the cars, whether it's the speed of the car, whether it's the efficiency of the car, how it works its Hankook tyres, and indeed the nuts at the end of the steering wheel, where you factor in the individuals to make the time through to 12 noon tomorrow. And we've got a complete mishmash at the front of the field at the moment. Off went Optimum, 40-odd second lead, but now stuck behind a car for what, 4-5 laps, which is now only making its first stop.
I would throw another element in there to the mix, is the preparation of the car, how you've got the car ready for a 24-hour race. We've had a lot of track time this week. There've been private testing, there's been the open practice and qualifying, etc. You know, we've had a long racing season. You can be racing a GT3 car all year round, and Joe and I were discussing this over lunch, that, you know, if the car can be in a different level of freshness to another car on the grid, and I think having a car really well prepared is going to pay off for this race, because it's going to get hotter and hotter through the day. It's not going to be roasting hot like Estoril in July, but it's still warm, and this is a circuit that really puts the car through a lot of abuse. We've already seen more attrition than I think we would maybe expect in the first hour and a half, so that is something. The preparation of the car, the work that the team have done prior to the race, is going to be critical if you want to win.
Ian McCarthy, thank you. I was just looking down, wondering what had happened to the Hoffa Racing Mercedes AMG, the number 11 car. Chantal Prince is out on the circuit, but has dropped 10 laps to the front of the field, and he said, I think I saw Alex Prince holding on to a puncture-induced wobble right behind Ralph Bourne a few laps ago. It has refueled, but spent some rather too much time in the pit lane. So if you're a follower of the Hoffa Racing car, the Mercedes, that now down in 33rd and 10th in class, 10 laps. You know, that, if you like, that's 20 minutes, isn't it, really, behind the leader.
They were in the pits for 21 minutes. So there it goes. Of that, 18 minutes was actual pit service time. The rest was refueling. But
so it was a bit more than a puncture then.
I think it was a bit more than a puncture. Yeah, definitely. And that's such a pity, because Hoffa Racing had such a good qualifying, really strong qualifying performance. It was Alexander Prince's birthday yesterday, and he put a great run in on his birthday. But the thing is, this race is far from done. There's 22 hours and 36 minutes to go. If there's been the level of attrition that we've had in the first hour and a half over the next 22 and a half hours, then really it's anybody's game in any of the classes. So, and we could well see, if you see for example, one of the Porsche 992 Cup cars, if you get one of them has a perfect run, they could be on the overall podium. Right now we've got the front-running Porsche 992 Cup car of the whole year, the number 903 Red Ant racing car with Ayrton Redont on board at the moment, hasn't taken his first stop yet, but is second overall at the moment.
Yeah, they run for about an hour and a half. They were running for an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 at Spa, albeit Spa a very different circuit to here. I just noticed that Tim Vogler has been pushed back. In fact, has now left the pit lane after a 35. No, how long was he in the pit lane? 45-minute pit stop. That was with that problem that Diana was talking to Dr. Johannes Kershoff earlier on. That was a belt that had came off the car, and also a problem for the 702 in the pit lane. Miguel Mayola in the Vortex V8. That car has come into the pits, it's been fuel, but now that one has been, that's not V8 power that's pushing that car down the pit lane. That is Vortex people power. So we're starting already to see some issues as Ralph Bourne has cycled to the front of the field, but has still not yet stopped.
Yes, he has.
Oh, he has stopped.
Yeah, stopped he was in the pits just for 45 seconds. That's a really quick tyre change there from the Herbert crew. No surprise at all.
Can't have stopped for fuel then.
Well, he was in the pits for 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay.
Pits only for 45 seconds.
Okay.
So stop for fuel. Quick throw on of new Hankook tyres and off they go.
A bit of side-by-side contact at turn. Oh, and a spin for the Milwaukee KTM coming through turn 9 into turn 10. Just can't see that part of the track now from our commentary spot. So Ralph Bourne then has taken the lead over the Optimum McLaren after the first set of pit stops. That's extraordinary.
But Todd Coleman and the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, they spent in the pit box 33 seconds longer.
Yeah,
that's strange. And they actually spent a little bit longer in fuel as well. So
they were a very long time in fuel, considering that they went the shortest of the runners. That Fred Schandorf came in at the end of the 38th lap. Herbert went 4 laps longer. Ralph Bourne stayed in the car, so there was no driver change. I wonder if there was a problem changing over from Frederick to Todd Coleman, sitting on a belt, getting a belt twisted or something like that as Bourne goes past us now.
Could be. I mean, the McLaren is it's a pretty exotic looking thing. I was getting up close to it on the grid on pole position earlier on before we came on air, and it's got big gull wing like lift up butterfly doors, and it's a seriously exotic machine, so maybe it is difficult to reach over into the left-hand seat and get in. I'm not sure. Perhaps Bengstein in the pits can find out if there was any particular delay with the Optimum Motorsport stop. At the moment, the gap is 19 seconds at the front of the field. Lap time-wise, very much in the favour of the Herbert Porsche. Ralph Bourne, his opening stint, I was watching very closely in the similarly coloured.
Very gentle early on.
Well, in the similarly coloured red Camel Jordans due to Audi, Rick Breukers, former Daytona winner, Sebring winner, etc. Proper quick drive twice, exactly. 2 watches, one for him, one for his dad.
One for each hand, it would have been for me, I'll tell you that.
And he was, but Ralph Bourne came up to him, passed him, and pulled away.
Yeah.
So, and Ralph is the bronze graded driver, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, he is the Ben Keating of the 24H series, is Ralph Bourne.
Yeah,
he is such a secret weapon to have, or not so secret anymore, to have in your car, because he's graded as an AM. That car is an AM car, and there's advantages in refueling and balance of performance with that. And to pull away from a young, quick driver is really impressive. Shows you again that Herbert Porsche, they've really set up a good car, and Ralph is driving it to the best of his ability as well, and they're pulling away at the front of the field at the moment. The gap is growing. Last lap by, it was a 145.6 for Ralph Bourne, 147.3 for Todd Coleman.
Interesting.
So it's now up to 21 seconds. Ralph Bourne is pulling away.
It's a massive swap over, isn't it? From over 40 seconds. Must have been a problem with the drive-through. I was just wondering if they hadn't changed tyres, but running at 145.6, they had to have changed tyres. I do not think you can double stint the tyres here.
Well, they were in the pits for 45 seconds. So can you drive? That's including driving through. So
no. They were in the pits from pit in to pit out for 3 minutes and 15.
So 45 seconds in the box. That's enough to put 4 tyres on.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
If you're Herbert.
Yeah.
They are.
That's what I read from that.
They're well regarded as one of the best, if not the best.
Didn't change drivers, so
that does help.
You should be able to change drivers in the time that you can change 4 Hankook tyres and the wheels. Now that is easier for me to say than it would be for me to do, either on the wheel gun or indeed getting in or out of a car. And I know because I've tried it, albeit a few years ago. I wasn't much more lithe in those days, in fairness.
I would say, though, looking at the other GT3 cars, by far and away, Optimum were in the pit box for the longest.
E2P,
by far and away.
Yeah, look at E2P's time, exactly the same in the box as. And that's another Porsche, of course, and that is another driver who stayed in. Antonio Saniero started the race, so that 45 seconds is a tyre change or thereabouts.
The red camel car that Fabian Danz has got in and replaced Rick Breukers, they only took 56 seconds.
Yeah, so
that's your benchmark for a driver change. So there's definitely Optimum. There was something that they needed to attend to. What it was, I don't know, but we'll try and get Di to find out and see. But the reason why the gap is growing is Ralph Bone's pace at the moment.
Yeah.
Ralph Bone, the leader of the race, he's pulled another nearly 2 seconds out of Todd Coleman on that previous lap. But Ralph Bone is absolutely flying.
There's a big problem for Optimum if they're doing 4 laps fewer on a green flag fuel stint, as Fabian Danz has just made a little mistake actually in the red camel by Jutta racing car. Had to go around the outside of the RD Sainz Lamborghini and did a bit of rally crossing with the right hand side of the car. The Hankook scrabbling for grip coming into turn 5. Got it all gathered up. No harm, no foul. And if we hadn't seen it, thanks to the hard-working team up in Cologne who are working the replays and cutting the pictures, then he probably would have got away with that from the team.
So in the GT4 category at the moment, it's Milos Pavlovic who still hasn't taken his first pit stop. He's sitting in 8th overall in that KTM. In second, it's Lion Speed. They've just come in. They're actually in the pits at the moment. They've taken on fuel. ST Racing, who were in the lead, they're back in third now after the pit stops with their BMW, Timona Samantha Tan. That's the ST Samantha Tan. She is at the wheel right now, taking over from the incredible Neil Verhagen, now a BMW, fully fledged BMW factory driver. Always very good to us when he's at a race. Normally comes up to join us in the commentary box. So Neil, if you're listening, you're very welcome up here.
And the lift's working
The
again.
lift is working. Not that he's at the fitness level that he would need it, but it is working for ease. So yeah, Neil normally comes up to the booth for a chat, whether it be at Daytona or the Nürburgring or wherever. And it's just wonderful to see how his career is progressing.
So in the other classes, Apex leading with the KTM in GT4, Milos Pavlovic in 9th position, and behind him in 10th, Jukka Honkavuri leads the 992s and the Ampart 992 as well for MRS GT Racing. Some possible redemption there for a forgettable 992 endurance event at Spa last weekend. In GTX, Razun More Than Racing, Arthur Schwist in the number 714 KTM is in 12th position. TCE TCX is the venerable BMW, Kevin Clark in that car. I think Kevin started that car. So trucking on nicely there in the 133, the decent lead. And those are our class leaders with 22.5 hours still to go. So, Ralph Bone, your leader then, and in GT3 AM as well. Quite amazing that after 1 hour and 34 laps minutes of running, Milos Pavlovic has yet to pit. He's 9th. Arthur Schwist just talking about him in the KTM, the Milwaukee car, going long in turn 1. Didn't get the car at the apex. Crucially, didn't go off the track. So therefore, he didn't have to take the penalty loop option, which is there for the MotoGP and World Superbikes. If you go all 4 wheels off at turn 1, you must then divert onto that grey area and come to the left-hand side of the bollard. part of race director's instructions.
There was some fairly liberal applications and use of that runoff area in the Clio Cup and Alpine Cup races earlier on. So yeah, I imagine it's a nightmare for race control to control. Now, battle for second position on track. Optimum Motorsport McLaren, former leading car, under pressure now from Krista Jons in the Santalok Junior team in the Audi. Krista, last time by, was even 2 seconds quicker than our leader, Ralph Bowen. So Krista is really on the move right now in the Santalok Junior team car. Of course, Krista, the one of the top-graded drivers in the car, former Bathurst 12-hour class winner, and indeed at the Nürburgring 24 also.
It's not been a happy McLaren since it came into the pit lane and has dropped back. Todd Coleman was really quick in that car yesterday on one-lap pace. Well, I'm not sure that car looks happy at all. Well, into 13, and there's a look down the inside by Krista Jons in the Santalok Audi.
I think you do have to consider that Fredrik Schandorf is a full pro driver and knows the McLaren 720 inside and out. Todd, not as much as of a professional, so I think you have to take that into account. But yeah, it's maybe not absolutely all singing, all dancing. Switch then for second position. Here comes Krista Jons up the inside, brakes hard into turn one, and very cleverly Todd Coleman just gives the room, lives to fight another day. There's no point getting into any silly ding-dongs right now. Just keep turning laps, stay out of the pits.
Yeah, it's not his fight right now, and I do think he would have had more of a gap if they hadn't fumbled the pit stop. Diana Binks is down at Optimum right now. Not a clean pit stop, we reckon, in terms of the time, but we didn't see it. What are the teams saying about the pit stop and the subsequent pace of the car since it came in, Diana?
I've just been in there to have a chat with them, and they said no, the pit stop was nothing major happened. Yes, it was a bit slower than it usually is, but they're not unnecessarily worried. Obviously, the pace of the car is just going through the motions at the moment. They're all pretty relaxed in the back there, so there doesn't seem to be any major issues that I could see at the moment. But obviously, we'll keep across it down here. But yeah, all good from them.
Well, they can't be giving up 30 seconds every pit stop, though, Peter, if that is their pace in the pits, particularly when they are coming in 4 laps, 5 laps, 6 laps, in some cases ahead of people, 6 laps of a fuel deficit, albeit with a charging Fred Schandorf, and then another 30 seconds every stop, then they simply aren't in the running at that pace.
That will lose you the race if you're giving away that time every pit stop. That easily. No matter how quick your car is, that will lose you the race. So, very interesting there. Thanks very much to Di Binks for getting that feedback. Sometimes it's a difficult question to ask, because you know that there is something maybe not right, but you're not sure, and you have to sort of take the temperature a little bit. So we're in our protective bubble here in the commentary box. Di has to go and ask these questions, and later on Joe Bradley will be down there too. He's not quite, well, actually no, Di's not shy either, so they're not shy at all, our pit
and she's got new mascara this weekend as well, and she's not worried about using it. Joe Bradley's just using his normal mascara, we should say there. Hello to Ryan Walker, who is tuned in and watching before participating in the iRacing 6 Hours of Indianapolis later on. Hello, Ryan, at RSL_studio. So, position, did he say for position 26? That's to first position, 26 seconds to first position. Todd Coleman.
So a little bit of team radio.
I didn't even know we got team radio.
Yeah, that's just something new. Brilliant stuff.
0-2-1, thank you very much.
Great work, guys and girls. So 22 hours and 21 minutes to go. It's been fairly eventful, I think I must say, in the first hour and 40 minutes. I tell you, your heart goes out to GSR Motorsport, the Lithuanian squad, and their little Janetta. They were so quick in qualifying yesterday, qualified on pole in class. But an incident very early on in the race has put them on the very back foot, 38 minutes in the pits that they really would have preferred not to have. They'll keep on pushing, and they've got a quick driver lineup, and they're a quick team. But they'll be really disappointed with that start to the race. Such a pity for them. I don't speak team radio, unfortunately.
Employ people specially, so you go and speak to them. QMMF out on the circuit at the moment, and that car in the colours of Qatar. What a great story it was for them last week, and they are continuing the run here with the number 931 Ghanim Al Ali in 5th position at the moment in the overall of 992, but 3rd in the AM class, which is the class they won. They've just lost a position to Lars Zeynen down in the pit lane.
I'm with the TCX pole setter, the JMac engineering car. Kevin Clark has just jumped out of the number 133. Kevin, tell us about your stint so far. It's hotting up as we stand here in the pit lane, so I'm guessing it was pretty hot behind the wheel.
Yeah, it is quite warm in the car. Car's going good. Just trying not to get carried away and push it too early, because it's very easy to hurt the car early on. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with where we are at the moment.
Yeah, you were leading as you came in, so you must be satisfied. You were leading as you came in, so you must be satisfied with that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's what I say. At the beginning, 2 cars in our class overtook me, and I didn't let them get away. But I thought, you 2 guys are pushing on really hard, and they was, and they both paid the penalty. Not many laps later, so yeah, I'm quite pleased with where we are. We're doing our job.
Kevin, just tell us a little bit about the car. How old is this car? Because it looks a little like it's the older model.
Well, it's James's own car, and he built it at home. And no sooner he started to take it a little bit serious, he did rent a garage then. So, yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic car. It's very similar to the one I race regular. So, yeah, I was quite familiar with it, even though it was a very last-minute call to come and drive it. But, yeah, thoroughly enjoying it.
Now, there was a bit of a delay during that driver changeover here with the team. Do you think that might hurt you?
The trouble is, with the spec of our car, with their 5 wheel nuts on each wheel, it is going to take a little bit longer, and it's best to be a little bit cautious than drive off 5 seconds earlier and a wheel comes off or something. So the guys know what they're doing, so I'll just leave it to them.
And you've got Jimmy Broadbent behind the wheel, so he knows what to do.
Yeah, that's right. He's been good so far. So,
Kevin, thank you so much. You go and get a rest.
Thank you.
Great looking BMW E46, that car. So not at all in the first flush of youth. Jimmy Broadbent knows what to do. Hadn't seen the car or this track in real life at all. He got the call on Tuesday. We saw his name on the entry list on Wednesday when we were talking about this race on Midweek Motorsport, and dropped in at the deep end. He says, a proper car, this car. I said, ABS? Yeah, ABS. No traction control though, and plenty of horsepower. So Jimmy out for his first lap in that JMac Engineering BMW. They've held on to 2nd place in the turnaround. King Burvang has stayed in the Seat Touring car, the Asbest Racing car, and has just nipped ahead of them by, I think, about 20 seconds. But Colin White, who was one of the cars who were just hanging there from Kevin, had steamed off in the distance, and the 2 leaders came together, and Colin stayed in that car, the CWS car. Toured in slowly, had to have a replacement rear wing, and it will be a charge back from Colin. 1:57.3 last time around, though, is 4 seconds quicker than what the Seat is doing at the front of the field. That is the 101 white Medical Instinct car, which is, I mean, looks fantastic and absolutely on point here in Barcelona.
I always think of Gabriele Tarquini when you see a well-driven Seat touring car. He was a driver for them for several years. Now Hyundai, isn't he? Or is he retired now, Gabriele Tarquini?
Gabriele Tarquini will never retire.
No,
he's
true.
A bit like Emmanuel Pirro.
No, who of course was here driving with Team Africa Le Mans, your own Blake Mullen, doing your own Blake Mullen things.
Started late, 6 or 7 laps down, weren't they?
Yeah, but just ticking away in the GT4 category and doing a double stint to get things underway.
I'm going to make a prediction about that car. I think without any further problems, I think they've got a sniff of the podium in GT4.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And there is actually I'm going to be very self-indulgent here, John. There are, you know how much I love the Porsche RS Spider.
Yes.
In this race, there are 3 drivers who won Le Mans in that car.
Right, in the RS Spider.
In the RS Spider.
Right. Well, Jan Lammers is one of them. Class win.
Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Jeroen Bleekemolen in the same car as Jan.
No, sorry, Jan Lammers did not, but he drove the car. He drove the car.
So Bleekemolen definitely.
Yes,
because he was in the purple Van Merkstein car.
Then Jan drove one. He didn't win Le Mans on it. Apologies, but he did drove one for Horag.
So there's one more winner, or two more.
Yeah, there is one more winner.
One more winner. At RSL _ Studio, come on, save me. I'm trying to think through this. Pirro never did.
The first year it ran, the car was painted blue, but the year that this person drove it, it was green and white.
Green and
2009.
You're going to have to tell me.
Christian Poulsen.
Ah, of course.
In the number 14 BMW this weekend. Started the race.
Very good. Very good.
And that car would not have gone on the grid if it wasn't for Christian Poulsen.
Really?
Yes.
Was he the driving force behind the...
him and Casper Elgaard came up with the idea in the deepest depths of winter in the pub.
Was that the Den Blat Avis car?
It was Peter Halverson's Team Essex car.
Team Essex, yes, of course it was.
And I'm going to use an Andrew Marriott line. It's all in the book.
It's all in the book. This is the extensive history of the Porsche RS Spider. When are we going to... You've been working on this for a very long time. You've spoken to pretty much everybody who's driven it. No, I think you have spoken to everyone.
Nearly everybody, yeah.
Right. You've spoken to the team behind the concept, the designers, the engineers. Some great stories, I know, because you and I have spoken about them when we've been travelling. This has been, what, 4 years? Yeah. 4 years in gestation?
Yep, almost exactly 4 years to the date, and will be released for sale at the, this is a world exclusive,
is it?
At the 24 Hours of Le Mans next year.
And this is also a Porsche Museum approved publication.
Correct, and it will have a Porsche part number.
I've just got goosebumps.
So do I.
That is fantastic. Yeah. Is it just called The History of the RS, or what?
There's a working title at the moment, but it is from start to finish history, and I'm in the middle of picking the photographs at the moment.
P-Mac talks Porsche. No, is that
that's not bad, actually. I like that. But it's been an amazing experience to learn the story, because it's not just about the car itself, it's about all the stories around it and what it meant to the global motor racing ecosystem and sports car racing ecosystem, and indeed the Porsche motor racing ecosystem at the time. So it's whenever there's an ex-RS Spider driver in the field, I get a little bit excited.
I was sitting next to one a couple of weekends ago in Timo Bernhard, still a lovely lad. Timo and Roman, spent a lot of time with those guys when they were racing for Roger Penske. Now, Todd Coleman is sitting in third position at the moment in the Optimum machine. Coming down to turn turn 10 at the moment. And what was the time last time around? 48.
48. I would say it's fairly consistent.
He was doing 47s, Todd, when he first came out.
And so the tyre's probably just going onto its plateau. It has that peak at the beginning of the stint, and then just goes onto the plateau. I think that's where it is right now. So I think they're where they should be. I think again it's just more how good of a job Ralph Bowen is doing. Ralph Bowen has just done a 146.4. BMW, long-standing BMW Pro driver Jens Klingmann has just done a 146.8.
Ralph Bowen could drive that Herberth car with one hand tied behind his back whilst he was in his sleep, though. And Herberth are such a good team. Top four's already gone through to start their 60th lap. A reminder that Ralph he pitted at the end of lap 42 for fuel and tyres. Elia Earhart handed over to Christer Jons at the end of lap 41. Fred Schandorf handed over to Todd Coleman. He was the first in from the lead. It was a bit of a rabbit stint, 44 seconds up the road, but just 38 laps from that Optimum car, then a little bit longer in the pit lane. Christian Poulsen, 44 laps before he handed to Jens Klingmann. Antonio Salniero Zaniero did 38 laps as well, so that was the same as Schandorf. Rick Breukers headed Fabian Dance after 42 laps. So Todd Coleman at the moment is on 21 lap old Hankooks, where most people around him are on 15 to 18 lap old cars. Now, a lap, a couple of laps, probably not that much difference, but 5, 6, possibly around here, particularly with the heat of the day coming in at the moment. It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the booth overlooking the start-finish line, and Johnny Palmer has just nipped off to grab some food. Diana Binks in the pit lane for the moment. She'll be handing over to Joe Bradley in about 10 minutes time.
I suspect
and in fact we can go down to Diana Binks right now. Go ahead, Di.
I am. I'm with the Asbest Racing TCX number 101 Seat Leon Cup racer, and Kim Berwanger has just jumped out of the car. Kim, how was the stint for you?
Yeah, it was quite difficult outside, a lot of traffic on the track, but which is quite normal in this endurance race. But yeah, we had a quite good first stint with, at least at the beginning, it was quite okay with the pace. Then we were a little bit struggling with the tires. We got a problem with our front left tire, especially had a very, very high wear, and we are not sure how to get through this race with the tires. But yeah, we are working on it, and we are hopeful for the best for the next hours. Yeah.
How is that Seat Leon Cup car handling?
Sorry, I didn't.
How is that Seat handling?
How does
the Seat Leon Cup car? How's your car handling?
The car handling? Yeah, handling was fine, especially in the first, let me say, 20 minutes, 30 minutes was really, really good. Pace was good. But then, as I said, we got this problem with the wear of the front tires, and we got a really big drop on performance on the front tires. And yeah, this is now we are working on to improve this for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll get quite good to the end. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Di. Always good to get a little chat with the drivers as things move along. And I suspect Johnny Palmer will be deep in beef ragu at the moment. It was, I think it was tortellini ragu for lunch, which looked absolutely delicious as well. I went for the light option. I went for the Caesar salad because I'm a finely tuned athlete. No, not really. Stop giggling at the back there. 7 minutes till the top of the hour. Pablo Bras Silvero has just brought the Road to Le Mans Porsche 992 car in for the second pit stop of the race for that car. So that's a little bit ahead of time actually for a Porsche Cup car. Really, they're going to be pitting every sort of hour and 20, hour and a half or so. So that is a little bit on the early side, I would wager, for them. But depends, of course, on several factors. I always think if you want to save fuel, put the team owner in the car. That's maybe why Christian Poulsen's opening stint was so frugal, because he's the one, he's maybe getting the bill afterward.
Very good. Let's take a look at some of the other classes. The lead has changed after that pit stop for the Seat, and it's Junichi Momotaro in the Asbest Racing Seat now, and that's dropped that car down to 4th position, which means Jimmy Broadbent is leading in TCX. Now, I've done that just so he can go back and listen to it, because he will love that. And leading by about 5 seconds at the moment, just under.
I suspect our YouTube stream chat will be going ballistic right now.
Almost 18 seconds, excuse me.
Jimmy's got a hugely popular personality with his YouTube streams, but it's really added some seriously good race driving to his bow over the last couple of years. It was part of a program with Praga Cars, where they put a whole range of drivers in those machines and really developed his craft there, and doing a top job. 18 seconds to the good right now.
The 949 Road to Le Mans car. They've got a brake problem basically with this car. I think Peter was talking about it coming in a little bit early, so they're putting brake fluid into the car now, but they're not going to bring it into the garage, they tell me. They're doing it all on the pit apron, and then they will go back out. But obviously that's a bit of a delay for those guys. They're working pretty frantically around the car. They've just put the bonnet back down, so they've done what they need to do. They're dropping it back onto the pit apron now and fired up, and off it goes.
So the lead is still held by Ralph Bourne of Herbert Motorsport. I was going to have a look at the other classes, wasn't I? So GTX is the Razoo Northern Racing KTM, and that is now in 15th position. Arthur Twist behind the wheel of that car. What was their last lap time? 57. Okay.
That's Arthur Quist.
Quist.
It comes from a great Polish rallying family.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yes, which quite handy to have those skills at your fingertips, handling a GTX KTM, which is a seriously quick car in a straight line, quicker than a GT3 down the straight.
Yeah, oh yeah. Very quick car. That is the GTX version. That's the 5-cylinder 2.5 litre Audi sourced engine. Great. I love that offbeat. I've got a 3-cylinder motorbike with a Triumph Thunderbird, and it takes a bit of getting used to, but that little sort of thrum that you get.
I had an RS3 with that 2.5 litre 5-cylinder.
That's an engine.
Live out all your Hannu Mikkola and Michel Mouton fantasies around the on the way to Sainsbury's. Yeah.
Something very, very special about hearing the old Quattros coming through Dolby, Forest and Kielder back in the day, long before your time, Peter. Everybody was still running Group 4 Mark II Escorts, and a chap called Darryl Wiedner, who ran a company in the 80s called Clear Light Windows, which was a window replacement company, and that went, as you remember, gangbusters in the late 70s, early 80s. And he was the first one to have an X-Works Quattro in British National Rallying. Subsequently, a guy called John Buffum came over from the States as well, who was an Audi affiliated driver from the US. And my goodness me, we'd seen the cars on what was then the Lombard RSA rally around the forests, but to see it on your national rallies like the Lindisfarne and what was then the Mintex in the North Yorkshire forests, the sight and the sound of a Quattro is something you'll never forget on a cold dark night, because the lamp pod, they were the first to have the lamp pod, but the noise, that offbeat 5-cylinder thrum and the whistling and the rattle of the wastegate, you knew before you even saw the car what was coming up the forest track.
And I think that's something that's very, very important, even in 2024, maybe even particularly in 2024, is that distinction of what makes a car unique to the others on the track. You know, when you can hear, that's a Porsche Cup car coming, that's a Weissach Flat 6, or that's a Audi or Lamborghini V10, and you look at how successful the Le Mans Daytona hybrid regulations have been, or GTP regulations have been. You can tell the difference between all the cars just from the sound, because the powertrains are unique. And you know, other categories of motorsport are looking at how do you go forward. I think having that openness of powertrain to be able to really distinguish your car from the rest, I think that oral impact is very, very important.
It's the thing that I think drew me to sports car racing as well in the first place. I remember many years ago when I was interviewed for Truth in 24, and I was asked about the Audi movie about Le Mans, which actually changed the face and the thinking behind motor racing documentaries. And you know, what is it about these cars? They go round and round for 24 hours. You know, what keeps you? I said, it's not just the sight, it's the sound. When a Corvette rumbles by, I don't have to look out the window to know it's a Corvette, and I know it's not a Porsche and it's not a Ferrari, and I can tell all those three cars apart. And the prototypes now, a little bit of damage on the right front of the number 91 of Ralph Bourne, just on the rear.
That's the red Camel Audi.
Sorry, the red Camel
very
Audi.
Similar colour.
Sorry, yes, and it's got a 9 on it as well, which doesn't help. On the red Camel Audi, yes, on the trailing edge of the front guard there, the front wheel arch. I think that the ACO and IMSA have got it right as well, because right now, and it is the Fuji WEC this weekend, we'll be covering it during the nighttime break of this race. There is a difference between the normally aspirated Cadillac rumbling by. No spoilers on the qualifying. We'll have the archive up, if it's not up already, actually, very shortly. For the qualifying. That sounds different from the 963 with the twin turbocharged V8, or the BMW with its V8 in the States, the Acura with the little screaming V6, the smallest engine in there. That all sounds different. And then, of course, you've got the GT3 cars, which, again, follow their manufacturers with flat sixes, V8s, V10s. Very, very interesting. Well, we have reached that time. We are 2 hours into the race. It's a 24H series powered by Hankook at Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya.
So Herbert Motorsport are your leader at the moment, with Ralph Bourne still behind the wheel just after we go over the 2 hour mark. So he must be coming into the pit soon, because it's a 2 hour minimum drive time. So he'll be coming in the next couple of laps. Otherwise, he'll blow through his minimum drive time.
He's got 3 minutes and 15 seconds to do it.
Yeah, Santalock Junior team sit in second with Christer Jons behind the wheel. Then it's Todd Coleman for Optimum Motorsport, who led early on. Poulsen Motorsport, the Danish squad, running their red and white BMW M4, are in fourth, with Jens Klingman driving at the moment. Then it's Antonio Cenero for the Spanish E2P Racing team with their 991 spec GT3R Porsche. Red Camel by Juta Racing, normally in a Porsche 992 Cup car. They've gone up to the GT3 class this race, and they're sitting in 6th position. RD Sainz, one of our few Lithuanian squads in the race. Audrius Butkevičius is in 7th in the Lamborghini, and then it's Juta Racing's Audi Car 71 sits in 8th.
In 9th position, it's the first of the 992 Porsches. Hukavore for MRS. Right behind him is Brent Verheyen in the red and racing machine. And then it's RC Bratislava, 9th in GT3. Renault Racing, 3rd in 992. QMMF Racing, 2nd in Armin 992, 4th in that class. RPM, Tracy Krohn behind the 907 wheel now in 14th and 5th in his class. Holmgaard Racing, 6th in the 992 car, has Stefan Perrin behind the wheel in 15th position. Then it's the GTX leader, the Razoo Northern Racing KTM. David Holloway just gone across the line for HRT Performance, 7th in 992, 4th in AM. Mühlner Motorsport, Brian Cecily, 5th in the AM part of 992 in 18th. 19th, Mark van der Aar for NKPP Racing. That's the Bas Koeten car. And the police car, of course. Alexandra Motte for Orchid in 20th position, 10th in class. 2nd in GTX, the best of the Vortex. That's Solène Amarouche in the 701. Samantha Tan is behind the wheel of the ST Racing BMW, which leads in GT4 at the moment. Then it's the Vortex in 23rd position. Apex MP Racing's KTM is 2nd in GT4 in 24th position. Petter Matic in the 414. Owen Hizzy's taking the wheel of the Venture Engineering AMG GT4, which is 3rd in its class, ahead of NM in the similar car. That's Manuel Lau Cornego in 26th position. 27th, Jose Garcia, Lion Speed Porsche, 5th in GT4. Pablo Brosavero, Road to Le Mans Porsche, 11th in 992, is in 28th, making up the top 30. JMEC Engineering's BMW was Jimmy Broadbent. The 133 leads the TCE category, ahead of SRF's Team Sorg Rennsport's Porsche Cayman. Just gone into 2nd place as Colin White's come in for his 2nd pit stop in the CWS 2nd scheduled pit stop for that car. Yunji Unimoto, as best racing Seat, is 4th in that class in 30 seconds. Chantel Prince, after problems early on for that car with a puncture for her husband Alexandra, is in 33rd. She's just gone across the line, 10th in GT3. Sharon Blakemore and Team Africa Le Mans, they started a bit late. Land Motorsport had a drive belt come off, which buffs Tim Vogler a lot of laps, and GSR Motorsport in 36th position in the Ginetta had an issue with a side swipe on the right hand side, and that's how the standings are with 68 laps gone. Your leader Krista Johns for Santalok Racing Team with a 40-second gap.
Onward we go, on to lap 70 at the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. The first ever one was in 1998. If you count all the years up, actually, we missed a few. 2010, 2020 did not happen. That's the reason why we're 2 years behind. But we are celebrating a quarter century of this event. Wonderful venue. You can probably see in the very distance the city centre of Barcelona, or at least the outskirts of the city. This place benefiting from some government backing as well, hence the title Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, to give it its region together with its city that it's closest to as well. And certainly some of that funding has helped with so much more of the new build that has gone up over the last 6 to 9 months. The hospitality suite that sits right across the back straight between turn 9 and 10, and they've also updated the grandstand that overlooks turn 9 as well, turn 10 I should say, Le Kaiser corner. Johnny Palmer and Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre overlooking the racetrack, and in pit road grabbing all the crucial stories for us is Joe Bradley.
I've got to tell you, a bit of a quick weather update. It's getting hotter down here, so the track temperature is going to be rising all the time. I think we're going to be towards 38 to 40 degrees track temperature out there in the heat of the sun. Quick update on the number 11 Hofer car. The car started really well with Alexander Prince at the wheel of the car, was right up there in the top 5 contention, and then we saw the car go into the pits, lost 20 minutes. Well, it was a failed pickup suspension point, and the team did a cracking job in repairing the pickup point, and the car came out. But that's why it's down the order now after losing that chunk of time. So it's a regain, a recovery drive, I should say, for the number 11 Hofer Mercedes.
Which is a real shame after it qualified so well yesterday, and Alex Prince has had a good opening stint as well. He was third for a while, then he was overtaken by Ralph Bone. later on for Herbert Motorsport, but a real shame that they've hit trouble so early on, because that was going to potentially be a very strong car. But Chantal Prince, as you mentioned, now on board the number 11 car. I suppose the only way is up from 32nd position overall, P-Mac.
They've got an opportunity to fight back, that's for sure. I mean, another heroic story of a fight back that's well in progress at the moment is the 71 due to Audi, Arūnas Gaižauskas, who that car was in a bad shape after qualifying yesterday. It was damaged in qualifying. They had to start at the back of the field, and they're carving through in that red, white and black Circle K sponsored machine and doing an amazing job. They're up into up into 6th overall now. So even with the pit stops brought in, they'll be 8th at the worst. So that's a fantastic job from that Lithuanian squad. And I do like the fact they're backed by Circle K, which you see there are petrol stations all over the kind of Baltic region, and they do the most fantastic takeaway hot dogs.
Do they?
Yes, but it's in it's in like the bun is enclosed. It's like a toasted bun that's enclosed, and the hot dog is then dropped into it.
Right.
And then you fill it up with your chosen sauce. So you can, or not that I'm advocating this, you could, if you wish to, or you would be able to drive along and eat it with one hand with it in the wrapper. Not that you should do that, folks, but if you were in, say, if you were in the passenger seat and you were scrolling stuff on your phone and then were eating the hot dog with the other hand.
It also means if you pull over into a lay-by, actually the consumption of that hot dog will be very efficient indeed. Presumably, you know, the sauce gets dropped in, so is one end open?
One end is open, and then the sausage, the hot dog
goes into a bread sleeve.
Into a bread sleeve, that's exactly what it is. It's almost like a sunglasses case made of bread that you put a hot dog into.
Wow. I kind of want to make a trip to Lithuania right after this event, or presumably Latvia as well.
Latvia, Estonia.
Estonia's the other one, the Baltic countries, all available there. Okay. That is being added to the cuisine list even as we speak for future trips, P-Mac.
Baltic petrol station hot dog.
Good knowledge.
Yep. Oh, moment for the number 424 line speed Porsche. A big moment there at La Cascia. Just getting it all a little bit squirrely and out of shape there for that Porsche. Now they are running, it's Jose Garcia running 5th in GT4, just got it a little bit too hot on the brakes, then asked for the power of the rear, came around, and traction control kicked in saying no thank you. It is nice that you have that wonderful traction control system there to just catch you when you fall sometimes.
It's a safety net that many are grateful for. The 992 Porsche Cup cars have traction control but not ABS in this championship. I think it's outruled. You're looking questionable at me.
I think you can have ABS on them as well in the endurance spec, I'm sure.
You might be able to have them on endurance spec, but I don't believe you're allowed it in this regulation.
Okay. Do you know who's the man to ask for that? Our very own Paul Truswell. I'm sure he's listening. He's probably going.
He's the guy that told me.
Oh, okay. Well, then there we go. That is the good enough source for me. If it's good enough for you.
He said, because I was interested in, there's a car off 133. Now that was leading. That was leading. It is leading the TCE, TCX category of BMW, and off in the gravel. That looks suspiciously like it's the gravel track to the right of turn 8. So going down the hill into 6, 7 and 8, and very easy to overcook that or potentially receive some contact. And the difficulty now is restarting the car. I don't think it's too badly embedded in the stones. Having said that, though, it was always going to be a tightrope as to how much power Jimmy gave it. And those rear tyres are now starting to dig their way in, which may mean we need to go to a full course caution. It's just going to get deeper from this point on, sadly. Initially, he was trying to restart the car, then he was trying to engage first gear, and now it's just a question of just applying the throttle as little as possible. But even that was a bit too much. No, having said that, he's got it going again. And now those rear tyres are slightly higher up again. Is it damaged in any way? No. He's doing actually a really good job. Now the problem is rejoining the racetrack, because on a track map, turn 7 looks like a very tight left-hander. Really good car control that from Jimmy Broadbent. He has got it back in again. The fuel flap has pinged open. trying to work out whether there's any damage on the rear right at all. Doesn't look to be too unstable as he pulls away. I honestly thought that was going to be a code 60 all day long, but terrific patience and gentle throttle application, and the 133 is back in the race.
Remarkable job there from Jamie Broadbent to get that E46 M3 BMW running again, because that was deep gravel, and it's so easy to just give it a boot full of throttle and dig the rear in. So, but Jimmy not getting back up to pace now once he's on terra firma, so I wonder if there's something a little bit untoward with that 133 BMW. He's managed to drag it back onto the road, but is going quite steady. All four tyres look to be reasonably inflated. They might be one that's going down, but I'm pretty sure this will be a trip to the pits for the 133 of Jimmy Broadbent. And just as I say that, we're getting to the pit lane, and yes, in he comes. So that will be some service required. Maybe something untoward there, I think.
Well, first of all, the indicators are wired the wrong way round, because he was indicating left to turn right there, but that was obviously just in an effort to try and get the car back into the race in a hurry. It's really easy to tag one of the stalks inadvertently, and it was still winking away as he headed towards pit road. The problem for the 133 now is that how much gravel has it ingested into the brake discs, pads, suspension components as well, as the McLaren pits. Now, this is our former race leader, car number 4, Optimum Motorsports McLaren. Todd Coleman's brought the car in, and Joe right with it.
Change tyres. Remember, at Barcelona here, the fueling station is pit in. So before I see it on pit apron, it's already had its fueling done. So that car made its way in. The number 4 McLaren has already burst out into action with a fresh set of tyres on it. Oh, hang on. I think we have had a change of driver. Yes,
you're right.
Todd Coleman is out of the car. Let's grab a word with Todd.
Just before you do, Joe, there's a drama for a Porsche out on track. It's the Sonax backed. Is that the 902?
Home guard.
Yes.
Oh, no.
So Stefan Perrin, that looks like some sort of failure on the car. And as we try and assess that, Joe, let's get back to you for the driver interview.
Yeah, let's grab a word with Todd Coleman while he's nice and hot and sweaty. Todd, you worked hard at that one.
Yeah, it's hot out there, but it was good to get the first couple laps in, find my rhythm. I got to admit, I was a bag of nerves getting in the car. I just kept telling the guys, I'm just looking forward to getting one lap done, and then I'll calm down a little bit.
Track's getting hot. Is that affecting the tyres at all? Is it getting slippery?
No, I mean, yeah, it's getting slippery. I mean, the track's not obviously as fast as it's going to be when it cools down. But we focused on taking care of the tires in the first 10 laps as opposed to going as hard as we could. And so, the tires weren't bad. You had to feather the throttle a bit differently in the last 10 laps than you would have in the first 10, but so be it.
You acquitted yourself very well in qualifying, much to the pleasure of your teammates. You had a great qualifying session, Todd. Got to grips with this circuit then?
Yeah, no, we caught onto the circuit. It's not my first European circuit. It's my first time here, my first time in a GT3 car, but love this track. And we kind of had a plan, which was, look, let's bang out a great lap in the second or third of my stint, pull it in, save the tires, give the guys something to run. Like, I'm an AM running against a bronze, running against silver and pros, and so I know what my role is. Take the car out, run it hard consistently, bring it back clean, hand it over.
That's an interesting point, actually, because as a driver, you're a bronze driver. You're out there sharing the track with gold and silver drivers. How hard is it to stay disciplined, like you've just described, and not be dragged into trying chasing down a driver that could be a superstar?
Yeah, I brought my usual spotter with me, so I got the same guy in my ear from the U.S., which keeps things super calm. He's telling me who's coming up. He's telling me whether they're for class or not, whether for position or not, and he's telling me who's in the car, right? And do they have fresher tires than me? I've had the pleasure of driving in IMSA for the last 2 years, and so I know it's not worth fighting position. We got a lot of hours to go, and so it's way faster for me to let a pro go by at the right time, the time that I choose, as opposed to the time they want to jam it in on me, and then nothing bad happens.
You guys make it sound easy, but it's not. It's not. I know it's not, Todd. Well done.
But we're having fun. That's the most important thing.
That is the most important thing, mate.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Great to have McLaren here as well.
Yeah, terrific performance so far from Todd. And actually, lots of credit to his spotter as well, because as a spotter, that's almost as a responsible role as it might be as a race engineer, in terms of you're not only dealing with your car's strategy, but also having to stay on top of what's going on all around him. Who's in that car that's about to overtake? How fresh are the tyres? I mean, his spreadsheet must be coming out of his ears.
My brain is just melting thinking about that role. I can eat tiramisu with the best of them and commentate, but that is big props to the team there at Optimum. And interesting that Todd bringing across a spotter, a voice that he knows, a personality that he knows, bringing them across from his racing in America. That's the level of detail it takes to win. Such a shame for the home guard team. Their 902 Porsche Cup car pulled off at the side of the circuit in a place of safety, but there was sort of like a kind of grey smoke coming out of the engine cover out the rear of the car. That's never good. I'm no mechanic, but that's never good.
No, that's the bit I didn't like, and it's a rare situation with a Porsche Cup car, because yes, they're designed for sprint racing, 30 to 40 minutes, but they're no stranger to the more longer distance stuff and are normally very, very reliable. So that's a worry for Holmgaard. The rules, if you break down out on the racetrack, are not as severe as they may be at Le Mans, for instance, so that car can be recovered. I wonder whether we were picking up a little bit of team radio there from...
Yeah, we have had little slithers of team radio, but I don't know how loud it's coming across on our stream.
It's not being piped to air, but I sort of think whether we're actually picking it up from the camera that sits alongside Robert McGuinness, which sounded very, very loud there for Robert.
I think you can hear this possibly little whisper of a radio going there.
Well, that may well be the spotter that Todd Coleman was talking about, now guiding Robert McGuinness in amongst a lot of traffic into the braking area for turn 10. So this car is no longer the race leader, but they're in a good position, having just done a driver change. Fred Scharndorf did a single stint. He handed to Todd Coleman, who I assume did a double, did he? Or no, he can't have done, because I've only been away for about 40 minutes. So that was a single. Now Robert McGuinness doing a single. Maybe they're just wanting to cycle through all four drivers as quickly as possible, give them all a taste for the track situation, conditions, and then they'll think about slightly longer stints later on.
I like that strategy a lot, just to get everyone fresh, because bear in mind we've been in at the circuit since this morning, and you're waiting around. You just want to get going. Todd Coleman mentioned there, he said he was so nervous, he just couldn't wait to get that first lap under his belt and then settle down. Can you imagine if you've got to wait 6 or 7 hours through the race till you get a chance to get in? It's no, not good. Now, a message has come up on our timing screen. Incident under investigation between car 133, that's the Jimmy Broadbent J-Mech Engineering BMW that was off in the gravel, and number 907, Tracy Crone in the RPM Racing Porsche. So something afoot there. We'll find out as soon as we get a word from race control what the outcome of that is. We will let you know. But given that one car ended up in the gravel, I can imagine that is well, we'll wait and see what race control say about it.
Have we had a Code 60 yet?
I don't think we have. Certainly not since I've been on air.
And I don't remember one prior to you stepping in either. So
and neither of us believe in the curse, do we?
I don't.
I don't at all.
I've never coursed a full course caution.
You haven't.
I might have been talking about the fact that we had not had any, and then boom, it happens. We've had local yellows, and I reckon we've had 6 individual local yellow flags, but we haven't had any Code 60s to date. It came very close when Jimmy Broadbent had his moment at the gravel trap close to turn 8, and the more modern way, before you press the big plunger that is Code 60, is to count to 10. We must have counted to about 150 there before the cut, or 133 to match the race number, before it rejoined. And thank goodness we did, because it meant that we were able to stay green, which is always good for the drivers maybe doing their opening stint in the race. It's great for engineers as well, because what they need is plenty of green flag running to get the data as reliable as possible. Cautions, Code 60s do tend to muddy the waters if you're trying to plot your way through the race. Not quite all the way to the finish, just yet, but they might be doing, let's say, a quarter distance from this point to the 6-hour marker, then maybe to sunset or half distance. And it's a less than conventional way of doing it, as in we start at midday. Are there many other 24-hour races around the world that begin so early in the day? That's always been the traditional way of doing it here in Barcelona. Nice early start means an early finish, of course. But the more typical time to start, well, Daytona starts at 1:40, doesn't it, in the afternoon? Le Mans has fluctuated between 3 and 4 p.m. But the nice thing about here is that when the sun rises on Sunday morning, you really are very, very close to the race finish by that point.
I like it. I like this finishing at 12 o'clock. Start at 12 o'clock, finish at 12 o'clock. Yeah. I think it's a really good way to do it. And you can still capture an evening flight.
Well, that's
as I am.
The big plus is that for those that have work on Monday morning, you can get back to all sorts of places, even Scotland.
Even Scotland.
By evening on Sunday, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, and back. I'll have my toast and coffee in my slippers in the morning.
Superb.
Monday morning, fantastic.
There are one or two that actually have commitments elsewhere before the end of the race. I'm looking at the Ginetta number 455 that sadly is not going round at the moment. Jeroen Bleekemolen brought that car in. And is that a lengthy stop? Yeah, we're up to nearly 11 minutes now. Although, having said that, Emmanuel Pirot's just brought it out again. Now, Pirot's name was against the 455 at the very start of the race, but I don't think he was actually in it. He was labelled as the starting driver. I'm not convinced that car was even on the grid, and then it switched to Jeroen Bleekemolen, because maybe if the car did make it to the grid, it was then pushed to pit road, didn't take the race start with everybody else, and then we've had a stint all two from Bleekemolen. Yeah, that will have been a double, and now Pirot for his first few laps.
Emmanuel Pirot here at Circuit de Barcelona. Fantastic. Former Abs sports car, single-seater ace, 5-time winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Great to see him here with his son Chris, Jeroen Bleekemolen, as we mentioned, Jan Lammers, Dutch legend, and Greg Mills, who actually is a South African driver who actually raced in the World Karting Championship with Emanuele not yesterday, a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. That's maybe how they know each other, and business relationships maybe extend as well. But it's one of those, when you're looking at the entry list, just pouring through it ahead of the event, you kind of have to take a double take when you get to the 455 car and say, there's not more than one Jan Lammers, is there? I didn't know there were two Emmanuel Pirots. No, they are the real deal.
I thought I was having a strong cheese-induced dream when I saw Lammers, Pirot and Bleekemolen in a Ginetta. I just thought that was not the combo I expected, but it's the combo you didn't expect, but you need. We need that combo in our life. Now, update on the investigation. It hasn't taken very long for the investigation between car 133 of Jimmy Broadbent and JMEC Engineering and the 907 Porsche Cup machine of Tracy Crone. The 907 has been handed a 30-second time penalty for causing a collision. That was dealt with very quickly.
Yes, it was. And clearly they had a bit of access to footage that we did not. And yes, a decision on that which will have to be dealt with rather swiftly, or at the next pit stop at least. The penalty box here in Barcelona is positioned just before the podium, well actually semi-underneath it. And some of the penalty box is actually covered in the shade from the circuit mat that is the base of the podium here at Barcelona. So the cars will come in with for a normal pit stop, and the order that they will do this stop, they'll head to fuel. Then if they've got a penalty, move forward to the penalty box and sit there for a while, then eventually move down to the team proper at the garage to get the rest of the pit stop completed. Now, we've mentioned a lot about the 455 car. It's recently been in for a lengthy pit stop, but we need to talk to one of its drivers, and Joe's going to sort that for us.
Yeah, Jeroen Bleekemolen has just handed the car to his teammate Emmanuel Pirot. Jeroen, a few issues, I think, and a lengthy pit stop there. What's going on?
Yeah, we picked up on the grid that we had a refueling issue, unfortunately. So we had to dug into the fuel cell. We kind of fixed it, but the only problem is the refueling goes really slow now. So yeah, we lose a lot of time in pit lane. Otherwise, the car is running really well. I had only one time where I lost all the power. I had to reset everything, and it was fine. Lap times are really good. We can drive as quick as the leaders, but we just lose too much time in pit lane. But we're still enjoying it.
Jerome, you've raced so many race cars, I wouldn't even begin to start which cars you've driven. How's this Ginetta shape up?
It's actually a really good car. It's very good on tire wear, so we don't have to change tires every stint. I think we can even triple stint them quite easily, and I see other GT4 cars struggling with that. So in terms of that, it's really good. It's easy to drive. I just spent more than 2 hours in the car, but no sweat. So there's no AC in the car, but it's a lot of fun. And to be with this group of people, we're really enjoying it.
Yeah, we spoke to Emanuele, and he emphasised that this was an amateur effort. You're here to have fun. You're wearing the obligatory. I just show everybody what it says on the front there. Team Africa Le Mans. It is a great atmosphere in this. And so the fueling issue, is that something that can be maybe addressed and rectified, or are you going to have to live with that, do you think?
I'm afraid we're going to have to live with it, because we had like a quick thing to do the fuel quickly, and the car wasn't prepared for the normal nozzle. And so we fixed it this morning just before the race, but now we learn that it doesn't fill up quick enough. So we might try to make it quicker, but I don't think it's going to work.
All right, John, I'll leave you to cool off. Not that you need cooling off. You look like you've just started, let alone just got out of the car.
Yeah, no, we're enjoying it. So let's see how Manuel is enjoying it. But I'm sure he is. He's a great guy to drive with, and Jan will be here later as well. So it's going to be fun. 2 Le Mans winners, eh? Yeah. Well, I won it in class, but Manuel 5 times. That's kind of crazy. And Jan in '88 with the Jaguar. So these two are legends.
Yeah. Well, you're a legend as well, so it's a team of legends.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. Always a pleasure to speak with Jerome Plekamorgan. So this car's on a bit of a back foot, gentlemen, and I don't know if you surmised what Jerome was saying there. So it was a quick fill refueling system in the car that they've had to adjust to take what is the standard kind of petrol pump gun trigger, the sort of thing you use at your own filling station, supermarket, whatever. And it's completely different to a racing quick fill system. So they've kind of tried to get around that, but it's kind of not a surprise to me to hear that it's not quite working as effectively as it might do.
David Holloway, in the meantime, has had a moment at Repsol corner in the first sector of the lap. This is the 967 Porsche from HRT Performance, and this is the reverse problem from that Jimmy Broadbent was experiencing, in that David's got his front tyres in the gravel trap and is now running right through the gravel, having reversed to very close to the racing line. But he did know what he was doing. The marshals were aware as well, because he was trying to inch his way out of the gravel trap in order to complete the 3-point turn. So marshals waving the double yellow flags, and everybody thankfully had good line of sight of the 967 and precisely what David Holloway was attempting, and he's managed to rejoin as well. So we're still in the clear, Peter Mackay, avoiding that very first code 60, and we're now well into the third hour of the race.
We are. Brilliant job from race control to just judge it right, and try and keep things running, keep things under green flag conditions. A little bit of work going on in the pit lane as some of our GT3 runners cycle through. I wonder if the 967 machine here for HRT Performance, David Holloway might well have to come into the pit. Sorry, he's picked up the pace a little bit. Did have the hazard warning lights on for a moment, but I think now he's just gathered his thoughts a little, and he's getting back to it and coming around the latter part of the circuit. And of course, we're not using the chicane here. We're going right the way through, flat through turn 13 and 14 here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, which is fantastic. So 21 hours and 26 minutes to go. Your leader in that 992 category is not the usual Redan car we see at the front. It's not the 903, it's actually the 904 Redan car that's looking really strong at the moment. Brent Verheyen at the wheel of that car, and the team might be red Ant, but the car is bright yellow with the Polaris branding, sort of green branding down the side of it. So they're leading the way at the moment in 992.
The 903 then Porsche heading out of Sayat corner and down towards turns 6, 7 and 8. Krista Jørns leads for Santilok Junior Team and the Audi by 3 and a bit seconds from Roland Poulsen, who has just done a pit stop for the Poulsen Motorsport crew. But one car in strife not too long ago was the Holmgaard Motorsport Porsche, and Joe's headed there to try and find out what the issue is.
Stefan Perrin, the car came back on the back of a truck, never a good sight. What exactly happened on track?
I think that's just engine broken. We have no alarm before. Just when I downshift on turn 4, I hear something wrong. I upshift, and I have a well alarm and the engine failures. Yes, nothing to do, I think.
So I think that's you guys out of the race. That's you guys out of the race, I would presume.
I think it's finished now. Yeah, so we need to return the car. It's very strong. It's very bizarre. It's the new engine on the car, and yes, normally Porsche is engine reliability. Yes, but that's the race, and it's not our days today.
Is really bad luck, Stefan. I'm sorry to see you particularly have this bad luck. Are you doing any racing between now and Dubai?
Yes, we came back at Dubai and Abu Dhabi for sure. I don't know if in GT3 or Porsche Cup. Yes, and now I need to finish GT2 championship too. Yeah. Okay. Right. See you.
So enjoy the beach. Enjoy the beach.
The Costa.
Bad luck for the 902 Holmgaard car, guys.
Certainly. I mean, like he says, first of all, Porsche engines very rarely fail, and it was a brand new engine as well. The other real difficulty is that sometimes you'll get a warning that oil temp is too high or fluids are too low. Nothing. No alarms, no dashboard lighting up, just bang, the engine presumably launching itself, and a whole load of smoke, and that's what we caught the back end of, Peter Mackay.
That's such a pity. Such a pity. I mean, yeah, like you say, you've just installed a new engine. I can't imagine how much that cost. And yeah, after 2 hours and 37 minutes, it's done. But as Joe says, every cloud you can get off to the beach. There's a lovely beach here in Barcelona, and go and enjoy the city. Pit stop for the Mercedes for Venture Engineering, brought in by Owen Hizzy. New Hankook tyres going on for that car. They had an issue in qualifying in practice, actually. Sorry, where they had a fuel issue where they had actually kept having to replace fuel pumps, and they've actually almost had to replace the entire fuel system, which they've taken off a spare car, which luckily they have with them.
Wow, okay. So that's fuel pickup or fuel pump? Because sometimes, depending on where the fuel is in the tank, particularly as it's getting lower and lower, sometimes the fuel pump just can't get to the fuel. But I was part of that conversation earlier on that you were having over breakfast, and the difficulty is it's layered, isn't it? So you will attack the most obvious issue that it might well be, and then when it's not that, you kind of go, well, where do we go next? And you just strip progressively more and more of the fuel system back, and you can end up very deep in bother, because it's remembering where everything goes back again in a hurry when you're trying to get sorted for the start of the race as well. So there's a hope when all of these little niggly issues are found during free practice and sometimes in qualifying. There was also night practice yesterday evening as well. As long as they all happen within those sessions and not in the race, because it's then so difficult to sort the issue out once we're live into the 24 hours. So I want to go back to that GT2 championship that Stefan Perrin was talking about, because there are 2 races here at Catalunya at the end of his season. So he'll be back here in October to complete that championship. They'll be next racing at Monza in a week's time. Yeah, 21st and 22nd of September. That's next weekend.
Those GT2 cars are very cool. very, very cool indeed. They've got quite a bit more power than the GT3 car, a little bit less aero. They're a bit more road-based, but they are seriously quick. And down the straight, they are even quicker than a GT3 car. Joe Bradley is down in the pits at the Mercedes Venture Engineering garage. Who have you got, Joe?
I have got Owen Hizzy. He's just jumped out of the Venture Engineering Mercedes. Owen, knowing you as I do, you'll be happy to have got that stint out the way and get on with this.
Yeah, definitely. So that was a good stint by us there. This is at the stage where it's the most difficult for us because of having a GT4, which is quite heavy, trying to keep the tyres in a good window. You have to go out and nurse them straight away, even though that the car can go so much quicker. You just have to keep it nice and steady all the way through.
Is that because of the extra heat that we have at this time of day, bringing the track temperature up? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, definitely. And by having a heavier car, it doesn't help as well. If you get a slide on it, it makes it that much worse. So, yeah, definitely the temperature does play a big part.
Now, you guys had a problem with fuel pickup earlier on in the week. In fact, yesterday, earlier on in the week. It feels like a week ago. It was only yesterday. That has gone away. That has been fixed now, I think.
Yes, definitely. Touch wood, that issue is now gone. That's all been resolved. So big congratulations to the team. They've worked fantastically well to get rid of that.
Now then, Venture Engineering, new to Creventic. You're not so new to Creventic. Is this your third event with Creventic, Owen?
Yes, this is my third, yeah. So third this year, and yeah, this is my third one.
So a bit of a voyage of discovery for the rest of the team. Bit of a fact-finding mission, is it? So there's talk potentially of you guys coming in for a full European season at least next year.
Yes, there is a talk. So this is just a fact-finding mission, trying to see what it's like and everything like that. And if it goes well, yes, you could maybe see us on the grid for next year.
Well, we keep our fingers crossed. I know your fingers and toes are crossed, my man. Well done, mate. Good stint. The Venture Mercedes will endeavour to continue going round and round, and GT4 might be a small GT4 field, but it's got a bit of quality, hasn't it?
Oh, it's got more than enough quality, yeah. We are going to go code 60 now. Sadly, but that's nothing to do with me or indeed Peter sitting to my right, because we talked a lot about cautions and nothing happened, and now something has, because the Milwaukee sponsored 714 KTM has had something dramatic happen to it. Now, is that just bodywork coming off as a result of contact? That's the advertising for the track that sits in the middle of the circuit at turn 10, isn't it? So are we talking the run into turn 10 where the car has maybe had a spin, but it's missing the front bodywork on car 714. Chris Loymeyer in the Razzoon More Than Racing car.
That car has like a kind of clamshell on the front of it, which has come off, and underneath it kind of reveals the sort of almost single-seater-esque underpinnings.
Easy for you to say.
Goodness me, that's a mouthful, isn't it? And the bodywork then goes over the top, so it's a proper monocoque car, that KTM. It's a seriously sophisticated piece of kit, but the front has come off. Now, what's difficult to tell is whether it's come off by contact or whether it's simply detached itself.
Yes, that's what I was wondering. It seemed to be at a peculiar angle, pointing not really towards the apex at turn 10. It is turn 10 and now being pulled out of that area up to 11 and 12 on a tow rope. So at least it'll get back to the garage. And this is fine, even though it's not being done under its own steam. Outside assistance is permitted, and they will be able to rejoin if they can get that bodywork refitted and it's not done further damage to the car. But a code 60 provides everybody else whose race is going to plan the chance to come into pit lane. Pit lane is not closed to those wanting to access the fueling area and the pit lane properly, but under a code 60 you can only take 25% of your normal fuel allocation. So you come in, fuel area I'm sure will be the first stop for most, but let's say you get under green flag conditions 100 litres to put in your tank, you only get 25 under a code 60, and that for each hour of a code 60 is your one and only chance to fuel these days. You can't come in on the very next lap and put another 25 litres in, for instance. And that is a more recent rule change serving to maybe equalise the field yet further. Still the yellow flags are out. You might wonder why at turn 10. Well, that's because there's a big chunk of KTM bodywork sitting there, which is only now being retrieved by our RACC marshals.
The Royal Automobile Club de Catalunya,
indeed,
of course. You see many drivers and also motorcycle racers, particularly with that RACC badge on their overalls usually. So they are a hugely active governing body, if you like. Not just the club, it's a governing body and motorsport body. Very busy in the pit lane, as you can imagine, with that code 60. Many teams taking the opportunity to top up with fuel as best they can and then make their way to the pits. Now, there's a problem in the pits for the Vortex. The 702 Vortex has had to be pushed from fueling. The the engine cover has been taken off. The mechanics have had to push it down the pit lane. So the 702 Vortex in strife. But that's not the leading Vortex. The leading Vortex is the 701 of Selene Amrouche. Lionel Amrouche is a real regular in this class, but his daughter Selene driving with the team this weekend, and they're leading in class, and with their sister car in the pits at the moment, and that KTM GTX being towed back, they're in a really good spot right now.
We're back to green, so that was a very quick code 60 in actual fact, because the car was able to be recovered with great efficiency, and then it was just the bodywork preventing us from removing the purple code 60 flags. Code 60, kind of the name is on the tin there. You are restricted to 60 kilometers per hour and governed through 3 separate sectors, together with 1 or 2 secret splits that none of us get to see apart from the stewards, I understand. But there is a way of measuring the speed of all of the cars to make sure they don't breach that 60 kilometre per hour speed limit. There's a separate limiter button for most of the cars in the cockpit, so you just slow down, press that, and then tootle around until you see the greens again. But it means also no overtaking, and everybody goes around at the same speed, so therefore the gaps in seconds going into a code 60 should be retained coming out the other side, i.e. Krista Jørns still leads by 58 seconds. I hesitate as I say that because it can often take maybe one sector for the timing screen to properly settle down. Krista Jørns to Alvaro Parent now in the second placed E2P Racing Porsche number 90. As Jørns completes that lap, but yeah, Parent's got that 90 car running very nicely indeed.
Alvaro Parent is on the charge. Unfortunately, he's just picked up a penalty for overtaking another car outside the track. So at the next pit stop, they will have to serve a 10-second penalty in the pit box. That's a little bit frustrating, but not disastrous nonetheless. Now, a little bit of clue to find out what happened to the Resoon More Than Racing KTM, which caused that code 60. There is an incident involving car 91. That is the Herberth Porsche, former race leader, is under investigation for contact with the Resoon More Than Racing car. So we don't know any more than that right now, but there was an incident between them, and we will hear from race control in due course. But penalties are not something that Herberth are usually in the business of getting. That's not why they win so much, because they run such clean races. So is that still Dustin Blattner at the wheel? It is. So something may have occurred between Dustin Blattner and the KTM, the More Than Racing KTM of Christian Leumar. Joe Bradley in the pits. Joe?
Yeah, I had to turn my mic on. That wasn't me shouting. That wasn't me shouting. Well, you've joined me right on the point where we've got the number 44 Lamborghini. Now, this is the ARC Bratislava entry, and it's a bit down the order, isn't it? And I'm not sure why, because the car hasn't really been in the pits much. This is a routine stop. It's already had its fuel taken on board. We're having a change of driver, and of course a fresh set of Hankook tyres, and the driver just being strapped in now, just being helped in. So this is a pretty routine stop for this car. No other apparent issues with the car. So maybe you guys can fathom out for me as to why the car seems to be running down the order, which is a little bit out of character. 13th is 13th overall, I believe. And the car just coming off the jacks now. So stay with me for the sound bite of this beautiful Lamborghini. The wheel spinning its way out. I think it should be a penalty if you don't wheel spin in this series. Here we go. Engine fires. Stay with me. See, now that will get a penalty from me because there was no wheel spin whatsoever.
Yeah. No, I quite agree. They allow it in the World Endurance Championship now because there's no tyre warmers there, so you actually have to. You had a word. And they listened more to the point. Big mates with Pierre Fillon is Joe.
It's so spectacular when you see a car like the rear axle up, and of course drivers do that deliberately just to get, especially on brand new sets of tyres, where you get that shiny sheen off the tyre, and you can virtually do that off the pit apron if you just spin the rear wheels up. By the way, chaps, I am down at Razoo Northern Racing for this number 714, where we've got a lot of bodywork pieces being brought out. So I'll stand by here until that car returns, which for what looks like a pretty big rebuild job.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to tell from our distance away just how many components might be needed, and I'd be very surprised if the team know exactly. So they're probably bringing out quite a lot of those pieces that fit around the nose. A KTM is, in its essence, modular. You talked about, PMAC, the clamshell kind of closing cockpit. So you kind of clamber on board, and then this whole hood closes in behind you, but it was everything forward of that looked to have been damaged. I don't think the clamshell in itself will no longer work, but at least one large piece that the marshals were recovering, and I think maybe some fenders as well that might need to be strapped on too.
Well, hopefully they're modular pieces and they can just be stuck on and off they go again. It's probably not quite as simple as that. Very, very close battle, though, out on track for second position overall between Alvaro Parent and Robert Megennis. Megennis doing a top job in that McLaren. I mean, Alvaro Parent is a platinum grade driver, former F3.5 champion, former British F3 champion, Bathurst winner, etc. And Megennis is all over the back of him in the Optimum McLaren. So Parent really having to work hard on that Porsche to keep Megennis at bay for that second position. Meanwhile, 14 seconds up the road, Christopher Jans for the Santilok Junior team, who has taken a third pit stop. So they're in a really good place strategically, looking good. But Joe's down there, Razoo Northern Racing. Joe, what have you got?
Yeah, I've got this number 714, the KTM Crossbow come in. It's not just bodywork. We've got loose steering, certainly, and possibly broken suspension on the right front. The complete front end of the car has took a big hit. He's gone in really hard front end in. The clamshell door, which lifts off the car, that's fine, that's worked. But it's it kind of looks like it's more bodywork than anything else. But as the car did wheel in, I noticed that the right front wheel was flopping around a bit, and it looked like it was disconnected from everything. So it's not just a case of slapping some new bodywork on this car. It's going to be a bit of a suspension rebuild, and let's hope that the pickup points are intact and it's just a bolt-on, bolt-off job. So the Razoo Northern Racing team go to work on this number 714.
The more I look at that car, Joe, the more I think it's been in the barrier, actually. I think that because the barrier is very close to driver's right as you approach turn 10. So if there's been some confusion in the braking area, they've come through turn 9. And then there was a collision with, what was the 714 involved with?
Herberth Porsche.
Yes,
and
yes.
Race Control have deemed that the 714 of KTM was at fault and a 30-second time penalty. So that's just rubbing salt straight into the wound with a bit of vinegar for added effect.
Could they have, I mean, how long ago was that penalty issued, but could they, at the end of that car being towed in, say to the guy driving the truck, can you just drop us in the penalty area and we'll serve that now before we then get the damaged car down to the garage? I mean, there's a slight issue in pushing the car down because it looked like neither of the front wheels were actually in contact with suitably in contact with the ground, as in they were somewhat cross-eyed and pointing in opposite directions. But you'd like to soak up the penalty even before you begin the repair work. This way around, they'll have to get the car fixed, assuming they can, and then send it back out again, and at the next pit stop, sit in the penalty box for a further 30 seconds. We weren't able to describe precisely what happened because we effectively don't know, but again, race control will have been able to view that from various different angles. I think if there was some confusion in the braking area, then it's potentially slammed into the tyre wall, because it was a really bizarre angle when we got to it, pointing almost to the right when you are setting yourself up for a left-hander at turn 10. Anyway, I'm sure they'll live to fight another day after a fairly long time in pit road. Christer Jørgens in the Audi on lap 93 for Santilok junior team, that is, number 18, continues to lead now by 18 seconds, so that's settled down. I did say that the 58 seconds may be somewhat misleading because everyone's getting up to speed from 60 kph to full race pace. So Jørgens to Parent, 18 seconds, and it's definitely going the way of the Portuguese, because he's taking a few chunks out of Jørgens even through every split right now.
But the last lap by, Alvaro Parent was kept up in traffic a little bit because he gave back 2.9 seconds to Christer Jørgens, so very, very close then. In back and forth on the timing between Jørgens and Parent. Parent half a second better than McGuinness last time by, and that battle between Parent and McGuinness for second place, really interesting, because it seems that in open air McGuinness is that little bit quicker, but through traffic Parent is quicker.
Right.
So whether that's experience paying off, I'm not sure, but that seems to be the way I read it at the moment. Update from the pit lane on that KTM. Joe, what have you learned down in the KTM garage?
Yeah, I've been making some inquiries, as you do, and I've spoken to the driver that was involved in the accident in the 714, Christian Leumeyer, who's one of the two bronze drivers in this car. The Herbert car moved in front of him and basically braked, and he was unable to stop the car, and he just careened into the back of the Porsche. We'll check the number on the Herbert car when it comes in for rear end damage, because if it's to the extent of what we've damaged on the KTM Crossbow, then it's going to have quite a bit of damage on the rear end of that Porsche, because he hit it hard, he tells me. Didn't really, was very honest with that, and he had nowhere to go. He just couldn't stop himself, and he's hit it so hard he's broke the suspension.
So that is a massive hit, not in the barrier but into another car. So often when those situations are looked back on by race direction, it's the car behind running into the car in front. It's automatically their fault, even if you are to a certain extent brake tested, and that's Christian Leumeyer's suggestion rather than what precisely happened, because we need to now hear from Dustin Blattner at the end of his stint to find out the story from his situation. But the penalty has gone to the 714, and that indeed is if we see the Razzoon KTM back into the race at any point.
Well, looking at the last lap time for Dustin Blattner in that Herbert Porsche, it was the fastest GT3 car on the track last time by, with a 144.5. So, you know, the rear of that Porsche 992 GT3R, you have a look around the back of it, it's got a huge amount of aero work. It's almost like the previous generation RSR GTE car. Big diffuser at the rear, big wing. So if you have somebody hit you in the back, that could potentially really compromise the performance. Doesn't appear so on the timesheets at the moment. So Herbert have got away with one there, because they've got a potentially race-winning car, not just in class, overall. They've got the everything together to do that, but in the blink of an eye, it can be gone. Yeah. And if that is the case, they have got away with one big time there.
That contact's not really a like-for-like car, though, is it? Because a KTM at the front's really quite soft, and you're hitting the engine end of a Porsche, so there's really only the KTM that's going to come off worse. And I can understand how much bodywork, and it's bent the steering and whatnot, and the Porsche's just gone, yep, I'll take that, carry on. And then Blattner goes and posts one of the car's best laps. Whether there's any superficial damage, I'm sure there will be, and your point about the aero, will that need to be addressed later on in the piece? These all go towards the tales that a car has to tell at the end of a 24-hour race, don't they? We'll forget about this by midday tomorrow, and if that car goes on to win, we'll say, where's all this damage come from on the back of the 91? Oh yeah, that incident with the KTM.
The battle's still raging on for second place with the mostly black Porsche 991 GT3R with the Spanish flag up the middle of it with "I am speed" written on the back. The Lightning McQueen catchphrase. wonder if they've got Cachao written somewhere else on the car. I hope so. But at the moment needs full Cachao, because here comes Robert McGuinness in the McLaren. Alvaro Parent leaves the door wide open at La Caixa and goes very wide, and I think says after you. McGuinness definitely appeared to have more pace in open air. Parent's experience was keeping him ahead through traffic, but McGuinness moves up into second place in that papaya and blue McLaren, and the E2P, the Spanish, Iberian crewed E2P car, because of course Parent is Portuguese, not Spanish, but the rest of the crew is Pablo Berguera, Javier Morchillo and Antonio Cenero, the rest of the crew all from Spain.
So McGuinness over the line, Parent having to take that one in a sense, but he won't let it disrupt his rhythm too much, nor will E2P Racing. So eager for a good result at this, their home race, the Spanish flag emblazoned on the top of the nose and on both sides of that car as well. And still having its wheels driven off it by Alvaro Parent, not hanging around, heading through Renault corner, turn 3. Dustin Blattner in 4th in the second of the Porsches. So E2P racing with theirs. Herbert Motorsport with a potentially damaged or dishevelled rear end on car number 91. Luke Broiker's doing okay in the Red Camel by Utah Racing Audi as well. Luke is new to an Audi with ABS too, but with every lap, a bit more confidence, a bit more experience. We haven't yet seen Evo in that car in the race, have we?
No,
Rick started it.
Rick was, they sound that's what they probably said to each other when they were kids. Rick started it. No, Luke started it. Whatever Dutch for that is.
Yeah, so Luke, I'm going to guess, did Rick do a double?
No, so it went Rick first, then Fabian Dance, the Swiss,
right.
and then Luke Breukers. And then Evo is just chilling, just getting his open face helmet ready, getting the Ray-Bans ready to just look ice cool behind the wheel.
Yeah, and he's quite good at that, really, wherever he's seen. I was wanting to have a word with them earlier on in the weekend and saw the two of them, both Rick and Evo, walking with purpose through the paddock. So I thought I'll just follow them, see where they're going. I ended up in the driver's briefing. That was on Friday. But it was very useful, actually. And thanks to Jeroen Steenhuis, I got permission from the clerk of the course, the race director, Jeroen Steenhuis, and I said, Jeroen, we have met before. Oh, yeah, Johnny, yeah. It's all right to come in. Oh, well, if you must, but don't give our secrets away. No, I was able to talk about, we've been able to monitor track limits and know precisely how they're being looked at. There are specific locations around the track and things like speed limits and whatnot you forget when you do different championships through the year. So it was good to have a little refresher, as many of the drivers probably felt at the end of that too.
I could just imagine you like Snowy from Tintin following them into the going, where are they going? This looks interesting. Oh, it's the driver's briefing.
Is it lunchtime?
Wonderful.
Oh, there's no food in here.
Oh dear, oh no.
Everyone's just getting told off.
Everyone looks like they're about to be given a right talking to, yes.
No, it was nice actually, because Peter Fry kicked things off and it was just a big welcome to the 25th edition of the Barcelona 24 Hours. And right at the front of the room, big long room that's part of the pit building, and there were the 5 trophies there on a stand that either have already been awarded or in the case of this weekend will be awarded by the end of the weekend. They're really big and impressive trophies. So you had Dubai and Mugello and Spa and Portimao, and now here in Barcelona.
They need a real big fill, don't they? You'd need a double Magnum at least to even get halfway up with some of those cups there, if to give you an idea of their volume, should you need to fill them. But of course this race, all the overall competitors competing for the Trofeo Fermi Vélez, named after an amazing Spanish driver who sadly was taken too early from us about 20 years ago due to cancer, unfortunately, but a hugely successful driver. He won the Sebring 12 Hours twice, in both times in one of my favourite sports cars of all time, the Ferrari 333 SP, which is certainly one of the best sounding cars, full stop, that's ever been created. It's actually a 4-wheeled instrument, it's not a racing car at all. Four-wheeled musical instrument, that is.
I see where you're going with that. Yeah, was he a Le Mans winner as well?
I don't believe so. He was an IMSA champion the year he won Sebring. He won IMSA that year in 1995.
I think he was a class winner. Yeah, in 1987,
won his class.
He won his class with Gordon Spice and Philippe de Henning in a Spice Fiero, in fact.
Wow.
So it was a Group C2 car, 1987, and then did it again in 1998 in an LMP1 Ferrari 333 as well, so 333. Wayne Taylor was in that car. So yes, we remember Fermi Velez every time we come here to Barcelona. And sadly losing his fight with cancer in 2003. But his family have regularly been here since then to award the trophies at the end of the race. As Julien Hanses heads underneath that very new hospitality suite, effectively, which sits right across the straight between turns 9 and 10. I was here in April for the start of the European Le Mans Series when that was just a skeleton of what it was going to become. We were trying to work out what on earth it was. It was like a spaceship had landed, but just a kind of metal framework, and everything was quite secretive at the time. So we were thinking, yeah, probably special guests only. But it provides a wonderful view of the exit of turn 9 if you can get in there, get the right pass.
I bet you in there is a sofa with your name on it, Johnny, to sleep on next year's
There's
race.
an idea.
Yeah, you love finding a sofa somewhere where you really should be.
Did you spot me earlier on?
I did spot you earlier on, yes.
I was surprised there were no photographs on our WhatsApp chat of me, because they did appear last year, courtesy of our friend who's not here this year, Nick Damon.
I have respect for your dignity, Johnny. I wouldn't have done that to you.
Busy I'm not sure that is the case, but thank you nevertheless. Of course, there may be a WhatsApp chat that I'm not even aware of. You might have set one up purely for those photographs. Anyway, Nick made it very more obvious in 2023. He's not here this weekend, but he is elsewhere in Spain, Alicante. Is that right? For some RC racing. The Mühlner Motorsport Porsche goes across the line with the not odd socks, but odd door mirrors on that blue and white car this weekend. And who's that being driven by at the moment? Antel Seago, running 9th in the 992s. But I mentioned Julian Hanses. I hadn't realised he'd actually moved to the lead of the 992 class now. So 931 leading as an AM car ahead of the two Red Ant Racing machines. First of all, Gavin Pickering in 904 is second, and Kobe De Bruyke in 903 is third.
Great start then from the QMMF by HRT team. They lead, but they only lead by 0.7 of a second, so it's very, very tight there, isn't it? With Red Ant Racing, a real force in 24H series racing. And both of their cars are up there at the front of the field in that class. The 904 car is actually not red; it's bright yellow in Red Ant Racing. Don't ask. It's a red ant with a yellow jacket on.
I see what you're doing there. Yes, good. I'm trying to remember I don't know enough about Ant-Man. So he's a superhero, and what clothes he wears. They're red, aren't they? Not yellow.
Normally, the angry ants are red, usually, yes. the outdoor type.
And I think it's only right that you have red ants versus red camel a lot of the time in the 992 division. So just angry beasts, up against one another for 24 hours, as is the case this weekend.
Surely a red camel could just stamp on the ants, but maybe that irritates its hooves, I don't know.
Massive ants. Imagine an ant the size of a camel. Now fight!
Wow, that would make a good cartoon, wouldn't it? There's an offshoot for Creventic in the 24H series. It would make a good manga, Japanese manga.
Yes.
Another
Quite
car.
Early to be going off on these tangents, but I like it.
Well, we've got another one we can go off on here. The 992 numbered car running in the 992 class, running a Porsche 992. It's got a throwback livery to a Dutch police car of the late 1980s, early 1990s, a Porsche 964 Targa that was in the kind of all white backing with orange squares on the bodywork, and that car was used to catch various types of crime. This car is designed to catch track limits abuses and offences.
Yes. And I suppose you need a car out in the field in order to get the relevant angles to catch everybody else. Does that mean that the 992 police car is exempt from track limits? Because it's out there policing everybody else.
Yeah, they do as we say,
well,
not
that's
as we
what
do.
Face Besson will argue anyway. Yeah, that's what the drivers in the 992 will be attempting to say when they get a track limits offence. You get plenty of warning, by the way, because it's three breaches before there is even a warning, and it has to be 3 at the same corner as well. So you could do 2 at turn 2 and 2 at turn 14 and 1 at turn 6 and still not get a warning.
If only speeding tickets work that way. No, go, no, okay, I mean it. No, I really mean it. I really mean it. Stop it. Stop it. Slow down.
They only accumulate if you continue to speed on the same road. If it's all different roads, they don't count. It's fine. Just keep doing it.
Pit stop for our former GTX leader, car 701. That's the orange and black Vortex. The 702 is the all-black Vortex, which has just popped into the lead. Cyril Calmon at the wheel, and Lionel Amrouche has taken over from his daughter Selene, who put in a solid stint there in the car 701 Vortex. And this new version of the Vortex, Johnny, it's a massive improvement in performance. Huge. The difference, I mean, the old car was a good car, but this is just another level. Much more aerodynamic grip, it's lighter, it's stronger, it's more powerful, it's better in every area.
And they've been working so hard on making these cars last as well through a 24-hour race. Essentially, that's what they want to attempt to win within category. And Vortex, unfortunately, had a name for a good few seasons of just not being able to make it very far at all before something major blew. But they've shaken that reputation now, and we're expecting the Vortex to be able to do the distance. And once you've cured the reliability, then you can start to chisel away at finding a bit more speed across a stint. But yes, the advances they're making now, and therefore the interest from other competitors to get involved and select a Vortex for their weapon to do battle with is more encouraging as well. You kind of need to sell cars to customers to go and race in order to encounter the problems, so then you can solve them. So it becomes a bit of a spiral until you get the momentum going, and then things can really change.
Definitely, the more cars out there, the more data that you have, the more parts you can make, the stronger you make those parts. Yeah, it's just a numbers game, isn't it? Yeah, hugely important. Leader in TCE is a Porsche Cayman GT4 CS, running in TCE specification. SRS Torg Team Sorg Rennsport. Henning Eschweiler at the wheel at the moment, looking strong ahead of the CWS Engineering Ginetta, which has been around. It's lost its rear wing, it's had a new one put back on again, and it's running in second place. So the little Porsche from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, your leader right now. And that car, that's a team that are very well known in the NLS Championship at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and of course in the Nürburgring 24 Hours itself. And the drivers that they've brought along are all former winners or racers in the Nürburgring 24. Now, we mentioned the Vortex, and Joe Bradley is down in their garage.
English is as good as my French, so we have our interpreter here. As I said earlier, I want to ask Sonel, and you can answer in French to the viewers. Okay, so how the Vortex is a very, very quick car. It's a huge engine and a small frame car. How tricky is it to drive?
En français? Là, franchement, il fait plutôt chaud dans la voiture. Donc après, franchement, la voiture est hyper bien adaptée. Là, ils ont mis une nouvelle soufflerie, donc c'est plutôt agréable. Et la voiture est franchement top. Elle tient super bien. On est hyper à l'aise et on peut se sentir à l'aise et en confiance. Et ce qui nous permet de remonter à la régulière en faisant des chronos hyper réguliers à la seconde près.
She enjoys driving this car, I take it. Yeah. You enjoy it? You love driving this car. It's very good.
Yeah, very good car. J'adore. Comment on dit aimer? J'adore conduire la voiture.
She loves the car.
And the family loves the family Vortex.
and that is we love the famille de Vortex. I said that in French, didn't I? Yes.
She drive with his father, with her father. Leonard is her father.
We absolutely know that. It looked like very hot work out there. Yes.
Very hot, very hot.
Okay. Sonel will très bien and merci beaucoup.
That was all.
That is about the extent of my French.
None of that was French, brothers. None of that.
What, mine or Sonel's?
No, yours.
All right, okay.
Oh, that was funny. I like that. She liked the car a lot.
Super bien, she said.
Super bien.
Super good. Super good.
Super good. See, very racing driver.
Even the super thing that seems to be taking over the world to explain something in super.
Super good.
Getting into the French language as well.
Yeah, of course, super good.
Of course it is. Super good.
Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to RS1. If you're travelling around, maybe bandwidth challenged slightly, then you can cut down on your data. Maybe here at the circuit as well. Cut down on your data a wee bit. Just take the audio with you. You don't really want to be staring at another screen if you're driving. We cannot do on that at all. That's why we give you the audio stream as well. 2 Audis, 2 Porsches coming down into turn 9 at the moment, including that number 992 police car coloured, the Mark van der A for Bas Kooten Racing. Christa Jons leading for Santalok now by around about 18 seconds. So we've got a couple of cars at the head of the field yet to make their... Oh no, Santalok's taken their third stop, haven't they? Yes, they have. Optimum have yet to take their third stop. Robert McGuinness over from the States having already done that.
The only doubt I have about that is we have had a code 60 whilst you were away having some lunch.
Yes, good point.
So did Santalok pit during the code 60 and therefore could only take on 25% of allocation rather than it being a full fuel fill? I'll work that out from the time that car came in a moment or two. Pit stops for car 18 was done at 2:43, so about 2:45 this afternoon.
Right.
And when did the code 60 happen? That was at 20:3. So yeah, it was almost just as the code 60 was finishing. That's going to be nip and tuck actually, because had the code 60 been withdrawn by the time the car arrived in pit lane? If so, then they would have been able to do a full fuel fill. And that would have been all down to timing and where the car was on the racetrack at the time, because you're hampered by the 60 km/h speed limit, and you'll be coming out of turn 16 going, do we pit, do we not pit, or turn 14, isn't it? Because the pit road is before the final corner itself.
Fair point.
So yeah, dive in or stay out. If they knew the code 60 was nearing its end, then very sensible to come in and get as much fuel as possible.
We keep getting a little bit of team radio, which then disappears. As P-Mac said earlier on, he's not sure he speaks team radio. Bit of minion. Oh, papagena, tu amore, gelato. That's for people who don't like my accent, obviously. I think I'm putting my accent on.
You are actually from the northeast. I can verify that. You know, the northeast of England.
Apparently, they think I'm putting on a fake northeast accent.
Or is it the northeast of Spain where we are this weekend?
But yes. Hola.
Is Barcelona the equivalent of Newcastle/Sunderland?
Of where, sorry?
Well, I was going to say...
Seaside town, so it'd be Sunderland.
Yeah, OK. Newcastle's the biggest city of the two, is that right?
Not in terms of population.
Oh, no way.
Oh, no way.
OK, well, it can be Sunderland then.
Sunderland used to be the biggest town in the country that wasn't a city until it was made a city in 1992-ish, something like that. And they had to have a cathedral at that point, so...
Got to build one.
We'll have that one there. That'll do. Oh, that's it. It's to be a football ground. It's our cathedral. That's where we worship.
Makes
New
sense.
bridge going across to the stadium at Monk Wearmouth. new footbridge, and we won't have to walk across the Iron Bridge, the Weir Bridge.
Which is part of me doesn't like that idea.
I know. But it was getting such big crowds that it's back to its heyday, 43,000. Away at Plymouth today, about as far south as we can go.
At least it's a Saturday.
Yes.
You wouldn't want that on a Tuesday night.
Same person that didn't like my accent says Joe Bradley's from Hartlepool. He's never hung a monkey in his life, have you, mate?
Listen a lot then.
Just know the whole that, mate.
I did get Hartlepool into the Champions League on Championship Manager once.
Excellent. Well, maybe you were
4th division.
Maybe that made you a freeman of Hartlepool's as it is. Let's not forget. That's why it's Hartlepool's.
I've only been to Hartlepool twice.
Really? I worked at Hartlepool's for a while. If you are just joining us, hello, welcome along. We still have 20 hours and 41 minutes to go. And it's lovely to have your company from wherever you are. We've all cycled through our pit stops. And I could only have 25% of my gelato because I was in whilst the Code 60 was out.
Of course, yes.
That's pretty poor.
You'll have to fill up later on.
I will have to fill up later. Go for a green flag gelato. Our racing team caterers, fantastic. Been with Creventic for a little while now. Hello to all of you listening in down in the hospitality. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane whilst Johnny and we're bringing this portion to you by the letter J. Johnny, John and Joseph down in the pit lane.
Yes, the 3 J's. That's what we're going to call our band. I've been waiting patiently for the number 904. That's the bright yellow Red Ant car that has come in. Now, I'm not sure where this car is. I think it's a little bit down the order in the race-wise, but we've got quite a collection of cable ties ready. Some of them prepared, strung together.
Somewhere Nick Damon is very excited.
Something's hanging off. Yes, now it's inside the car that we are deploying the cable ties. So something, I think, has come loose. Is it? Did I hear you guys say Gavin Pickering was in the car in the 904?
Yes.
I don't want to intrude and find out what it is that they are actually fixing down. So that's annoying, isn't it? I'm not even sure I saw the car go into fueling. It's come up onto the pit apron, and we haven't changed the tyres on the car. All we're doing with it is this repair job on the inside. It's quite dangerous, isn't it, if something's loose in there? What you don't want the thing, whatever it is flopping around, is to fall into the pedal box and get behind the pedals, because then it becomes a massive issue. So the driver reporting this and bringing the car in, and hopefully they'll rectify that. They've got quite a box full of cable ties, so they're not going to be short on these cable ties. In fact, Bert Redon is coming towards me. He might be able to shed some light on exactly what the driver was complaining about. Bert, do you know what it is that's loose in the car?
Yeah, we have a problem with the communication. The unit became loose in the where the driver is. So for the danger of the driver, we are fixing it now. And we had no communication with him also.
Right, okay, Bert, thank you for that. So it's the radio that's come loose. And also, that is why I saw the team up on the pit wall with the old school pit board saying in. And remarkably, the driver saw it and come in. Brilliant.
In, I think, my first or second road rally when I was on the maps, we went sailing off into a small waterway over the top of what should have been about a 45-degree left over the brow. And when I asked my driver if he hadn't heard me properly whilst I was reading the maps, no intercoms, of course, in those days, he said, no, I tried to brake, but there was something stuck under my pedal. It was his pasty that he was going to have for his lunch halfway around, or his overnight snack halfway around. Pasty in the pedal box, which I always felt was a bit of a sort of a Reggie Perrin kind of rally accident reasoning. Not cow on the line at Cockfosters, but pasty in the pedal box on the North York Mowers.
Yeah, it's Well, I mean, priorities really, isn't it? Make sure that you're going to be fed well, and then worry about whether you stay on the course or not afterwards. You know, when you do end up upside down in a ditch, you need something to nibble on whilst you get recovered.
I was very fortunate. I could climb out the passengers. I couldn't get the door open because we'd sort of got wedged in the either side of this waterway. So I had a cage and everything in the car. Wound the window down because it was windy windows. I crawled out onto the bankside. He went out of his side and went down and went into his waist in freezing cold water. So it was getting worse at that point.
It really would have been, yeah.
The pasty survived well enough to be eaten, though.
Excellent.
So, you know, it fulfilled its destiny.
Yes. Sure, there are better storage places than beneath the brake pedal, but
I'd probably say so. Yes.
Yeah, that maybe wasn't by design.
It'll be in the book.
It'll need at least a chapter.
I'd have thought so. Yeah.
JMEC Engineering's Jimmy Broadbrent has brought the car. Well, that car has been in pit road for 4.5 minutes, so that's okay. This is the car that had some contact earlier on in the race with the 907 Porsche from the Cup division. That's the RPM racing car. And it meant that Jimmy ended up in the gravel trap at turn 8. A brilliant bit of throttle control to get the car free without driving the tyres into the stones, and Joe can get a first-hand kind of experience and report from Jimmy himself.
I will pass on your praise, Johnny, to Jimmy right now, who's in front of me. We've just been praising your throttle control in getting out of that gravel trap, Jimmy. Well done.
Yeah, I live in the country, you know, so I'm used to it.
How did you end up in the gravel trap is the next question.
The Chrome car came from a different postcode after I've already committed to the corner and decided he wanted my apex. So, he put me out there. So I'll accept his apology when he comes round.
So did you hit the button on the steering wheel and you ended up back in the pits? No, you can't do that in real life, of course. Jimmy, you've been working hard, you're sweating. That car is one of the fan favourites. It's the old E46 model. It looks great out there.
Yeah, it's great fun, honestly. Like the car moves around in such a cool way. Unfortunately, though, you think you're being very cool doing a big power slide and your rear tyres can play at the next corner. So, but the car's going well. The team's really happy at the moment, so all I can hope is we can just keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to keep going round and round. I'm just looking at that tyre there, Seb. Fabian. If you get a look at this tyre before it gets whisked away, I'm just going to show the viewers that. So this is how much rubber Jimmy has left. See this, Jimmy? You've left all of that rubber, but that's the outside. This is the bit where the camber takes place. See how it's warm there, where my thumb is? That is really hot, mate. You've got them up to Thanks, man. You've got them nicely up to temperature. We've been talking about how hot the track is out there. Did you feel the tyres sort of reacting to that heat?
Yeah, there's definitely a difference when we've been practicing yesterday. You know, the tyres sort of got to their operating temperature very quickly, then would slowly start to get a bit warmer and warmer unless you really underdrove. So towards the end of the stint, I was just sort of driving around very slowly to make sure the tyre stayed alive, and even so, it's sideways out of most corners. So a challenge.
Yeah, it sounds fun. You were telling us earlier in the week that you got the call for this race and this drive in this car only on Tuesday, and you basically this time yesterday you hadn't even sat in the car, had you?
Yeah, pretty much. My first drive was yesterday in the first practice session. They're like, "Oh, do you want to go out and do qualifying?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll give it a go." But I think it goes to show how nice the car is. I can jump in with no experience and just drive the thing at near enough 10 tenths. So also again, so yesterday, the magic of sim racing. I know this place back to front without even being here. So
yeah, I mean we're all iRacers, aren't we? And iRacing, a partner of the 24H series, and it just shows just how accurate iRacing is. If you can do that, come here you are in the race. All right, you had a little bit of a coming together, but that was caused by a Porsche. But other than that, you kind of knew the track before you'd even been here.
Yeah, I mean, the practice I did before I came here was in iRacing in the M4 GE4 Y driver in Germany. So it's pretty much exactly the same. So I felt prepared. It's just very easy to say, oh, it's the sponsor of this event, well done. But honestly, it's the reason why I think I have the pace straight away. So.
What we need to do, Jimmy, is lobby iRacing for an E46 BMW from JMEC Engineering. That would do, wouldn't it?
Well, I had no idea what you said there, but...
Well, I'm saying we need to ask iRacing for an E46 BMW from JMEC.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, come on, iRacing, look, everyone wants it.
Yeah. We do. We want it. Thanks, Jimmy. Well done, mate. Good job. When are you next back in the car, for instance?
In about
3 hours or so, around that. So, or maybe 3.5 hours, 4.5 hours.
Get something to eat now?
Yeah, definitely. Big scran.
Well done, Jimmy. Great stuff.
iRacing is superb, but I don't know whether they have like a gravel mode in that, you know, if you get stuck in the gravel, whether you can practice your throttle application to that amount. But as he says, he lives in the country, so he's had a lot of experience of maybe ending up in boggy fields and getting out of those. Not in a hurry, just take your time, easy does it, bit of momentum, and there we go, back to the hard stuff.
A very big house.
Undoubtedly, yes.
Lion Speed still circulating, and they've been up and down their class, which is the GT4 category, led at the moment by Fabien Dufeur, behind the wheel of that GT4 leader ST Racing, Samantha Tan Racing. The other classes, TCE, is Daniel Morris for TWS Engineering, leading in TCE, TCX. GT2, Porsche, Red Ant Racing, Cubit de Bruyke. Second in that class is the leader in ARM, the MRS GT Racing. Cars look great around here in this late summer. Is it late summer or is it early autumn? I prefer to say late summer. I'm not using the autumnal words at the moment.
You just have, but I know what you're saying.
I don't want to, you know.
Over the last few years, it feels like summer in this part of Europe, and include the UK in that, starts later, as in June. There's lots of rain still, early July, it can be very changeable, but September's become a summer month, even though it is obviously
autumn.
With
that. I would agree with that, JP. Yes.
Yeah, and that's probably climate change, but it means that the weather's much better for my birthday, which it was the other day, by the way.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. I mean, Barcelona is just generally nice all year round. I was hearing about the Clios that are here this weekend in support. They didn't race on the equivalent meeting here last year.
No.
They had a meeting here in November. And obviously had weather that was okay.
Oh, yeah.
The sun sets earlier than it did last night, but we were still having Clio racing well beyond sunset, 50-odd cars going round. And a nightmare for Joe Bradley, who was calling that race with Peter Mackay, because they just all look the same in that level of no light whatsoever and glaring headlights. Antonio Garzon in the Orchid Racing team has just made a stop and lost a couple of places because of that. But
and Optimum Racing's McLaren is in the pit lane as well. So this is important. Let me have a quick look at how many laps Robert McGuinness has done. It's been 30. It was 34, 38 for Fred Schandorf, 34 for Todd Coleman, 39, but included a bit of code 60 in that for Robert McGuinness in the pit lane now, as is Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I've got an update on the 902. That's the 992 Cup Class car from Holmgard Racing. Stefan Perrin told us that something went bang in the engine. The engine has failed. The car was probably finished. However, not for Holmgard. What's that at the back of there? Fabian's going to get that. Brand new motor on a crate. They're taking the old broken motor out, which was a brand new engine, Stefan told us. But this car is not finished. We thought it was finished for the weekend. It's not. We will see this car running again. There's still plenty of time to get some track time. Yes, it's out of contention. Yes, it's not going to be on the podium. But it doesn't mean they can't go round and round here at the Circuit of Catalunya. We'll keep an update on how the job's going. New engine for the 902.
That is unbelievable. I don't know when the new engine that's just failed went in the car. Maybe just before the car was brought to the track. But where have they got that engine from? Did they bring it with them? Or have they managed to source it somehow? I'm not sure how their deal is working this weekend and how much their customer support goes up to from Porsche. But excellent. At least they can potentially do some running.
I want to know if Bradley actually saw that coming out of a crate or whether it was just wheeled in on a trolley and somebody's going to go back to their 992 a GT3 to go home tonight. And go on, Joe.
Passed and saw the engine on a
it's on a flight case now.
On the floor. Where did it's good. for a start.
Stick under the engine.
Looking at how they're going to stick it under the engine. They're trying to get a bit of a lift. Go ahead.
I don't know whether you can. Now, bear in mind, this is a 4-litre flat six non-turbocharger. This normally aspirated engine. But I don't know whether you can get a picture of it with the pit lane camera for those who are watching and describe. That is a big piece of metal, isn't it?
I'm sorry, John, you broke up just as you said that last bit.
I said that is a big piece of metal.
Yes.
In terms of that. It's a big unit.
Yeah, this is the bit. This is the lump. It's a flat 4. That's the cylinder heads.
Flat 6.
Exactly opposite is the cylinder heads on the opposing set. There's the exhaust going off to the back end of the car. But that unit there goes in flat 4. I meant flat 6. That unit there goes in the back of there, and it has to go in from underneath. You have to lift the car up, drop the car out of the bottom of this 911. And that's how we get the engine out. All of the, there is a piece there that bolts off, but you still have to drop the engine out. Where did you get that engine from? Was that in the truck?
We need a new engine.
Yes, I know. Where was that one? Was that in the truck? Did you bring that?
Down at the Manti truck.
Ah, right, of course, the Manti truck. The magic Manti truck, which is basically Porsche customer service, isn't it? So it was purchased in the paddock, gentlemen.
I see.
I have a mental picture of walking up to Olaf Manti
in a top hat
and yes, and a tailcoat.
Yes,
with his waxed moustache.
Naturally.
And somebody from Red Ant Racing going up and say, "Hey, we need a new engine," and him basically pulling one out, like, bunch of flowers, pulling it out from under his arm.
Brand new flat 6.
And
of course, as that's taken away, a new one just generates in the truck.
Yes.
In readiness for somebody else who wants one. Because
outstanding.
you just think, where's the space for? Well, it's the Manti truck. So they've probably got absolutely everything you could possibly need in there, and more of it.
Manti now. Majority owned by Porsche, of course. Used to Olaf's son still, I think, manages it, runs it on behalf of Porsche. They've still got their superb workshop at Moispath, which is just round the corner from the Nürburgring. If you go past the public entrance to the tourist laps, down Gottlieb Daimler Drive, and take the first right at the end. It's about third on the right. Renowned for having a very, very good pre-Nürburgring 24-hour barbecue down there. And of course, they make a big thing about driving their entered Porsches with little yellow lights on the roof up the road they don't put them in a trailer, they drive them up on trade plates from the trading estate, from the industrial area.
That is the way to do it. I mean, it adds more to the event for me to actually get there. It goes back to the old school way of going motor racing, in that you arrived in your race car, having driven it on the road, sometimes over 100 miles or so, race it, and then drive it back home again.
Yeah.
Just change the plates. But how crucial Manti Racing are now to Porsche is really exemplified for me in that the badge on the rear includes, in some cases, an M and an R.
Yeah.
Manti Racing.
Yeah.
So and those are Porsche genuine articles adopting the race team name.
Well, you could go and buy your brand new Porsche GT3 or GT3 Touring or your Weissach, and then Porsche dealers now offer Manti add-on kits. So there's a Manti kit. You have to be a pretty special Porsche dealer to be able to do that, but you do that, and that could be your brand new car. It doesn't affect your warranty. You keep your 3-year warranty. I have to say, I haven't gone that way on the GTS, but I don't honestly, I think 480 brake, rear-wheel drive and a 7-speed manual gearbox is quite enough. Thank you. Keeps me entertained.
Yeah.
Coming up to 25 minutes before 4 here, local time, and a problem for the 16th place car. It was 16th. It is the number 992 that has gone around Harry Hildish in the NKPP Racing by BARCELONA and Porsche?
I'm going to suggest quite a few other cars have been off at that point at various stages as well.
What gives you that impression, Chief Inspector, Detective Chief Inspector Palmer?
It looks like a Paul Swift practice course. I mean, there's been a lot of action down there. I'm trying to work out precisely where it is. Oh, is it the exit of 7 and 8?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Has he hit the wall? No, I don't think he has, you know.
No, so it's been a spin towards the barrier, and as he rejoins, that's why it's so delicate. When you've had the spin and you breathe again, you go, I didn't hit anything, but then you've got to concentrate so much on the rejoin as well.
My was because the Kirchhoff group at
34 Land Motorsport. I always want to say Car Collection, but it's
yes, I know. Well, there's a tiny bit of damage on the back of the car. Actually, Elmer Grimm was coming to the scene of the crime quite quickly as Harry was pulling out. But I think he managed to avoid him. There's a tiny bit. I've noticed something else as well on that police car. On one side, they have got blue LEDs for when it gets dark.
Oh, no way.
Over the header rail, yeah. I think on the right-hand side, they've got a blue header rail. He's dived into the pit lane, so Joe Bradley... Joe Bradley will have to resist the urge to take the keys from him and take over for his afternoon shift.
Not stopping for fuel. Now, is that because they didn't have anybody there because they weren't expecting the car? Because normally you want to take fuel where possible. There's a lot of team, though, that are waiting to receive that car in pit lane. And they jump to work, having assessed visually the front of that car. Joe will be very nearby. Have you had a chance to see the front yet?
First of all, front of the trolleys. I went on jacks and then the trolley slipped underneath. The car's being swiveled around them. It's had impact, definitely. We've got fluid leaking. That's coolant. I don't even have to taste that. That coming from the... guess where that's
That'll
coming
be right
from?
front, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. On the nosy. No prizes, though, because it was such an easy one. Yeah, we've got... I mean, it'll buff out, no question. We haven't got any structural damage, but it's had a heavy enough impact to impact the radiators on the right front. Just in front of the right front wheel is where they are housed. And how many times have we seen this on a Porsche Cup car? Many, many times. The BARCELONA team who are behind the running of this car for Harry and Geist have been a team that have been together for quite a number of years now, isn't it, in the 23rd series, and they're going to work on that now. But it looks like they'll get away with just maybe lifting that front bumper off. They might even have a spare one, but it looks like superficial damage apart from the radiator, which is a shame. Bit of a weak point on these cars. We've discussed this so many times.
So Joel Keatman.
And by the way, Hindhoff, it's like a lime green coolant colour.
Oh, is it? Okay. Not the Cherry 8.
No, not the Cherry.
I do want to know the difference because we've seen Porsches with both of them, and there will be a difference. It'll be a different number.
I wanted the coolant to be blue to match the
header rail.
A pillar. Yeah. And it goes right across the roofline, doesn't it? So I can see that better now that the car's in the darkness of the garage. Actually, that's going to look epic when we get to the darkness hours this evening.
There was a car at Kuwait Motortown who had a multicoloured one, and I'm trying to bring that back to mind. It looked absolutely stunning. Bradders is not going too far away from that. We'll check back in with him in a little while. We're in the middle of some pit stops for the cars that were leading. As we've mentioned, Robert McGuinness was in and out, a couple of 3 laps ago. He stayed in the car for the number 4 Optimum Motorsport, and they stayed in 4th position, albeit now a couple of laps away from Dustin Blattner for Herbeth Motorsport, who is leading in the number 91. He got in after just 25 laps from Ralph Bourne. I'm guessing that was when the full course yellow was on. He did 19 laps. He's done another 33 laps. So he did 34 minutes there. Oops. I want that to happen. See, that's annoying, isn't it, when it does that?
Have you resized your windows?
I'll have you know. it's done the thing that I hate, where you need to refresh it and it'll come back. There we go. And then he's done another 33 laps, which started at 42 past the last hour. So he's done an hour, nearly an hour and nearly an hour and a half out of the pits. So he's got about another half an hour left. So when he comes in, I reckon he's probably got another 10 or 15 minutes, and that'll be enough for the number 91 car. Dustin Blattner, an average of a 1:45.8 on this stint. I think he'd be quite pleased with that, in that gold and black, or black and gold. Number 91, he's just coming through turn 13 now, and in fact he comes to the pit lane. Good man. Meantime, the work goes on down at the 992, and they're fitting one of the extensions on the bottom of the air dam. We've talked about this so many times, and now Joe Bradley can see that happening. And that is, Joe, just an interference fit, isn't it, on that rubberized bit on the front of the car?
You missed the prefix, though. The very expensive front trim on the air dam. It is extremely expensive piece of plastic. Porsche out of tax, of course. But it's very important. You would think, well, it's only a bit of plastic. And like you said, John, it's an interference fit. And if Fabian's camera is still with us, then you are seeing basically the mechanic just literally hit it with the palm of his hand to get it to fix into the front end. The front end was flopping all over because it's not exactly intact now. Then the front end of this car and the stability and the balance of the handling of this car is completely dependent on that piece of plastic trim. Without it, the air just washes underneath the car. I tell you, it actually creates downforce.
Yeah, I tell you what else is wrong about this is, because that is broken, he's struggling to get it all on. There are two clips, one on each right at the very end, where it curves up at the extreme outer extremity. At the outer extremity of the edges of that, and there's just two clips that can go on there. Some people like to put a self-tapper and a washer. Now, the Krone car's got a bit of a problem as well for Philip. Now, who's in that car at the moment? That's the 906. Is it not?
907.
907. Oh, it is Philip Hamprecht then, RPM Racing. Second in ARM at the moment. 2Q MMF by HRT, who are continuing their great run. Second in 992 overall and leading the ARM at the moment by a good 20 seconds. The carbon fibre, the plastic reinforced with carbon fibre cover over the front of the car that covers what on the GT3 road car and any other lesser 911 would be the luggage compartment on the 906. The bright chrome green car is flapping badly at the front edge going down the front straight. We've seen this before, Johnny, and we have seen it get so bad that it actually folds that front edge up.
Well, you remember Jimmy Broadbent describing to Joe what had happened to him to put him in the gravel. It was the 907 that came from a different postcode, as Jimmy mentioned, and said it just went from my apex. So is that a scar from those two cars getting together at turn 7 earlier in the race, probably about an hour and a half ago?
And the key thing about that is, if you look at the front end of the GT3 road car or the race car, there are slots in that, let's call it a bonnet for want of a better word. There's no engine underneath there, of course. There are slots in that which are channeling the air from those radiators under that front bumper cover and helping the aerodynamic effect of the car. So there's airflow going through that area of the car, and that's not going to get any better. It's waggling quite a lot. Joe Bradley has seen a pit stop for a Red Camel by Duty Racing, and I think the first seating in the race of Evo Breukers in that number 9 car.
That is correct. Yeah, Luke Breukers getting out of the number 9, the Red Camel team. Remember, their Porsche was put through some rigorous tests last weekend at the Spa 12 Hours, the 992 Endurance Cup event. So for this weekend, bit of an ask to get that car ready for a 24-hour race. So they contacted Jutta, who had an Audi R8 that was spare, that they've done a deal to rent for this race. So a little bit of a different experience for the team, running a GT3 spec car, and also a bit of a different experience from the driver's perspective. And we're going to get that very thing from Luke Breukers, who's just handed over to his dad, Ivo. Luke, how was that? I mean, this is a big jump from the 992 Cup car into a 993 Audi R8. Are you enjoying it yet?
Yes. Yeah, it was my first proper stint in a GT3 car, and it was a lot of fun. They decided to give me, due to the code 60, an extra 25 liters of fuel. So the tires were really at the end of it, but it was a lot of fun.
Can you really tell the difference between the GT3 and all that aero, the extra grip? Can you feel that as a driver?
Yes, the braking is way more intense, so the braking is way later, the cornering is way faster. But the fun is actually the same, but to do it with these guys, especially the team, how quickly they adapt to such a car is very amazing. To see the pit stops were on time, and very proud of them, yeah.
That's a very good point, because we always talk about how you, the drivers, adapt, but it's also the team and the mechanics and how they go around. Even a simple tyre stop is different, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also with the belts and everything is different. And normally in the Cup car you could change the seat back and forth. Here it's the pedals, so everything is just opposite. But we have great help from our friends from Utah Racing. And yeah, so far so good.
And you've handed over to your dad, Ivo? Yep.
Yeah. So time for his stint.
Yeah, we'll get a chat to him. Thanks, Luke. Great stuff.
Luke Breukers then very fresh it would appear, with a flat cap on, which I kind of like as well, going all Peaky Blinders on us, but stepping away from a decent stint there, getting more and more used to the car. And Ivo Breukers will now see how he gets on with the car full of fuel again, because during that stop, full fuel allocation permitted. Everybody pitting right now on the green is okay to take on, not necessarily a full tank, but a full allocation according to which category you are racing in. Roland Poulsen leading, by the way. Remember, the BMW was able to go very deep into that initial stint, so he's getting slightly better fuel mileage than some of the other GT3 cars it's up against. That may be because we haven't seen any Jens Klingman yet. Car 44.
No.
What?
It did 44 laps.
Oh, it did 44 laps. Sorry.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
Massive. You're right. It went really deep in.
Was that the first stint?
Yes, that was the very first stint, which was all green.
But that was Christian Poulsen driving.
Standby caller, I think it was.
And I think once Jens Klingman gets on board,
it was Christian that handed over to Jens, who did 38.
Oh, okay.
Then 38. Roland did a short stint and came in, so he did 4 laps, then 36 laps, so he did 40, and that's where we are now. He's coming to the end of his 37th lap, the leaders having done 122 laps.
Yeah, so Klingman, I would expect him to be going generally faster than the Poulsens, and therefore burning more fuel, but that's actually a difference of 6 laps, which is considerable. It's all about, particularly in the early stages, 20 miles in terms of distance. But what I was going to say is, in an early stage of a 24-hour race, you don't need to worry about full-on pace. I mean, it's a different story if this were like Le Mans 24 hours, for instance, where that's just become a sprint race. These Creventic races, the 24 hours, are more like endurance racing perhaps used to be, in that you can afford to go for fuel mileage rather than downright speed, because I think that will pay when you get later on in the race into the more important hours, in inverted commas, when you really will be pushing like crazy. So buy yourself a bit of mileage, buy yourself a bit of fuel consumption in the early phases. When the pro gets on, when the pro gets on board, the amount of laps completed per stint is naturally going to come down. But if you're the bronze, you can afford to lift and coast. Actually, Christian Poulsen is an AM+, as Creventic call it. It's Roland who is the AM, and they then have a semi-pro in Alfred Nilsson and the pro Jens Klingman.
That cap Yoda's uncle, good spot and well remembered. That flat cap Luke was wearing were the ones that were given out at the Ennepegusa race.
Oh, right. Okay.
Do you remember that?
Well, I remember the Ennepegusa race, but I didn't realise they all got flat caps.
Yeah, it was one of the things. Also, very much a trademark of Vincent Voss of WRT.
Yeah, indeed.
Seldom, if ever, seen without these.
Which rather suggests it's a Belgian thing, or maybe it's a Benelux thing. I don't know. As well. I mean, it's a very British thing too. I'd be interested to know what came first. Actually, you know, that style of cap. Did it begin on the continent? Let us know if you know.
At RSL_studio. Well done, Yoda's uncle, who did exactly that. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, coming up to 8 minutes before another 2 hours has gone through. So we hit a landmark because we'll be at the 4 hour mark in just about 7 minutes time. So 20 hours still to go. Vortex 701, Lionel Amarouche, that's the orange and black car. Sitting leading in its class, the 702, Lucas Sugliano, second in GTX, but a couple of laps back. Amarouche then in 16th position. If they could get close to a top 10 here and win GTX, I think they would be absolutely delighted with that. It's so good to see the variety. They've worked really hard on that concept. Other class leaders, James Collins behind the wheel of JMEC Engineering BMW, number 133, heading down the hill through turn 6 up to 7. And that is the JMEC Engineering BMW E46. I suggested earlier on that might be the oldest car in the field. It's a bit like Trigger's Broom, actually, because James has rebuilt that car extensively. But in terms of the model age, I would think that's probably the oldest car. Can't imagine anybody looking at the front of the, with due respect to our friends at BMW, who are very lovely, but I can't imagine, can you, when you look at the front of that BMW E46, do you think anybody actually came along and said, I know what'll make that car look better? A honking great radiator grille that takes up 2/3 of the frontal area.
I think they did, actually. I think they said, are you going to enter it into a motor race? Yeah, we need it to look a lot more beefy and more menacing, so we'll just stick a couple of pointless grills on the top of it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before. I mean, cruising cars do it a lot, don't they? And
I thought we'd seen it all with BMW with Chris Bangle, who has produced some fantastic cars. When he bangled at the, what was it called, the flame side styling, pretty much everything apart from the X5 got bangled. Oh look, I do like Chris Bangle's work. I think it's very clever. He did the original Fiat, or the Fiat Multipla, the modern Fiat Multipla, which I thought was a superb piece of packaging and design, very funky. But then they came along with these big grills. Interesting, the responsible adult, who, it has to be said, is not a BMW fan at all, was pointing to me towards a BMW M5 Touring, which is their estate car, recently, and saying how much she'd rather like that. Well, I'll take that as carte blanche at that point, and you go out and buy a car, don't you?
Give them permission.
Yes, absolutely.
Ivo Breukers has, well, no, the car that he drives has been assessed a penalty for overtaking outside of the track limits. And this presumably was done, it's too early in Ivo's stint, I think, to be assessed there. Is there a time on it? No, but it's been issued to car number 9, which is the Red Camel by Jutta racing car. I'm going to suggest that was Luke Breukers at the wheel at the time, but nevertheless it's going to be a 10-second time penalty for the next pit stop for car number 9 as a result of that. Kobe de Bruyke heading into the fueling area as one of the top runners, in fact the top runner in 992, pitting from 10th position. But QMMF Racing by HRT are not that far away from the lead in class as well. So Kobe de Bruyke 903 now pits, and Julian Hanses could very easily retake the 992 class lead, and with it the lead within AM as well. QMMF Racing from RPM, they're also in the pit lane though as well for Philip Hamprecht and the 907. And then it's Charlie Fonseca for MRS GT Racing. There's a good old gaggle of 992s there, occupying 10th down to 15th spot. Slightly more spread out in the GTX category for Lionel Amrouche. And we were hearing all about how much the Amrouche family are raving about the Vortex V8 this weekend, the 701 from Lionel's. Is that Lionel's daughter that we were hearing from? Who's part of
Solène, yeah.
Solène, yes, thank you. Yeah, in 701. So Solène, Philippe Bonnel is in there, and Gilles Courtois making it a 4 AM driver lineup in the 701 for the Vortex V8.
Talking about a Courtois at nearly 3 o'clock in the UK on a Saturday just makes me think of football.
Oh, naturally. Speaking of BMWs, actually, I still remember the days when a Vortex kind of looked like a BMW.
Oh yeah, they did have a version like that, didn't they?
GC Automobile, was it?
Yeah, GC Automobile, yeah.
Lionel Amrouche used to drive that, along with other members.
That was still a V8 though, wasn't it? They had a V8 in one of those.
Yes.
There was a couple of different body shapes that they tried before they went on to this bespoke design. So McGuinness and Optimum cycled back to the front as everyone else has done their pit stop. Alvaro Parent will be the next of the leaders to come in. He's second at the moment for E2P Racing, and that car's just been wide for Alvaro Parent, wide enough that that'll be track limits. Top of the hill at turn 9, and dipped his left-hand side Hankook wheels and tyres into the gravel there. We've all done it, haven't we? Let's be quite honest. So, coming to the end of another couple of hours in bright sunshine, and we've barely scratched the surface, but at 4 o'clock Central European summertime, we have now clicked over 4 hours on Radio Show Limited, RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network, and in sound and vision across a number of outlets, including the 24hseries.com site, and of course YouTube. Johnny and John in the booth, and Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Let's take a look at how they stand then, JP. Optimum from E2P by 34.5 seconds. Herbert and Santalot next up are still on the lead lap. It's Ivo Breukers in 5th position for Red Camel. And Poulsen Motorsport, Alfred Nielsen behind the wheel, I think there. Who now, has that car just dropped off the lead lap? I think it has, because he's just come out the pits in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. The number 14 car, having done 39 laps again. That is very, very frugal. Behind them, in the rest of the top 10, RD Sainz with the Lamborghini, ARC Bratislava with another Lamborghini. Jutta Racing, that's a heck of a drive back by Jutta Racing, isn't it? Started right at the back of the field after being up until 4 o'clock this morning rebuilding the number 71 car. Elementas Navikausukas in behind the wheel now, 9th and just off the lead lap in GT3 and GT3 Julian Hanses, QMMF by HRT, leads now in the 992 and AM category in their Porsche. Outside the top 10, it's Red Ant MRS, RPM, HRT, Red Ant Vortex, Orchid in 17th position, excuse me. Vortex, the 701, leading its class, by the way, in 16th position. Behind them in 17th, Antonio Garzon, Orchid. Then Samantha Tan Racing, Fabien Defieux behind the wheel of the leading GT4 car. Mulder Motorsport in 8th in 992, 6th in AM in 19th, 20th Lucas Sugliano for the second of the Vortexes. Then Venture in GT4, Apex MP in GT4, 2nd and 3rd. Road to Le Mans in 23rd position, and NM Racing Team in 24th. 25th is Lion Speed. That's just changed around, actually. Hoffa Racing, NM Racing have come in the pits, that's why. James Collins for JMac Engineering leads TCE in the number 133. And then it's SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, 2nd in TCE, Asbest Racing 3rd in TCE. NKPP just come into the pits with Harry Hilders in that 992. See, that's been in the pits for 23 minutes, of course. Had that swipe that front end and did the radiator damage on that car. Elmer Grimm just into fuel for Land, and the blue and white number 34 Audi. CWS Daniel Monk's 4th in TCE, TCS in the mostly black 178. Behind them, Team Africa Le Mans, who, having started late, I haven't got anything to knock on that's wood here, but I don't think they've had a problem since then. They dropped a whole load, a handful of laps at the beginning. Emmanuel Pirot in that car and in fuel at the moment. Then GSR, who had the side swipe on the right-hand side early on. Razzoon More Than Racing and Holmgard Porsche making up the 36. No advice retirements. And with just under 4 hours to go, the leaders are Optimum Motorsport. They're on their 130th lap and they have a 40-second lead. And Peter Mackay has rejoined us.
Hello, John.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Coming back to the Team Africa Le Mans car, they have run while on track very smoothly, but they have effectively a fueling issue that they're going to have to live with all race long, because the car has like a quick fueling system. They've had to sort of adapt it to take the supermarket petrol pump, for lack of a better description, and it just takes a long time to get the car fueled up, unfortunately. So that is hampering them a little bit. But in the GT4 category, if you run clean on track and you have no other delays, you're still in the mix. There still is the possibility of a podium, like we talked about a little bit earlier on. But that GT4 category is led by the very impressive ST Racing Team. Fabien Defeu has just brought in that car from the lead. It's sitting in the fuel at the moment. In fact, it's just on the move from fueling, so going to get service from that. But it's Optimum who are leading, and really with all of the practice time and qualifying, that was what was to be expected. They're certainly in terms of their driver lineup, they have the highest balance of gradings in their driver lineup. Now, there are things that they have to give away. The AM cars have a slightly more preferable balance of performance, as is always the case in the 24H series. So Optimum definitely have the overall quickest package when you throw everything in, but that doesn't always win you 24-hour races, as we've come to see so many times. But one crew you can't write off is the Santalok Junior team, which is slightly curiously named, as there's some drivers on that team with good levels of healthy levels of life experience. So I do like the fact that they're called the Santalok Junior team. They've run under that banner for the whole year. Problem, unfortunately, for the ARC Bratislava. Number 44, the bright yellow Lamborghini, is going very, very slowly indeed.
Top 10 car, that, Peter.
Ah, no. It is just at the pits, so I don't know how long it's been running slow for, but Adam Konopka's limping it back. They're sitting 9th overall, as you said, John, 4th in the AM class, making their way down the pit road at the moment. I don't see any damage as such on the car, but I'm sure Joe Bradley or Diana Biggs will find out what the score is with Joe with that number 44 bright yellow Lamborghini. You cannot miss it out there as Land Motorsport come into the pits.
Yeah, number 34 car round again into the pit lane. Oh, in fact, actually, it is Di that's in the pits, and she is watching the number 34 Land Motorsport stop. They had some problems, which has put them well down the field, but that was a 43-lap stint for Elmer Grimm, Diana.
Yes, and I don't know if you remember earlier, John, when I spoke to them, they said that, look, you know, we understand we've got a big issue, we've lost a lot of time, but we're going to keep racing. We're going to fix it and get back out, which they did. And that was a very slick stop by the Land Motorsport team here. They changed drivers and changed, obviously, tyres, and they're just walking quite casually into the garage there, but they're all happy. Straight behind them is the number... we're just waiting on the pit stop now for the number 90 E2P Racing, and Pablo Bergera is going to jump into that Porsche 911, and they're waiting patiently here with tyres, crew on hand, ready to receive that car into the pit lane. Now, I'm keeping my eyes open for the Lamborghini that Peter mentioned. I've not seen anything in the pit lane as yet.
It's in fuel.
But, oh, okay, that's why then. It's not met me yet. So once it gets here, I'll have a look for you and come back.
Thank you, Diana. You can't miss the Lamborghini. It's a bright yellow Lamborghini. It's not the most subtle machine on the planet. Fantastic stuff. So the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini being fueled up. It's bright yellow with almost world champion cycling striped colours over the roof.
I said it was Sir Paul Smith suit lining. He does like the stripes like that, but I see what you mean about the rainbow jersey. Yeah, very good. I like that.
And of course the yellow jersey's for the leader, isn't it? So
the Tour de France,
maybe there's something in that.
Absolutely. This next segment is the Mack attack. 2 Scots and a Mackham. And just to prove where I am.
A Mackham.
A Mackham.
Mackham.
Yeah, Mack attacks. Weirsiders, people from Sunderland.
I see.
Yeah, not Geordies.
I see. Very important distinction.
Oh, yes.
So that's when you'd say the Northeast is a good catch-all if you're not quite sure.
Oh, yes.
Like saying somebody from North America.
Yes. Or the Antipodes.
That's a good one too. That's a great... When sometimes when you're commentating and you go, is it the Kiwi or the Australian? I can't remember. You go, Antipodean. Antipodean tenacity. That normally gets you out of jail.
Yeah.
We're revealing all our secrets here.
Count the stars as well on the flags. That's another good one because they look very similar.
They do.
Particularly when they're tiny on an entry list. Joe Bradley taking his time off at the moment, so Diana will be patrolling the pits for a wee while.
We'll be firing up the coffee machine in the catering and also making sure the ice cream machines are well filled up, because I'll be next after him.
I've got to say the temperature rising to a critical point for the ice cream makers. That we're getting... Oh, hello. Now, further problems for the number 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. It has got out of fuel, but it hasn't fired back up yet, and is having to be pushed towards its garage by the team. Diana Binks is close at hand.
You've got a good sight of that as well, I think, John. But yeah, it's the hazard lights are going on for the moment, so they must be having some difficulties behind the wheel there. But they're pushing it back down the pit lane at the moment into that penalty box where it's staying for the moment. I can see one of the team engineers telling them to switch everything off. So they've obviously got some, I think, some probably electrical issues as well there. But the whole team are now running right down the pit lane to have a look at that car.
There's a 10-second time penalty being assessed on that car.
And it is being pushed away again, John, just as you started to chat there. They're pushing it back up the pit lane.
That was not respecting refuelling regulations just under an hour ago. And so that would be its last time through the pits, Peter. But I think they've got bigger problems than that penalty.
Much bigger problems than that 10-second penalty. They have served it though, which is important, and they got that out the way and then pushing it all the way down the pit lane. Out of our commentary box window, I can see Diana getting the scoop on what's going wrong with that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Well established package. Runs the 5.2 litre V10 that's very, very similar unit to what you get in the Audi LMS GT3 car, R8 LMS GT3 car. But closer up the sharp end, the Pilsen Motorsport BMW is forging on. and at the moment running in 5th overall. Anne has not long taken a pit stop as well. Alfred Nielsen has taken over from Roland Poulsen. So looking really good in that BMW M4, the only BMW M4 of GT3 variety in the field. We have a GT4 version of it running, and at the moment leading in the GT4 category with Pippa Mann on board.
Yeah, Pippa doing more GT racing, famed for her single-seater exploits in the US and perennial qualifier when she enters for the Indianapolis 500. Was at the Nürburgring 24 this year? Was she not? Yes, she was. She was in the GT Tyres, one of the GT Tyre cars. We've had a full female driving and engineering crew.
She's done that for several years now, in a BMW with several other quick lady drivers. So they're looking good at the moment. That crew, ST Racing, Pippa Mann, Samantha Tannen, Neil Verhagen, who he's off shift at the moment, so he could just any moment peer into our commentary box.
He's a good lad.
He's a brilliant guy, brilliant driver too. Last time I spoke to him, he had a BMW M4 competition as his company car, and I asked him, I said, "Oh, that's good." I said, "Do you get your tyres replaced?" He says, "No, we have to pay for the tyres." So if you burn through the tyres, it's your bill.
Small price to pay for a car like that. As your company car. Although I suppose, well, it depends where you are and where you're paying your tax, because sometimes it can be quite a tax burden. So into the second 4-hour segment, we have completed 4 hours and what's that, 13, call it 14 minutes, and the fights continue throughout the field, sometimes for position, sometimes not so. Yannick Redon just coming round to go past the number 967 Porsche, which is Jonathan Kearney for HRT, who is actually behind him as far as the timing and scoring is concerned. Just puts another lap on a competitor. Redon at the moment second, and what is he behind? He's chasing Julian Hanses, isn't he?
Yes.
The lead in 992 overall, and he's going to be about 6 seconds behind him when he comes to the line, I reckon.
I tell you what, QMMF by HRT, they've been the surprise package of the day, I think. They're doing a great job because the Red Ant crew, they've got not one but two really strong cars.
They won, not comfortably, but they won the AM category last weekend up at Spa. And that was huge news for that part of the world. And they're proving here that was by no means a flash in the pan. They've come out and done it. They didn't qualify right at the sharp of the field, and they've still managed to do everything they need to do. Ooh, big moment there for Pablo Boguera in the number 90 E2P Racing Iberian car, as I heard you calling it earlier on, Peter. 6th position overall for that Porsche. Got sideways, very sideways, going around the outside of a Cup class car as he was going into turn 10.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disagreement there, but thankfully no harm, no foul. Young Antonio Cenero, who started that car off, and then the superstar that is Alvaro Parent was next in, and now Pablo Boguera taking his turn at the wheel, and I presume then it will be Javier Mortrillo, the boss of E2P Racing, who'll be in next, who's raced for a very, very long time. E2P themselves have raced for over 40 years, so they've been training drivers for even longer than that. So really a talent factory based in Madrid, so just over the other side of Spain, and they're doing a lot with what is now quite an old package. The 991 GT3, 991.2 GT3R is at the very least 3 years old.
Is that what they're running? They're not running.
They're not running a 992. Everyone else is running a. If they're in a Porsche GT3 car, it's the latest version. So they're getting a lot out of what is quite an old package. But that was, for me, of all the GT3Rs, the 991.2 particularly was a very successful car. Won at Daytona, Nürburgring, you name it.
I just think that was a big return to form for the designers. I didn't hate the 996, although the headlights never really sat with me. The 997 was going back in the right direction, but I didn't like the tail lights. 991.1, lovely. 991.2, pristine. Down in that garage at the moment is Pablo Buguera. Has just gone past and completed another lap. The E2P Racing Garage Diana Binks has sniffed out a story.
Well, I'm here at the garage while it's all unfolding. I can hear you talking about it, but Perez just jumped out of the car and obviously handed over to Pablo. Satisfied with your performance during that stint?
Yeah, I mean, a lot going on out there. Very busy. A lot of traffic. I mean, I'm very happy with how everything's going at the moment. The car's working really well in terms of ultimate pace. I'm not sure we're as strong as some of the other cars out there, but look, we'll keep fighting hard and see what we can do. It's important for Pablo now to have a nice, clean, confidence-boosting stint. And he's been doing well this weekend. He's actually been stronger than other places, so that's really cool. You know, on the last race, home race for the team. So yeah, really happy, and you know, a long way to go. A lot going on out there, and we always have to be careful with everything, all situations.
Yeah, I mean, as you were coming towards me, I think Pablo had a bit of a moment on the track, but I think everything's okay. You probably didn't hear that or see that as you came towards me. As far as I know, he's fine, but there is a code 60 at the moment, and I don't think that's for him, but we're just waiting to find out. But it's the Hofer car, so it's not your car at the moment. But
we can see it there.
Yes. Yeah, there's big screens down here for anyone listening. We've got big screens in the pit lane where we can see some of the action. I'd actually forgotten that they were there, but we get so busy coming in and out of the garages. But Creventic always put on a fantastic event, and this 24-hour Barcelona is way up there with it, isn't it?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I think it's I was just at the grid earlier on. Antonio took the start, and it was full of people. We see some supporters, a lot of interest over here because our Spanish team, home race. So it's really good, exciting, you know, excited to be here, and these boys are working very, very hard. So I'm hoping for a long 24-hour, but that we keep it clean and we arrive to the end. But as I said, so many hours to go, so let's see what happens.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, with the endurance racing, and you know, you can have the best strategy in the world, but it all has to come together and fall into place. But you know what endurance racing is like, it's a team event.
Most definitely, you know, everything can change from one moment to the other, but so far so good. The car's behaving well, mechanically everything's running very nice. Zero issue at the moment, so fingers crossed that we keep it that way. We've just got to keep an eye out for traffic management, everything going on out there, and obviously see if our strategy pays off. We'll see.
So when we get these code 60 moments, does that give you an opportunity just to have a breather? So Pablo has just got in the car, but he'll be able to just collect his thoughts, and obviously you've got to keep that focus.
It does, but at the same time you've got to keep very focused, because sometimes when you're driving, you don't know what happened, so you don't know if it's a very quick code 60 or if it's going to take a while. So you can't really relax too much, you know. Like on this case, this one was a really short code 60, you know, it went away quickly, so you have to switch back on. Sometimes it's tricky for some other drivers to switch off, switch back on, but yeah, you've got to keep focused all the time.
Thank you for chatting.
Thanks, Diana. See you in a bit.
Great to hear from Alvaro Parente there, a driver who could have gone all the way to Formula One, could have made the big time, you know, was a champion in Formula 3.5. champion in British F3, but has really found a great place in sports car racing, winner of the Bathurst 12-hour, and well, by 12 o'clock tomorrow, will he have a Barcelona 24-hour under his belt? We shall see. Slight issue for the 455 Team Africa Le Mans car. It's Cristoforo Pirro, son of Emanuele, at the wheel right now. Just had a quick trip through the gravel. There's a little bit of gravel coming out the belly pan of that Ginetta, just getting spread over a little bit on the circuit as it comes down the hill towards turn 10. At La Cascia, so a little bit of a story there for Cristoforo, who's actually an engineer in the motor racing world. We heard from in F1, is he?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
His brother as well also works as an engineer in Formula 1.
Handy driver to have.
Works in motorsport engineering. Chris I've known since he was, well, very small. Lovely family, the Perez Marlin, their mum. Emanuele's wife. Hadn't seen her for about a decade and a half until I saw her when we pulled in here on Friday morning, and rather typically it was like we'd seen each other yesterday. It was great. Emanuele, oh man, superb driver, excellent personality, total showman and entertainer. I remember doing a drivers versus media football match at Petit, just before Petit Le Mans one year. We were all getting ready up at Atlanta, ready to go and play, and we were waiting for a couple of people, one of them being Emanuele, and he came into the car park sideways in his hire car, handbrake turned it perfectly into the space, opened the door as he was coming to a halt, and got out and went, "Ciao, now we can start." He's just brilliant.
He also arrived on he was part of a group that arrived to one of the American Le Mans Series rounds on Harley Davidsons.
Yeah.
Where they went to Portland from Salt Lake City on Harley Davidsons. Him, Alan McNish, and a few others from the Porsche factory.
Yeah, Lee Newton was part of that.
That's right, yeah.
Because they knew the right people.
And they arrived in Portland a little bit close on time because Emanuele had got them lost. Was Lee's recollection of the story. Brilliant stuff. So many great races in America as well. I think he really had some of his very best races in America. Did Emanuele at the wheel of Audi R8s and Audi R10s as well. But for Cristoforo, he brought the 455 machine into the pits of Team Africa Le Mans car. It's been sitting in the pits now for sort of just under 2 minutes and counting. The car had been through the gravel, so might maybe just want to give it a little bit of a check over. Of course, with Chris being a race engineer, he'll be very sensitive to the mechanics of the car and how it feels as well.
I said to Chris on Friday when we were, "Are you going to do a bit of engineering as well, are you?" And he didn't even get that answer. Emanuele said the family has asked him to concentrate on the driving. Ooh, yeah, pressure was on.
That's a bit ominous, isn't it?
Yeah, pressure was on.
Oh, big pressure. Yeah, but interesting comment from Emanuele on his interview yesterday with Joe, and said, you know, he's really happy that his son's made a career in the engineering side, because it's such a challenge for young drivers to make their way up through the ladder and to make that career move in motor racing. So 19 hours and 34 minutes to go, and a car that you would have expected to be up there fighting in the podium positions, the Land Motorsport car, not having the best of days, unfortunately. Had a technical issue earlier on. They kept moving on. At the moment they are in 30th overall.
It's a drive belt that they had go on that car, if you remember, in that V10. The problem with that V10 engine, not the problem, it sounds fantastic, it's not easy to get to the front of the engine, and all the belts, of course, are on the front of the engine. You've got to go in from underneath. So that took about, what, half an hour, 40 minutes from memory.
It did. Yeah, I think if you get, not many crews that know the Audi R8 better than Land Motorsport, of course, won the Nürburgring 24-hour with the same model of car. So, you know, Christopher Land's crew, old school Audi team, and great experience and great success. So, yeah, if you're going to service the car, use a team that know it inside and out. And the racing mileage the Audi R8 is made, I think really that's the car that's defined the GT3 era up to now. So it's been there all the way through in a very, very similar guise. Same engine all the way through. Okay, they'll have developed it, I'm sure, but that has been a staple package throughout, certainly since the turn of this, certainly the turns of the previous decade anyway.
Well over, it must be getting over 300 of them built now.
Must be much more than that.
In the various guises, yeah, got to be. Got to be.
Easily. And yet, you know, the days of the Audi Sport customer racing in its true pomp are behind us, sadly. Maybe it will come back in the future, you never know.
There are still teams who absolutely will not race anything else. And while that's the case, surely they should be being serviced. Audi, not probably getting a whole load of new customers, but their TCR product is still very, very successful in the US. And along with AMG, of course, not eligible for ELMS or WEC, although we counted 8 EMGs in the Asian Le Mans series when that kicks off at Sepang.
Problem
later in the year.
Oh, yes. R949, one of the Porsche Cup machines, that's Pedro Miguel Narinho for the Road to Le Mans Porsche, is ground to a halt, and this may bring out a code 60 because that car looks to be dead stick. Pedro Miguel Narinho Brass.
It's the top of the hill, Peter, just going up the hill to turn 12.
Yep, it's been dealt with by the local yellow flag at the moment. They might give it a good time to see if they can power cycle it and get back going again. So a few reliability issues for the Porsche 992s. That's unusual. That's at turn 12, just on the left of turn 12. Andy has got it going. It's moving. Just maybe waiting for his opportunity to get back onto terra firma. Had got it going. Car's rocking forward. Waiting for his opportunity, slip the clutch, off you go, and we stay green flag racing for now. And he's, it's just close enough. If he can get, if he is down on power or having to limp it, he's about to just crest the hill, and then it's downhill all the way to the pits from there.
Totally. No. Oh, he's just not been able to get there, has he? Just not being able to get there.
And all the drivers coming through, they'll have been warned. It's up on the timing screen. The ship-to-show radio to the car the message will be coming in saying watch it at turn 12. There's a car parked on the exit on the wide side of that corner. And he had got the car going there, had Pedro, but it just is ground back to a halt again, unfortunately. And that 4-litre flat 6 is not providing, or it's not generating power to the wheels. The car is absolutely steady. So that's such a pity for that crew. Big all Spanish crew, of course, the 949 crew. So a home race for them, for Agustin Sanabria Crespo, Pablo Bras Silvero, Fernando Gonzalez, Pedro Miguel Narinho Bras, and Francesc Gutierrez Agui, who has been racing in this event every year. He's raced in all 25 editions of the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
Just had a pit stop for MRS GT. Rolando Saka got into the car as we go code 60 for the GT Silver portion that we've been talking about, the 949. Let's go down to Diana at MRS GT. Had a horrible weekend last weekend, Di. Are they feeling a bit more love from the racing gods this weekend?
So when they came in, they had to put the car into the garage to to do what they needed to do with that before they could get it back out. So they were probably in there a good 5 to 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes actually, by the time I got up here. So no, they're working hard, you know, they're doing what they can to keep in the race, but yeah, they're finding it a little tough going at the moment. But the garage next to them, the 455 with Emanuele Pirro in that one, that car's also been moved into the garage area. There's a lot of pebbles. There's lots of pebbles and dash coming out of there, so they've taken the engine cover off and they're just cleaning out. So you must have gone into the gravel traps quite a long way, because there's certainly a lot of gravel being taken out of there.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, that's a shame for the Team Africa Le Mans crew. It must have been very early on into Cristoforo Pirro's stint where that happened, sadly. The track crew are already bursting into life with their hard-working pickup truck number 4, if you're keeping notes. The tow rope has been attached to the front of that 992 Porsche Cup machine. Now, I wonder how many of them there are out there, because there's well over 5,000 Porsche Cup cars have ever been sold since the Cup car came along in the late 80s, in the very, very earliest days of it.
964 was the first Cup car, proper Cup car, wasn't it?
Of a 911, yes. You had the Turbo Cups before that, but of 944s. But yes,
944 Turbo Cup fetch a lot of money.
They do now, yeah. Porsche actually.
There was a 944 Cup car. No, there was a 928 Cup car in the UK, which wasn't a turbo. I've driven one of those. I raced that in a 6-hour race at Donington.
Very nice.
They were massively underpowered, great car just to get a feel for a race circuit with. I'm pretty certain the 964 was the first 911.
It was,
Cup car.
Yeah, it was, which was Carrera Cup Deutschland. Well. Yes, they are Carrera Cup Deutschland to begin with, and then the Super Cup came along in 1993 with the 993.
Super Cup has run constantly since 1993 with Formula One.
Yes.
That is an extraordinary run, isn't it?
It is.
30 years plus.
7 generations now of car that have gone through it. And it's how far it spreads around the world as well. You know, in Asia and in Australasia and in North America, Germany, France, UK, you name it, they're all over, and you can race them in a 20-minute sprint race or in a 24-hour race like this. It's an incredibly versatile piece of kit, and well, just shows you what the event we had last weekend at Spa, just for Porsche 992 Cup cars. And a very successful event it was. Just under 1 minute to go.
Why has nobody thought of that before, by the way? I mean,
it's interesting.
You're talking more than 30 years, and certainly at least the last 2 iterations, 991s and 992s, we've always said that whilst they weren't built as an endurance race car, it's a good way to go endurance racing. And that's the first time we've had a single manufacturer
event. Been plenty of time with a specific class, like at the Nürburgring there's a specific class for them too.
And of course,
and here,
the reason that race happened was because they are so numerous here. We've gone back to green. You were working in Scotland last weekend. When I tell you that Porsche Experience brought some cars and brought some cars to Spa.
Did you have a go, did you?
No, I know. And I didn't even drive a Porsche there. We had a Porsche there, but I didn't drive a Porsche there. There were something over 250 GT3s and GT3 RSs from Porsche Experience at the track. I have never seen so many. Then Porsche Cup Belgium brought about another 150. We had well over 300 cars.
Wow.
There, and a slow moving KTM Crossbow. That's the
rear left puncture.
Yeah,
that's
good
the GTX
spot.
car.
That's the Milwaukee Tool sponsored car, and that is the leader. The third place car, the Razoo More Than Racing Daniel Drexel car. So it's the blue and white car. My apologies.
Well, it was white and red, but it's got a new all-carbon part on the front of it that just hasn't been stickered up. Yeah.
Yes, that's
so
right.
So Daniel Drexel, the Austrian, that's a real kick in the teeth.
So that was the car that ran into the Herberth car?
Correct. Right. So it was. It's been in the pits for over an hour to get all the repair done from that incident, and then you drive it, you finally got the car repaired. That's great, let's go. Bang, puncture on the rear left of that KTM GTX. But GTX, there's 3 cars in the class, there's 2 Vortexes, and there is this KTM GTX car. So you just keep the wheels turning and you never know what happens. Just keep going. It's the true spirit of endurance. This KTM is already putting itself as an early contender for the Spirit of Endurance award.
It wouldn't be the first time, would it? Let's be honest.
No. Amazing car, the GTX spec KTM.
Again, this is the 5-cylinder version.
That's it. And unfortunately, the punctures happened quite early on in the lap, so it's a long, arduous limp home at the side of the road, just at, well, not far off walking pace. Just you've got to be really careful. You just don't got to go nice and steady. Just coming up through turns 7 and 8 now, keeping well over to the left hand side of the road. That's good. That's good stuff. But that's a long way home.
That's painful, isn't it?
Yep. And can you imagine the noise on board as well? You hear the flap of the tyre carcass. The tyre carcass is just hanging onto the wheel, but I don't know if it'll be there by the time we get to the wheel. And there is, having experienced it several times at the stop line at the end of a rally stage where a car's had a puncture, the smell of the rim and the damaged tyre and the rim that's been running on the road, the smell is horrid. I just really don't like that smell at all.
Made worse, of course, in this car because it's so close to everything in the engine bay, being a rear stroke mid-engine car. And what he's having to do as he comes away from turn 9 now, he's already lost a running light at the left front of that car. That's the new front end. I think that is as a consequence of the collision with the number 91 Herberth Porsche. He's still got a third of a lap to go here. This is horrible.
So frustrating. They're running 35th and unfortunately last at this moment in time, but they are running. That is just keep it running. A damaged tyre can be replaced. And tell you what, Daniel Drexel's doing a good job here, because if you go too quick, you'll rip.
And penultimate, because the home guard car is in fuel at the moment, the 992.
No, it's in the pits having an engine replaced.
It's having an engine poo. Yeah.
Unfortunately, but Daniel Drexel's doing a very good job here to not rip off any bodywork. He's just minimising the damage. But one car that had some issues earlier on was the CWS Engineering Ginetta, and Dana Binks has some news.
Some issues with the rear left. When he got turned around earlier with the Seat at the beginning of the race, they didn't sustain major damage, but they've obviously damaged something at the rear, so they've had to bring the car in again. They're having a proper look round now, but they've got the tyre. Earlier on they couldn't actually get the tyre off that easily, but it came off. They've been in and had new tyres since, so that problem's rectified itself. But they're just doing some little minor repairs at the rear of that car at the moment. So it is in the garage. The driver's still behind the wheel, and I don't know who it is behind it. I think it's Dan behind that wheel, or it could be Alistair McKinnon. But that's sitting in the garage at the moment. Now, the next garage along from that, you were talking earlier about the yellow Lamborghini. Now, that is still in the garage down here while I have a little look. They're doing quite a lot of work to that. That's not going anywhere. That was electrical, they told me, on the way up when they pushed it up. So, but they're not working on it, so that's not looking so good for that number 54.
And drama for the Vortex V8. Gilles Courtois has just taken out the number 701. That is the leading GTX car. And Peter Mackay, that was very, very slow up to speed coming out of the pit lane, as if it either didn't want to come off the pit lane speed limit or there was some kind of recalcitrance from the V8 engine. He's still not up to speed. He's quicker, but I wouldn't say that car was up to speed yet.
The only thing I would maybe throw into the bargain is he's just getting the tyre up to temperature and just taking a little bit of time to get everything ready enough and going.
Got a good lead. That's a fair point.
The brakes, I'm sure they'll be fine, but it's the tyres, just bringing them up to temperature, keep the mistakes away. That's going to be the critical point of in the GTX category. The KTM has made its way back into the pits. It served its 30-second penalty for causing a collision earlier on, and is now back to get that rear left tyre replaced. So hopefully they can get back going again and back into the GTX battle, which if there is something sinister aboard that 701 Vortex, then you never know. Things can go back and forth in that GTX category.
So second place in the GTX is the other Vortex, the Lucas Sugliano driven car. They're on 131 laps at the moment. It's 137, 138. So you're talking about 6 laps, 12, 13 minutes maybe, maybe a little bit more than that. Third in GTX, the Razoo Northern Racing KTM 714. Well, they're well back. They're on 97 laps, so they're an hour back and more.
That's not unassailable.
Oh, no.
Definitely not. The one thing that concerns me slightly, though, is that I think it's just more just a check, actually, for the Razoo mechanics. Where the rear left is, it's almost adjacent with the back of the engine. So the mechanics took the engine cover off, looked in the engine bay just to check everything was okay before they let that KTM go, and it's back in the race again. But that was a long drag with that damaged tyre all the way around this fairly long Barcelona circuit. I mean, it's even longer when you have to do about 15 miles an hour, sadly. So it's still Optimum Motorsport who lead then with their McLaren, with Todd Coleman on board, who we spoke with a little bit earlier on, and he gave us a great insight of what it's like for a driver when it's your first experience either of a circuit or of a car, and in fact it's both for him. And he said, I was just so nervous before that first lap. I couldn't wait to get that first lap under my belt and then settle into a rhythm. And it's, we see top racing drivers as, we see them as almost robotic, and you think, well, it's fine, you just jump in and then you get and off you go. It's just not like that. It's a very, very human sport. It's easy to deny the human element when we talk so much about the machinery at play. Obviously that's critical in motorsport, but so is the human element as well, equally so.
Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth with Diana Binks in the pit lane as the time continues to tick down, and we've done another 45 minutes since that landmark of 4 hours. Just on 15 minutes before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got about another hour and a half, maybe an hour and 45 minutes before the sun starts to get to the point where it's going to be bothering the drivers at various parts of the track, and then it will get dark pretty quickly at this time of the year. Not much twilight here. Race all the way south in Europe, of course, but it will darken off, as I say, pretty quickly. And there are few to none additional lights, light panels, and some light from the grandstands down the front straight. But that's Charlotte, as far as that is concerned.
So it's what are we now? 19 hours and 14 minutes to go. Interestingly, Optimum Motorsport, they're doing a slightly different kind of driver rotation. They started off with Frederick Schandorf, then went to Todd Coleman, then to Robert McGuinness. They've gone back to Todd Coleman, so they're keeping Aaron Telitz in reserve, perhaps to give him a little bit more work through the nighttime hours. So we've got Diana Binks down in the pits, to grabbing lots of chats with the drivers, and let's see how she's caught up with.
I've caught up with Emanuele Pirro from the 455. You were just talking about him a little bit earlier, the Team Africa Le Mans car. Emanuele, you brought the car in and then it went straight into the garage and it's been sitting there ever since. But I can see there's quite a lot of gravel on the ground there and the team are working quite hard. What happened? Good to see you, by the way.
This is an operation that didn't exist. So it's a group of friends gathering together, trying to climb the Mount Everest of making a 24-hour race with a car which we didn't know. So obviously there's a lot of tolls to pay. We stretched the tire stint a little bit too much in my stint, so it was really hard, and we delaminated one tire. So we learned how long is the tire life with that stint. And then Chris started, and we filled up the fuel. We've had a lot of problems with the refueling throughout the weekend with the hose and everything. And then there was, he got some fuel on the tire and lost the car, went on the gravel. Because we lost a lot of time, they are checking if everything is fine. It is what it is. The purpose for us is just to get together and do the best we can. Sometimes the harder you fight, the harder you try, the more satisfaction you have if you make it to the end.
Well, you're absolutely right. We all know you very well in motorsport world, of course, and you know how to race a race car. Now, this one, Barcelona here, it's a 24-hour race. It's an endurance race. It's a team event, as you say. So it's a case of dealing with all the hurdles and the challenges as they come, and it's more satisfaction if you can get to the end.
Yes. Right now, first of all, the car was not really competitive. So we came here with the target of really doing the best we can. So far, we are not doing the best we can because we are spending a lot of time in the pits. But nevertheless, we have to draw a line at the end of the race and really see whether we have done a job where, you know, we can open a bottle and have a toast all together. I have to say, I always felt sympathy for the slower cars in my career. With the many years, you know, in Le Mans and the American Le Mans Series, a lot of the skill and going fast or slow was in overtaking, losing more or less time. I always had respect for these people who were driving their own race, fighting for their own podium. But this time I realized how hard it is to be one of the slowest cars out there and always look in the mirror. So I felt sympathy for them, but now even more.
You understand it so much, and also this Creventic series is the perfect place because you get so much track time. You can learn and evolve and understand everything much more.
Believe it or not, every lap a human being does, you put something in the pocket in terms of learning how to drive, because people, you know, superficially think that motorsport, motor racing is just driving around, which is true. But trust me, every time you tackle a corner, you have a slightly different situation, like tire degradation, racing lines. So every time you have to modify a little bit what to do. Every corner you can be happy or not so happy about how you do it. And when you are not fighting for the win, for me, it's a matter of trying to be as perfect as you can. Most of the times I'm unhappy with myself because also when you're rusted. But really, with the fuel load, brake degradation, every corner is a new challenge. Small differences, but big differences. So never stop learning.
No, you absolutely don't. Well, Emanuele, thank you so much for chatting to us. We hope that you get back out on track and we can see you during the rest of the race. We've got a long way to go.
We will. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, coming up to another hour of racing completed in just under 10 minutes' time. Todd Coleman leading. And this Optimum McLaren, despite the fact that it's not going as long on the fuel perhaps as some of the cars around it, but crucially, Peter, they do seem to have cleaned their pit stops up. They're not losing half a minute every pit stop, and as I say that, we have more drama, and it's another one of the normally very reliable Cup cars. This time a spin for the GT Silver 917 Jeremy Brodard's car, the Orchid Racing team, Swiss flagged car, and he's got the worst view in the world at the moment, which is having gone through turn 1, he's staring at the whole field driving past him.
Not a nice experience at all. The hazard warning lights are going. The car looks like it's been recycled. She's got the engine back going again, so hopefully we'll get an opportunity to spin around. That Orchid Racing team running the...
I don't know how he's going to do that.
No, I'm not sure. It's a tricky manoeuvre. Although there is just around to his right, there is a little bit of runoff that he could use to get the car turned around. But yeah, it's an awkward situation. I wouldn't want to be the engineer on the radio saying, right, you've got a gap, you're all right. It's a bit like saying if you come to a dodgy junction, you ask your passenger, I'm all right, yeah, you're clear left, off you go.
Yeah.
And you trust them about 99%, depends who your passenger is, of course, how switched on or not they are. And they've got going. It was at turn 1, actually, there for the Orchid Racing team, the Swiss crew that are connected to Porsche Centre Genève. And back at Mugello, they brought 2 cars, the 917 and the 963, numbered cars, I might add. There's spin for the GT4 KTM at turn 8, just gets in the way of one of the GT4 Mercedes, but luckily they both get away without contact. But the KTM car has got to spin around, and that was battle for position, actually, as Igor Sorokin and the NM Racing Mercedes went by.
Was there a touch there?
There was a big touch with the police, handing out some heavy-handed tactics to the Orchid Racing car.
That was a perfect rear three-quarter. That was how the Orchid Racing car turned around. Did the KTM get a little touch as well?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was a bit more of maybe just a misunderstanding. Yes, but coming back to the Orchid Racing team, they were just involved in that incident. They had a night back at Mugello, brought 2 cars, and one of the cars had Romain Dumas, many-time American Le Mans Series champion, Le Mans winner, except Pikes Peak record holder, and a certain Sebastian Loeb, who's apparently quite handy in a rally car.
I went to see him at the start of the race, and Diana had a chat with I had a chat with Romain later on, but Diana went to speak to Sebastian Bourdais, and he says, "Yeah, right, yeah."
Sebastian Loeb.
Yes.
Now that would be a good combo, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Sebastian Loeb, and he said, "It's just a bit of fun. I can't wait to get in the car. It's just a bit of fun. You know, I'm enjoying it. Nice, tight, twisty circuit, very hot, etc., etc." Gets out the car after his first stint in the car. Goes to the back of the garage. He's pointing here. He's making moves with his hands. He's talking. He's doing all the miming out all the things. So he then storms off out the back to get himself cooled down. It's super hot. So I grabbed Romain, bring him to the front, and I went, "Just a bit of fun then." He went, "Starts off as a bit of fun then, doesn't it? But it never stays like that very long. We're all very competitive people." And he was team managing it. And it was like, I've got to keep these guys in check now. And it's good fun. But they were... they didn't have a lot of luck that weekend. Among a couple of Porsche teams, actually, who didn't have the best of days in the heat.
So, unsurprisingly, the race control have indicated on the timing screen, incident involving cars 917 and 992 at turn 1 is noted. So that is the 917 Orchid Racing Team car and the 992 Dutch police car, as it's now known as. I'm here in the commentary booth, Harry Hilders at the wheel right now. To give it its full nomenclature, NKPP Racing by Bas Kutten, also known as the Track Limits Police. It's not so undercover, is it?
No. Indeed not.
But great to see them here in that very populous 992 category. 10 cars fighting for honours in 992, and again we say it again, the surprise package, QMMF by HRT. Not only are they leading the AM class, they are leading overall in 992 and 9th overall of everybody. They're beating Red Ant Racing, who all season long have been the benchmark team in that class.
Red Ant didn't have a good run at World Circuit Marco Simoncelli either, with either of those cars, the 903 or the 904. QMMF coming off the back of a stunning AM class victory last weekend at Spa, which I think really they've got the momentum, haven't they, and really invigorated that team. It's not just a badged up car either. The Kuwait Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation car, run by HRT. I mean, they've been around forever. Of course, Ibrahim El Abdul Ghahani behind the wheel at the moment, and they managed their resources very well last weekend, and I can see them doing the same now. They've built up a bit of a lead, and Ibrahim has been sent out with a job to do. They were very frugal on their fuel last week. Very frugal. Different regulations, of course, in that race, but that certainly played into their hands. The other thing was they stayed on the track, and no track limits, penalties, etc., etc. And it was particularly important last week because you couldn't combine penalties. So every time you had a penalty, whether it was a drive-through or a stop and hold, if you had 2 stop and holds, you had to come down the pit lane twice. And even at Spa, that's going to catch up with you eventually.
Change for the leads. The Optimum Motorsport McLaren 720S was leading with Todd Coleman on board. He's been into the pits, yes, exactly. So moved back to 4th place. So that means Scott Noble in the Herbert Porsche 91. Well, Poulsen BMW 14 and Ivo Breukers Red Camel Audi move up into the top 3 spots, but they'll be due pit stops.
Now that was
as well.
That wasn't a scheduled stop. That's 16 laps for Todd Coleman. So did he have a penalty? And the answer is I don't know. I'm going to have to check.
It would have had to been a big penalty because according to our timing screen, he was in the pit area for 3 minutes and 52 seconds. 1 minute of that was in the pits. That all looks quite normal. That means he spent, he's put a full fuel tank in, near enough, or certainly a close to a full fuel fill.
Robert McGuinness did 27 laps before that, before he handed over to Todd, who's done 16 laps. So McGuinness did a 38 lap stint and a 27 lap stint, so he was getting on time. Then Todd got in and did 6 and then another 10. So
something not right there, is there? That's one for our Paddock sleuth, Diana Binks, to go and find out from Optimum Motorsport, because and again, this is deja vu, John. Remember at the start of the race when we thought their first pit stop was a little bit on the long side, and we sit in our protective bubble and we send Diana Binks down. So we'll see if Diana can find out why the number 4 McLaren for Optimum Motorsport has taken, I would say, a very early pit stop. You're right, John, way earlier than you would think on a normal stint.
Now, maybe they didn't get a full tank in for Robert McGuinness, or they didn't do a change with Todd. They did do a change with Todd under yellow. Did they catch the yellow wrong?
The purple.
Full course purple, yeah.
The code 60, yeah. I don't know. Well, we will find out. We will do our very best to find out what the story is there. There can be a myriad of reasons, both planned and not planned. So that means then that the number 91 Herbert Porsche moves up into the lead with Scott Noble on board. They're very much going a 2-hour kind of right up to the maximum drive time for a driver. Come in, swap, same again, and then come in and swap. So they're trying to really give their drivers a big break in between stints, because of course it keeps you fresh if you're doing 1 hour stints one after the other in a relay system, but of course you get less of a break at a time. So it swings and roundabouts. Depends if you like an afternoon siesta or not, I suppose.
Yeah,
I do.
Gets dark earlier in Scotland.
Not in the summer, it doesn't.
It doesn't get dark at all.
Not really, no. But in the winter, granted, yes. Not as bad as it would be in, say, one golf course I like to play is the Lofoten Links in Norway. It's the most northerly golf course in the world, and there you can play 24 hours a day in the summer. Never gets dark.
You can in Dubai as well, because it's floodlit. And actually, it's better to play at night there. It's the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. Very good restaurant there as well. Through goes Scott Noble, turn 9. Ooh. Right on the ragged edge of track limits there as he went across the Barcelona to Catalunya paint to driver's left on the inside of turn number 9. Now heading down towards the end of the lap. It'll be in shortly, maybe a couple more. Maybe as many as 4 more. It will just depend how much he's been saving. And that lead has gone right out again. So as the 91 heads down towards a gaggle of traffic at turn 1, in second place, Anfield Linton is just about to cross the line, and has just crossed the line in fact, but is a full lap behind now. So the leader has got a full lap, and as he goes into turn 5, the second place car is coming out of turn 3. So that's an important thing to note, that the leader now has a full lap on the field.
Ultimately, we were just trying to take advantage of the code 60, but unfortunately with us, we had a slight comms issue to our refuelers. I must say, are doing a fantastic job, but it was a comms issue, and I think as we were just discussing them with these very tall grandstands, trying to get radio frequencies around sometimes. So, the driver made a very good call though. We'd have preempted this. If you don't hear from the fueler, just drive through, because obviously it's a lesser time loss. So yeah, a little bit frustrating, but it was about a 6-second loss. Pit stop wise, we're pretty happy with everything at the moment. We're running to plan. It's slightly different for us, obviously, in the pro category, because obviously the fuel load, and also the fact that we're 30 kilos heavier. Also, so we've got to play a slightly different game. So it's a little bit harder for John and the team to follow it, because unless you've got a live strategy going, it's hard to see where that sequence works. But we're pretty confident. We're pretty happy. The car's doing well. The driver's doing a fantastic job. So far, so good.
So the strategy's constantly changing then, so it's keeping you all on your toes.
Yeah, very, very much so. Move that out of the way. Yeah, very much so. It's this race, as you know, is very much about keep going, staying out of trouble, minimal, no penalties, all that sort of stuff. And so far, just ticking the boxes with that. So yeah, which is great. So yeah, team doing a great job. We're very happy so far. Let's keep the car going, and we'll get us to the end. So yeah, it should be good.
And what about the tyres? How are they performing?
Yeah, so far so good, to be honest. I mean, it's nice having slightly cooler temperatures than we've seen before, so it's a little bit easier to manage. But once we get through that hotter part of the day, then into the night, we're pretty confident, to be fair. So, and Todd's doing a great job, but we're quite lucky in respect of the fact once we get into the heart of the battle, as it were, through the night, we're able then to put Fred and Aaron in pretty much back to back, so that's just good. So very confident, we'll be good.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you.
I remember when Jamie Wall was racing. Remember that? Jamie Wall, when he was racing? Yeah, good driver. Very good driver. Very well spoken as well. Didn't say much there though, did he?
He said enough. He said enough.
Comms issues.
Communication issue where they're struggling with radio frequencies due to the high grandstand here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. What we can tell you from our commentary position up in the grandstand, the echo is so loud, so to even just to hear anything is difficult. So basically, because there was no refueler there, the driver just drove straight through. So an extra trip down pit lane, you know, these are...
That still doesn't explain why he did 6 laps and came in, and then 10 laps and came in, and now he's just gone back out again. He's been out there for 5 laps.
Could well be that they're just trying to be as careful as possible, because if you run out of fuel and you grind to a halt, that is then, it's not race over, but it's a huge
That's
deficit.
a massive loss here.
So
it's a short lap.
if it means come in, they know that they've got a fast car. They've been the fastest average lineup. You know, they put the car on pole position. That means they've got the fastest average lineup in the field. So they've got a good car. The McLaren 720S is a very well developed car. It's a very well established car. So an Optimum know the car well. So I think it's playing it safe, and yeah, good work there from Dana to ask the question to find out what was going on.
Leader in the 992 category is in Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghahani for QMMF by HRT. That will cede the lead to the 903, which is the... Now, the 903 is the red one, the 904 is the yellow one. Let's get that the right way around. So odd is normal and even is odd. That's how I'll remember that. Love to have a word with Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghahani from QMMF. He's holding around about an 18-second lead. That'll turn into a deficit if they've been in the pit. But Yannick Redont will be the next car into the pit lane from that class. And he's due in. Those cars get amazing fuel economy. So Yannick could be in any time now, actually.
That's our piece of consumer advice here up in the commentary booth. If you want a frugal car, buy a 500 horsepower 4-litre flat 6 Porsche.
Well, Herbert Motorsport leading the motor race. Scott Noble at the moment. He's on his 43rd lap on this tank of fuel.
That's a 4.2 litre.
Yeah.
So get the bigger engine, go for it.
Yeah, more torque, you see.
Fill your
Works easy. That is as big as that flat 6 will go. And when I say as big, not a quarter of a cubic centimetre more. If you see the engine stripped down, the bores are so close together they can literally, you would they're almost like a side-by-side bore.
And the power per litre for no turbo is huge. So over 500 horsepower from a 4.2 litre. I mean, back in the mid to late 2000s, Porsche were looking at the potential of that engine. It was at 3.8 litres at that point. It just gone from 3.6 to 3.8, and it was sort of just under 500 horsepower in its optimum tune. And they were looking at it thinking, we're going to hit a roof here at this point. So we're talking over 15 years ago now. And they were thinking, we're going to hit a roof with this engine. Let's try something else. And they had a experimental engine, a 3.4 litre V8, which they did test in the back of a 911.
Yeah. Seen that car.
It's not necessarily open knowledge, but yeah, 3.4 litre V8, and it worked in the back of a 911. But they decided to stick with the flat 6, and I'm glad they did, because that is we talked about it earlier, the oral personality of a car. You hear a flat 6, and that's a Porsche sound. It wouldn't be anything else, no matter whether it's in the back of a Cayman GT4 or a GT3R or 992 Cup car. You know that is a Porsche racing.
Well, in the road-going ST, which has no... That's S-T, which has no spoilers and a 6-speed gearbox. That's got the almost 530 horsepower 4-litre normally aspirated V8, which is normally in the RS, which is the GT3 RS engine. That's a road-going car. That's Euro 6 emissions. compliant. Mind, a couple of weeks ago, I was looking at a 1,000 horsepower engine that revs to 11,100 revs. That is Euro 6 emissions compliant for a road car.
T50, Gordon Murray. That's Martin Valkyrie.
Valkyrie.
Yeah. Yeah, both of which fall in that category.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Both by Cosworth, who are also doing the engine for the phenomenal Bugatti V16, the Tourbillon engine. They're all pieces of automotive art.
For me, though, I think back to the early, mid-1980s with the 1.5 litre F1 engines. I mean,
how could you work on those?
I don't know. A 1.5 litre engine that produces 1,000 horsepower in qualifying. I mean, madness.
But imagine you didn't have spanners in those days. You were working with watchmakers' tools. It's just incredible. Very close call for the Ginetta of Paul Buccini, the CWS black, mainly black Ginetta. Another lap completed on the lap 45 by Scott Noble. The guys over from the USA are loving their time.
Yeah, there's 3 Americans and a German in the number 91 Herbert team. They lead the overall GT3 championship right now for teams and drivers, and they're absolutely walking the AM championship. But I think that would be some achievement if they were able to close this off. And that's the thing, is tomorrow at 12 o'clock we will crown not just race winners and the winner of the Trofeo Fermi Villette, but we'll also have the overall champions in each class. And in certain classes it's pretty tight. Others it's a little bit more established, but and having to try and finish off a championship after 24 hours is not an easy feat for the teams. So for Car 34 land racing, they've just got 19 hours of fight back here with their white and blue Audi making its way around the stadium section at the moment. With who's at the wheel of that car at the moment? It's Ingo Vogler for that Land Motorsport team, winners of the Nürburgring 24-hour 7 years ago. Of course, an Audi, the winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour this year, or the Nürburgring 8 hours and 45 minutes, as it happened to be.
23-23 when the race was neutralised, and then we followed the safety car for a bit.
Got plenty of sleep that weekend.
I think you and Bradley, that was Bradley and
Joe and I.
Yes, it was
were,
you two.
yes,
you got the benefit of that.
We did.
More than anybody else.
Bruce and I did, I think, more hours in the commentary box on the classic race in the morning, which was 3 hours long than in the end. But that will go down as one of the great what-if moments in endurance racing history, because that race was just going to be a cracker. It was going to be a cracker.
Totally
it was so poised. There was, BMW were in it, Audi were in it, Porsche were just about in it, the Fricadelli Ferrari was in it, and it was all just brewing for a dogfight all through the night and all the way to the flag. And then the fog comes down, and well, case of what could have been. But anyway, on to the next one. And that's the good thing, is there's always the next race to go to. And this weekend in Barcelona, we haven't had an issue with fog, funnily enough. It's just been beautiful wall-to-wall sunshine.
We haven't had a cloud.
Not a cloud, no. It's just been perfection. And it's warm, but it's not too hot. It's just the ideal temperature.
Finally, we have the leader in the pit lane. Scott Noble comes in at the end of his 45th lap in that car. Johnny Palmer's found a secret coffee machine that he's not telling us about.
A secret coffee machine?
Coffee machine. Very good.
Is that beside the secret sofa where he's planning to do some napping?
Possibly. So, Porsche in the pit lane, so that will be Poulsen going through at the end of the next lap, but they did have a lap lead on everybody else, and the Poulsen Motorsport car's starting its 30th lap, so it's got a wee way to go for Alfred Nielsen. He goes through now and takes the lead for BMW. And maybe, Peter, you can have a look at the class leaders as I make way for Johnny Palmer.
He's going to go and try and find that secret coffee machine, is John Hindhaugh right now, I'm sure. So yeah, class leaders right now. Overall, it's Alfred Nielsen for Poulsen Motorsport, who's just moved into the lead ahead of the Herbert Porsche that's sitting in refueling at the moment. Your leader in 992 overall is Yannick Redon for Redan Racing, car number 903, your standout championship leader in that category at the moment. Second overall in 992 and leading the AM class is Ibrahim Abdulghani for the QMMF by HRT team. Then it's just 11 seconds in the 992 AM battle between the QMMF car and the RPM Racing car. And RPM Racing, they've put in their one of their hot shoes. They've got Patrick Heusman, hot shoe, Philip Hampbrecht, hot shoe, and Nick Johnson is there at the moment, 11 seconds back. And the last lap though dropped a bit of time to the QMMF car, so really close in 992 AM as Herbert come in to the pits. They've got fuel on board and they're doing a driver change. Scott Noble jumps out and I presume that will be Jason Hart getting into that car. New Hankook tyres being fitted. Quick clean out of the grille. Now this is pit stops going on maybe a little bit longer than they would like. Tyres have been changed, door is shut. Car off the jacks and off it goes then. Did notice one of the Renauer brothers they're doing the pit work. Neither of them driving this weekend actually, neither Robert nor Alfred. I would try and tell you which Renauer brother it was, but I can't tell them apart. They're identical twins. Johnny Palmer, hello.
Greetings. They need, a bit like the team personnel that are permitted in the pit lane have a different coloured armband. We need different coloured armbands for the different Renauers as well that shouldn't interfere.
That's a great idea.
So like yellow and purple, maybe.
Although I think they like their anonymity.
They do, and they probably switch them over just to play tricks on us as well, because we've known that before with clothing, with racing overalls probably. Yeah, it's interesting. Robert, less so. Alfred wants to blend into the background. He takes a bit more to tap into. So from a characteristic point of view, it's a bit easier to tell them apart, but you have to get them at the right time, I think. And sometimes Robert will tell you some top secrets as long as you don't tell Alfred about them. The 992 car, 992 numbered car has spun again, and unfortunately that's about the third or fourth time that it has done so. Looks like it may have missed any of the scenery this time, but this is on the exit of Repsol, I think, this time. So it's got further around the tricky right-hander, the corner that is very similar to the Parabolica at Monza. So, yeah, it was actually the run out of turn 4, and Seat is where everyone's trying to get to, but it didn't quite work for the 992. Is that still Harry Hilders, or has there been a driver change there? It is
Harry Hilders, yeah, it is.
The Audi up the inside of the recovering 992 car, as 91 we've detailed, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche has been in. There's been a driver change, and the outgoing driver now joins Dynabigs.
Yes, Scott Noble is with me. He's just patiently waiting. You've just jumped out of the car, Scott. How physical is this race?
Well, it's very physical because the track's been changing as it rubbers in and then kind of goes away from us depending on the temperature. So it's quite a challenge. It didn't help when I jumped in the car. My knee hit the traction control, and I'm like, what is wrong with the car for about 4 laps? But they finally looked at the dash and told me what to set. It lost my confidence for about 6-7 laps, but I got it back going again. The track felt really good by the end. The car feels good. So I think if we just keep the car clean, stay out of trouble, we're going to have a good finish. I don't know where we are, but I think we're doing pretty good in the AMs and fairly good in the overall. So I feel good about where we are, and now they put the faster guys in, so I feel a little bit better about that.
Well, you're doing a superb job. I mean, tell us how much the car changes on the handling side. What do you feel?
Well, we've been here 3 days now, and we've changed the car almost every session. So it's moved that much, just from the cooler weather to the warmer weather, and when we have the other cars with their different rubber. So it's really been a huge challenge to a superb team. Herbert as good as it gets, but when you're having to constantly move the car, and I'm just the I listen to the pros, but we're having to adjust every single time. But I think we've got it pretty good right now. We'll see how it goes into the night. But I know the Cup cars have a hell of a challenge on their hands, and they got their hands full, and we do too as the Porsche. The other cars seem to be a little bit more settled in, but during the night I think we'll catch up on them, and maybe we'll end up P1.
Scott, thank you for your time. Go and get some rest now, and we'll catch you later in the race.
I'll need it certainly later on. Thank you.
Ever enthusiastic in the 91 crew, and as Peter's just pointed out, it is quite a considerable driver crew change there, although there's been an influx from North America into Herbert as they are effectively selling their seats to other drivers that are keen to go racing, because the Renaulters are turning their attention to more in the background and running the crew. They've always run cars very, very well, and that's in both sprint racing and the longer distance stuff. But they did a lot of winning probably 6, 7, 8 years ago. It feels much a shorter time, but COVID has kind of shrunk everything. And now they're, seeing where the opportunities lie elsewhere, with the exception of Ralph Bone, because he's one of the original gang members, isn't he? There was Daniel Ellerman, there was the 2 Renaulters, and there was Ralph Bone, and Ralph is still racing.
They're still going, yeah, and the Renaulters as well, wins in the Asian Le Mans series, and also ADAC Masters. Robert won that, and they've been racing at the Nürburgring. They were really unlucky in the Nürburgring 24-hour this year with the fat turbo liveried Porsche. They got, they were really caught a really raw end of the deal, and they were effectively nerfed off the road on the Dottinger-Horst straight. It's bad when you get nerfed off the road on the straight. It really was not of their doing at all. It was Vincent Kolb at the wheel at the moment at that time. So yeah, they were unlucky at the Nürburgring, but yeah, always running a strong car and really a stalwart of the 24H series. And they must be, you've got to think, for so many of the teams coming into this paddock, they must look at that Herbert car, they must look at that Herbert garage and go, we've got to bring our A game to beat that bunch every time. They're going to give us no free kicks at all. We got to bring our A game. As a spin, oh dear, for the number 988 Porsche, Rolando Sacca for MRS GT Racing has had a spin. Looks like coming out of turn 5, turns it around and gets back going again. Notice the Hertz branding on the side of it. Hope he's taken out the collision damage waiver. Always a nerve-wracking choice.
I pride myself on knowing a lot of the national flags. It's El Salvador for Rolando Sacca. So I'm not necessarily sure that's I haven't been to El Salvador. I don't know whether that's a first for Creventic. Okay, and
I think she was there for a day. She said it was very good. Yeah,
but not waiting for a plane connection or anything like that. Did actually go outside?
Actually went out the airport.
Experienced it. Okay.
Another spin for number 968. There's a lot of Porsche 992 Cup cars coming a cropper as Gary Terklevers, the German, has a spin. What looks to me, Johnny, is turn 1.
Yes.
A few of them had an issue there.
Yeah, so the first corner and a real hotspot of late has been Repsol turn 4, Seat turn 5. They're all rejoining, thankfully, and this is expert work by the marshals to give everybody else ample warning, and then paying close attention to what was said in the driver's briefing, that if you do have a little whoopsie, don't hurry yourself to rejoin. Make sure it is safe. Plenty of glances in the mirror before then resuming. Because the last thing, it's like driving on the road in that respect. Every manoeuvre shouldn't technically affect anybody else trying to use that same bit of road. If you're causing somebody to brake, if you're causing somebody to swerve in avoidance, that's when it becomes really dangerous, and unsafe rejoins can sometimes be assessed by the race director and the stewards as well.
You'd make a very good driving instructor, Johnny. You've got a very calm manner, the way you explained that.
Well, yeah, I'm too laid back, as you've already identified a few times today. I try not to fall asleep at the wheel. Pull over first, make sure you're not interfering with anybody else's route and day, and then have a little snooze in the car. I'm no stranger to that, let me tell you. Poulsen Motorsport, I'm liking their strategy at the moment. They got out of, I won't say fully out of kilter, but they obviously elected to push the fuel envelope a bit further than everybody else. What we don't know is, of course, how the balance of performance is working in detail for the BMW compared to other cars. Is it actually eking out a bit of fuel because of how that car's been bopped, and therefore it's falling short in other areas, perhaps? And will it all kind of equalise towards the end of the race? But Alfred Nilsson is now at the wheel of that, the Swede, and doing a good job, about to sweep back underneath our commentary position.
Like, one of the areas that BMW M4 can be adjusted is, of course, the boost on the turbo. It's a straight 6 engine with a turbocharger on it, and I guess if you turn the boost of the turbocharger down, it's going to use less fuel, you would think.
Indeed.
Yeah. So
I get confused between the twin turbos that you get in a V8 and the turbo that's on these BMWs, because, as you say, it's a straight 6, and they have this twin scroll turbocharger, which is a single unit, but somehow it's able to recycle some of that boost to make it copy how a twin turbocharger works. I mean, you can get a lot of extra power from there, but as you say, it's carefully policed by the balance of performance clerk, and nobody wants their job.
It's got to be the toughest job there is. Samantha Tan preparing to get back on board the GT4 spec of that exact same BMW, G82 generation. If you're thinking, what is the G82? It's the one with the grille.
Right.
Which I don't mind. I don't mind the grille. I think on a race car particularly, it looks quite aggressive, looks quite purposeful. It used to be known as the kidney grille on a BMW, but I think it's more of a sort of saber-toothed grille, or some people say it's a Bugs Bunny grille.
Oh, okay.
But I think that's a bit unfair.
Right, so your review is not necessarily equalled by other people. They're a bit crueler about the way that car looks.
And they're leading the GT3 and the GT4 class at the moment, so you can think, give us one of those Bugs Bunny grills, because it's competitive.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know, the look of a car only gets you so far, but can it carry speed? Can it carry consistency across a single lap, but across, more importantly, 60 to 65 minutes? And it also needs to lend itself to all of your drivers, regardless of how much experience and how comfortable they are within it. Often these cars are set up to the most non-pro driver of your combination, because if your AM's not happy, you're not going to do well. The pro can kind of drive around and, you know, sympathise or make allowances for a car that's not necessarily as pointy and as aggressive as they would want it, but that's fine, because the AM's got to do a good chunk of this race. And you don't want it going off left, right and centre, as we've seen actually from a number of the Porsche Cup cars. Now, is that something about how those cars are just in their natural form? Or is it how fraught the 992 division is? And there's a feeling that you've got to drive them as quick as that and risk mistakes in order to finish on the podium.
You've got to be right on it. Samantha Tan then getting into the GT4 BMW, brought in from the lead by Peppa Mann. Has been through refueling, of course, here in the 24H series. If you're just joining us, it's slightly different. There is no refueling at the pit garage. It's done in a refueling area, communal refueling area. You fuel up and then you go into the pits. There's a couple of really good cost savings with that system. You don't have to bring your own refueling equipment, which is a massive, I would say, infrastructure and equipment cost that you save. And of course, you don't have to have your pit crew in fire suits, which of course, if you have to buy an entire pit crew a new fire suit, that's an expense as well. So I like it. I really like the system. I think it really works for particularly for 24-hour racing too, where things tend to come out in the wash. I don't think it would necessarily work for a 4-hour race, but for 24, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we've ever had races that short. When we have done the split format in the past at places like Mugello, a 12-hour race spread across 2 days, and it might be a 4-hour piece on the Friday, followed by 8 hours. 3 and 9 used to be a popular way of doing it as well. The split is slightly more even now when we do cut it across 2 separate days. Why would you separate a 12-hour race into different chunks, I hear you ask? Well, some tracks actually can't hold a 12-hour race in its truest form from start to finish without stopping, because the curfew hours just simply don't allow it, and it adds a really nice dynamic. We've had less of those this year. Mugello earlier on in the year was a split race. Yeah, it must have been, because you can't run a full 12-hour there. But when you have a short spell that we used to have, like a 3-hour sprint race, it was all about staying on the lead lap, and then everyone got gridded up the following morning as they finished, pretty much. But if you were still on the same lap as other cars, those gaps just completely down to nothing. And then you had a restart. A bit like, Joe Bradley said before, the Daytona 24 hours is like a 22-hour qualification race for a 2-hour sprint at the end. That's flipping on its head at Mugello, where we had a sprint on the Friday evening. And Joe and I love the fact that we then pause,
go and have some dinner,
a bit of food,
sleep,
a few drinks if you're not driving, then a sleep, and then come back for more racing the following day.
It's very civilised, isn't it? And I like the strategical element that it brings in too, because it's almost like do you do your homework on the Friday night and then have the whole weekend to enjoy, or do you cram it all on the Sunday night? And the effect of the equivalent of doing your homework all on the Friday night is basically you'll give up your position going into the overnight break by coming in and filling the car up with fuel, putting new tyres on, because then that's what you come into the next morning with, a car that's ready to go, full of fuel and new tyres. Or do you have the vanity of walking into catering on Saturday night going, oh, we're leading the race, look at us, and actually you're going to have to pit as soon as the flag goes green in the next morning. So that is a really interesting, very, very interesting conundrum to solve. Diana Binks is roving the pit lane, and the GT4 leaders, ST Racing, have just made a pit stop, and Diana's made her way down to their garage.
I am with Pipperman, who just brought the car in the class lead. Pippa, are you satisfied with where you are at this point in the race?
Yes, we're very happy with how we're doing so far in the race. We've been working really hard all weekend to preserve the tyre wear in our car, and we finally feel like we're getting to the point where our car's pretty good over an entire stint. And that's a very good feeling from where we started this weekend at.
What's been the difference, and how have you seen it evolving, and what have you had to do to compensate?
So I'm not going to give our secrets away on the 24-hour series stream. However, we've worked really hard on the setup. I especially want to thank Neil, John, and our engineer, Joe. Everybody's worked together, and we've found a race car that's certainly working well in very difficult conditions.
Well, as you say, from a driver's perspective, when that happens, the confidence levels, your confidence there anyway, but the confidence must be so much more when you feel that.
Absolutely. The best way I can describe it is at times this weekend, it's been a one-way conversation with the race car. I've been talking to the race car, and the race car's been ignoring me. We finally got to the point where the race car and I are having a two-way conversation, and you're seeing that not only in our overall pace, but in our relative pace over the course of a stint.
Are you enjoying the challenges on track? I mean, there's a lot of cars out there, different classes on track, all vying for the position.
It's certainly tougher being in one of the slower classes versus one of the faster classes, because you have to spend as much time looking backwards as you do looking forwards. But so far, the Samantha Tan racing team and Bascourton Racing have provided us with an excellent race car, and we're just going to keep working away.
Pippa, for the moment, thank you.
Thank you.
Pipperman, who spent so many years in the IndyCar Championship. I'm not sure how many Indy 500 she took part in, but it's a good number in the early 2010s after a season in Indy Lights in 2009. And her last Indy 500 was 2019, but then, has been more frequently running on the Nürburgring Nordschleife with GT Tyre Motorsport in generally an all-female driver lineup, but also those cars tend to be run by female crews as well. So back in Europe, she's London-born, but spent all those time in the States, and now it feels like rediscovering some tracks in Europe.
And that must be a great experience. Although, when you're used to going into turn one at Indianapolis in an Indy car on a qualifying lap, at what speed is that? 230 miles per hour, something like that, going into turn one at Indianapolis. So, yeah, with a GT4 car is a slightly different feeling, but no more or less of a challenge. It's just a different challenge. It's got nowhere near the aero, of course, nowhere near the speed, much more weight. But what do you think you are into turn one at Indianapolis in a qualifying? 230? miles an hour.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah, maybe more,
so.
which is brains. That's like aircraft speed going in.
Yeah,
so that's what Pippa's comfort zone is, if you like.
You're kind of strapped to an upside-down aircraft, which is being forced downwards rather than up through the aero. But you have to have ultimate faith that the car's not going to move towards that wall or spin on you. Whereas, yeah, you go to a car that is much slower speed and much less aero. How do you extract the good speed and the consistent speed throughout it without that invisible hand of downforce? So that's taking a certain extent of relearning, perhaps, but it will help. The fact that she's running the ST8 and ST8T division over the last 4 years on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in BMW M4s, so we'll be well used to
that. Helps.
Well used to the lack of downforce and the fact that, you know, taking off at various points around the Nordschleife is perfectly natural. You will come back to earth and hopefully all 4 tyres.
And if you're not jumping, you're not going quick enough.
So they say.
It's apparently so. Driver change then for Red Camels, not in a Porsche 992 Cup car this weekend. They've moved up to the Audi R8 LMS GT3, up to the big category, and going for overall honours. Ivo Breukers has just done his stint. He's just handed over to his son Rick, who is the top graded driver, and probably you'd say the quickest driver in the car. We were speaking to some of the team earlier on. Rick, he's got the edge by about 0.2 of a second, which is not much around here. So it's very close between Rick and his brother Luke. But they're loving it with the Audi GT3 car, painted in almost identical livery to the Herbert car, black with the gold pinstriping, but with the exception of the angry red camel on the side of the car. They're in 6th at the moment, but having just taken that pit stop, that's they dropped a few positions after coming into the pits. But now with Rick Breukers aboard, I'm sure we'll see that car really forge into the podium fight even more so. But Poulsen Motorsport, Johnny, they've done a brilliant job, haven't they? I mean, they've been flawless so far. They're going through their driver rotation. They've got Alfred Nielsen on board at the moment, running very consistent times. And he just 22 years old, but class champion in Italian GTs last year. So a really good lineup there Poulsen have got.
He's actually 23 because his birthday's today.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Alfred.
She would definitely wish happy birthday to Alfred Nilsson. I'm not sure whether we've caught up with him yet, but he's a guy that I did have to research a little bit more than others because he's fairly new to the 24H series. He has raced with Poulsen Motorsport in 2022 here at Barcelona, in fact, so they do have experience with him in the lineup previously. Question is, did he race here last year? I'm going to have to check the entry list to see how they got on, but they ran in GT3 Pro-Am in 2022 here in Barcelona. Let's just see whether I can work out where they finished within category. GT3 Pro-Am, second behind a Phoenix Racing Audi, and that year they had Christopher Nygaard in the entry. Now, Nygaard was the guy who joined the Poulsens, as now there's an issue for the 71 Audi. Thank you for pointing at that, because I was staring at a laptop screen. The 71 Audi has had a spin. Francois Beziac for Jutta Racing, dropping the rear tyres into the gravel, and that is much more substantial than some of the other cars that we've had fall off the track and into the stones, because that Audi is going to go nowhere without a tow rope attached to the front.
So frustrating, because that Jutta car's been doing a super job at having started at the back, moving forward and spinning at turn 5, and the RPM Krone Porsche was right in the path there, and only due to the lightning reflexes and experience of Nick Jonsson did we not have a clash there. So Nick Jonsson doing a super job to keep his team's car out of trouble, but only just off the road and grabbing a little bit of gravel there, and the Audi is beached, unfortunately, with the red K on the side of it. We've got the Poulsen car with a red P on the side, and then we've got the red K, the Circle K of Jutta Racing.
Nothing to do with the breakfast cereal from back in the UK. It's not a special K.
Special K, or KP.
KP, another
nuts.
stack. Yeah. Could be.
KP were nuts, weren't they?
They were. Yeah. They were. So tell you, yeah, okay. Where are you getting the P from, though?
It was KP nuts.
It was, but where are you getting the P from for Jutta Racing?
No, but P is a red P on the side of the Poulsen car. Yes, and there's a red K on the side of the Jutta car.
So you're combining them. Yeah,
so yes, when the two of them are together, you'll see.
Took me a while.
Yeah.
Thanks. Code 60. Unsurprisingly, we were killing time there, folks, to allow for the caution to definitely be called, and it is now. This is the second Code 60 of the race, I want to say, because I have been away for a little spell. Let's just check that I am right. 1, 2. This is the third, in fact. And Q, the flood of cars heading towards the fueling area. Lion Speed got there very rapidly indeed, and Dynabinks. As soon as we have this massive amount of cars into the fueling area, they will then head further down pit road and in your direction.
Now, E2P Racing has come in. They're going to do a driver change there as well. Pablo Vergara is getting out, and it's Leo Morcillo that's jumping into that car. And as I talked to you now, the 907 RPM car that missed the incident on track and came in, they've all come flooding into the pit lane. So taking that opportunity to change tyres and change drivers here. So quite a busy pit lane for the moment.
And the key thing is, did anybody get in before the Code 60 was called? The warnings were there, so those engineers calling the shots on the pit wall, if their cars were in the position, i.e. the third sector of a 3-sector racetrack, surely the radio messages would be, get in the pits now. It's not Code 60, but it's going to be in the next minute, and we could get ourselves effectively a free pit stop here, because if it then turns to Code 60 and you're not quite in the pit lane, you're going to only get a quarter of your fuel tank filled, 25% of your fuel allocation under Code 60, whereas it's as much as you want of the allocation under green. 71 Jutta Racing Audi is moving again, but absolutely spewing gravel out of the rear of that car and all over the road for anybody else who's going to head out of 5 and into turn 6 and 7 over the next few minutes.
It's Francois Beziak at the wheel of that Jutta Racing car, who's come all the way from New Zealand to compete here. There's got family here watching too, so brilliant to have him here. That's a long old journey to come over to Barcelona to go racing. Hayden, they're well travelled, the Kiwis in motorsport. Hayden Padden, Kiwi rally driver, he was European rally champion last year and competing again this year, goes into the final round with the lead and commutes back and forward from New Zealand for every round.
That's not just a question of catching a train in the morning for an hour or so, is it?
Not.
Commuting, what, every week?
No, but probably on average about once every 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Back and forth from New Zealand.
That's more doable. New Zealand to where? Germany, did you say?
To anywhere in Europe. Anywhere, it'll be for the whole championship. And he doesn't stay in between. He goes back and forth for each round. So yeah, big respect. But that's been the case since Bruce McLaren came over in the early 60s, and there's been basically a conveyor belt of top Kiwi drivers who've come to Europe and further afield ever since.
If you've committed to a pit stop now and you only got in when the Code 60 was called and you're still doing your pit stop, then this is massively damaging potentially, because everyone's got back to green flag, and yes, Alfred Nilsson is in the pit lane for Poulsen Motorsport. Now the next question is, were they desperate for fuel, or is that a strategy call? 27 laps into Nilsson's stint, I make it. He only did 11 laps prior to that though, so did that sync up with a Code 60 as well, and therefore he may well be short at only 27 laps, bearing in mind the first stint for that BMW was it was done by Christian Poulsen, and he reached 44 laps at all green flag running, with the exception of the odd local yellow here and there. Nilsson's only done 27 laps, so they must have needed fuel, I'm going to say, rather than trying to take advantage of that, because this now, he's still in the fueling area and everyone is racing round again at green flag conditions, whereas those that got in a tad earlier are back in the race and are ticking off laps, which is crucial at this point.
Maybe hasn't quite shaken out their way as a pit stop for the Spanish NM Motorsport team car 415, fighting at the moment third in the GT4 category. Now, that crew, have won this race before. They won this race back in 2017 with a Ginetta when it was a TCE only race. So they do have race winning pedigree, and I can see why, Johnny, because I saw one of their team personnel getting not one, not two, but about 15 cups of ice cream to bring to the whole crew. So if you feed your crew with ice cream, that's the winning formula to me. That's how you keep morale going.
This car is potentially going to play tricks on us overnight because it's got one of those light bars, I think, within the grille of the car, the 415 Mercedes, and it looks like that might illuminate, might be turned on for the overnight hours, and if it glows amber or yellow, as now there's a drama for the 133 BMW for Nigel Greensall, and he's not got too far. This isn't an outlap though for JMEC Engineering. The car looks to be well down on the left-hand side. So I'm going to say there's actually maybe a wheel off that BMW. Front left could not be that, might not be there at all. It's more of a lurch than I would expect just from a punctured Hankook tyre. So as that is stopped on the racetrack and Nigel Greensall tries to get it going again, we're going to go code 60 again. So out of one and back into another, and the wheel has definitely detached and departed from the 133 BMW. It's well away from the car and deep in the gravel track, whereas Nigel has not gone in that direction. It is at Renault corner, so the latter part of turn 3. Back into a code 60 we go. More scope potentially to get 25% of fuel for any cars coming round. And whilst that is cleared up, here's Diana.
And with the 415 NM Racing team, Igor Sorokin just jumped out of the car. Igor, how satisfied are you with that stint time out on track at this point in the race?
I'm very happy. I don't know what are my results yet. I just get out of the car and I barely stand. I did 1 hour 30 minutes. Which was my
very physical,
and it was my first time so long in the car, so I don't know what else to.
I understand you brought it into the pit lane third in class, so you're putting in the times.
Oh wow, happy to hear that. The first time I heard that.
So how challenging was it during the race? I know you said it was quite physical. It's been very hot this afternoon. It's slightly starting to cool now.
Well, I'd say once I found the way to drive the car on these conditions, it was not very challenging, but for the last 30 minutes I had no water, so it was a bit complicating the matters, but yeah, it was good.
Well, you did a great job. Look, you should go and get hydrated now, but thanks for taking that time to chat to us.
Thank you very much.
No water is just a horrendous situation for the NM crew, and how much can they do about the ingoing driver in a pit stop that they're trying to make as quick as possible? It might be that the water bottle just ran out, or was it actually how the water is supplied to his lips that is the issue, and therefore that's going to take a bit more time. It's warm just to walk around this Barcelona paddock, but when you're strapped into a hot race car and the engine is in front of him as well, so all that heat's being soaked up into the cockpit, not a nice situation to be in.
Yeah, usually the cockpit temperature is usually around 20 to 25 degrees Celsius higher than what it is outside, at least. So that gives you an idea of just how uncomfortable it can be. And we've seen many drivers going right up to their maximum 2-hour driving time, where then you have to have a minimum of 1 hour rest after that. Unfortunately, the 133 BMW of JMEC Engineering is dead stick, unfortunately, at the side of the road at turn 3. The wheel had come loose, and already the RACC, Royal Automobile Club Catalunya, marshals are already on site, and the flatbed truck is there, and of course with the wheel missing it will need lifted up onto the flatbed truck, sadly. So that's a shame. That's the car that Jimmy Broadbent is driving in. He set some good pace earlier on. Also got a bit of a rude awakening to 24H series with a piece of contact with the RPM Racing car. Meanwhile, the NKPP Dutch Police, as it's now known as, Dutch Police car is being attended to in the pit lane. The grille being cleaned up, and it's already got the patina of a 24-hour racing car after just 6 hours.
I'm reading a bit more about Igor Sorokin. He last year competed in the Gulf Radical Cup. Now, if you are in a Radical on a hot day, generally that's fine because they're open cockpit and you've got the fresh air pommeling your head and generally your whole body when you're at speed. So this may be a new situation to have a roof and a windscreen over his head in front of his face and preventing that airflow. And the Radical engine is generally behind you, all the time behind you, so much of that heat is actually escaping out the back of the car and not flooding you in the face. So this is a bit of a departure, joining the NM Racing team. Was it not NM Racing team with Ginetta on that occasion that won the 2017 edition of the Barcelona 24 Hours, when it was a TCE, TCX type race, and they took all of the GT3 cars away from the entry that particular year. The history is properly rooted of this event in touring cars. That's how it was in the late 90s, 1998, the very first 24 Hours of Barcelona, and it was known really as a saloon car race, as a hot hatch type race. And then it was when Creventic took over and started to look after the promotion of this event, the organisation of this event, that they started to bring in the more hot-blooded thoroughbred GT cars. The Code 60 is continuing. You can come in for fuel during it, but only once. And you only get 25% of your fuel. And while some teams are choosing to do that, we can hear a bit more from Binksy.
You were just talking about the 992, the car with the police the police logo on it, which just makes us laugh. I don't know why all the time, but Jelen is the team manager here running that car. We can see the car has sort of been in the wars a little bit. It's got quite a lot of cosmetic damage to it. Anything to worry about?
Yeah, well, it's not only cosmetic damage. We had an incident where the car spun into the tire wall. So we had to replace 2 coolers and the additional headlights. So it was not only cosmetic damage, and we lost like 15 to 17 laps. So too bad, yeah.
But the team have worked incredibly well to get the car back out there. I mean, I'll be honest, that must have happened during my break because I didn't spot that one. I just saw the car come in now looking like it definitely had some damage to it.
Yeah, for sure. But the motto is never give up. So we've got 19 hours to go. We're in the back of the grid at the moment, but we never give up, never.
What's the feedback from the drivers?
Well, you see the degradation of the tires is pretty high, so you see a big difference between the new tires and the used tires, up to 5 seconds a lap, so it's pretty tough. It's not easy out there, and they're struggling a bit.
That's all part of endurance racing, though, isn't it? Managing these situations.
Oh yeah, for sure it is. So that makes this puzzle so interesting for all of us, not only the drivers, also for the team, and it's one big challenge for everybody. Yeah.
And as team manager, it must keep you on your toes.
Oh yeah, all the time. And not only during the race. I mean, we're running on our toes from Tuesday to Sunday, and so it's not only the race. It's all the sessions. We're working hard, we're fighting hard with the crew and the drivers to get the most out of it. And on Sunday afternoon at 12 o'clock, we will see where we are.
Well, you're all smiling still, so you're clearly enjoying it.
We are enjoying it. I mean, this is the best thing you can do. Endurance racing, Barcelona. It's always a great event. I think this is our 10th edition as a team. So it's always great to be here. And we would have wanted to be closer to the top steps in our class, but it's going to be difficult. But anyway, we never give up.
Thank you very much, and thank you for feeding me. I have to tell you guys up there in the commentary box, I come in here and I get food, drink, fruit, anything. So it's great stuff. Thank you.
No worries at all. See you later.
You're not allowed favourite teams, Diana. You're supposed to treat everybody equally.
I do. They're just very kind. They offer me drinks and make sure we're fed.
I see.
Apples.
Apples?
Oh,
very nice.
I would have thought, but a Dutch team, you would have hoped they maybe have bitterballs if they got bitterballs or croquettes.
Pardon?
Bitterballs. Have you never had Dutch bitterballs before, Di?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's something that I'm sure the Creventic team can sort out.
I don't think I'm going to go in and say that to anyone. I don't know if
I'm not throwing you a curveball here, Di. Trust me on this one.
Ask them for a stroopwafel. They'll know
Stroopwafel.
Stroopwafel, yes.
Stroopwafel.
Or some KP nuts.
Stroopwafel.
Or a gewilde cookie. It's like an almond cookie. It's very tasty. It's very, very good. Yeah.
The Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya are in full force again with a little flatbed, but it does the job perfectly well. Bright yellow Iveco van, effectively, but with a flatbed on the rear, and that has done a good job in taking that car to a safe position, which is the Nigel Greensall BMW, needing outside assistance because Nigel had only 3 wheels on his wagon. And it's a strange situation, because I mentioned at the time that he wasn't on an outlap. So it wasn't a question of those tyres and wheels, more to the point, being bolted onto that car and then setting sail, departing for pastures new towards the gravel trap, losing his front left. But, I mean, how far into the stint was he? I'll check through the data to work out precisely how long he's been out there. I'm going to guess actually not that long, but as I say, it wasn't an outlap, which normally we would expect that to happen. It was 15 laps into a stint when that wheel departed.
That's what I found
not
odd.
Right about that.
Yeah, because it's normally on the first lap out the pits, isn't it?
Yeah.
So something gone wrong there. Back to Green Flag Racing. Great job. I tell you what, these Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia marshals are properly quick on the draw, aren't they? Get these incidents cleared up quickly and we can go back to action again. Santalok Junior team leading the way with Pierre Caffer, their star driver, on board at the moment, but he has a gap of just 7 seconds at the last split to Aaron Thielitz in second for Optimum Motorsport. So we've got the two top drivers in 2 top cars. Yes. Really close. So even with all the, we had excessive amount of Code 60s, but we've had 4 or 5 now. Even with that, it's very close at the front of the field. The Santalok Junior team Audi with the sort of flat grey, dark grey colour with Dayglow green highlights on it, and Ravenol backing, and of course most importantly the Austrian flag on the wing end plates, which I presume is for Michael Doppelmayr, he's the only Austrian driver in the car, so I presume that's for him. And
not quite with every driver from Santalok, but certainly with 3 of their drivers, they've managed to lead the race. So they are consistently getting a chance to be out front with 3 of their 5. Michael Doppelmayr and Stefan Tribodini are the others. But if you remember far enough back, on lap 38, Elia Earhart led a couple of laps because he stayed out longer than the then leader Frederick Schandorf in his McLaren. So McLaren pitted, Earhart inherited the lead. Then later on, Krista Jørns spent some time as the race leader for 10 laps. And then again, as we got to the ton and headed towards 107 laps, which Krista Jørns led. And now Pierre Caffer's in that Audi and is also leading again for the French squad. So another lead change. And to answer the question about Code 60s, we've had 2 in very quick succession. One at pretty much 20 to 6, and the other one, after that cleared, the next one came out at 5:45. So there's about 5 minutes between the start of each. Prior to that, there'd been 3. So we've had those 2 quick ones recently. Add them to the 3 earlier on. That's 5 Code 60s in total. The first coming out because the 701 car was stopped on the racetrack, which is the Vortex that the Amrouches drive. That was stopped on track after contact with the 91 Porsche. And we've had cars in the gravel, the 455 Ginetta and the 71. Oh yeah, the 71 Audi, that was much more recently. 949, the Road to Le Mans Porsche was in strife and stopped at turn 12. And then this one, because Nigel Greensall, a wheel departed his BMW. And it remains to be seen when we're going to see that BMW again, because it'll have to be taken back to the garage on that flatbed, unless they somehow get a wheel out to it now in its location. But they'd also need a wheel gun, wouldn't they, to attach it properly? So it's probably better to bring it back to the team. They can assess it, work out whether there's actually done any damage to the underneath of the car, and hopefully can get back in the race.
Let's hope so. The game is on big time at the front of the field. Aaron Thielitz closed the gap down by 1.9 seconds on the previous lap, and he's just gone 7/10 quicker than Pierre Caffer in sector 2. As they come up towards the timing line, Pierre Caffer crosses the line after 184 laps and actually just adjusts back again slightly with coming through a little bit of traffic. But Thielitz was 0.2 of a second quicker that time by than Pierre Caffer. So the Optimum McLaren in second, chasing down the Santilok Audi, and the gap is now just 4.9 seconds at the front of this race. And with those code 60s, as far as I can see, they are on the same fuel strategy.
Okay.
But the caveat to that, though, is that Pierre Caffer has been in the car for an hour and 23 minutes. Yes, some of that will be pit stop time, but he can only go up to 2 hours of driving time. Whereas Aaron Thielitz has only been in the car for 17 minutes. So A, he's fresher physically, but also he's got a little bit more time that he can run. He can effectively run that car. He doesn't have to worry about coming in because he's going to blow through his driving time, whereas Pierre Caffer will have to get out the car before he's run out of fuel.
Yes.
Because he's going to blow through his driving time. So
Indeed.
that does give a little edge to Optimum McLaren, and Aaron Thielitz, who, as things stand, is matching Caffer blow for blow on the sector times. In fact, it's just taken another couple of tenths out. So 4.9 seconds to the good for Santilok right now. But Optimum and Aaron Thielitz are closing the gap down, Johnny.
That's Peter Mackay. We're going to say goodbye to you for a brief spell because John Hindhaug's coming back into the Global Broadcast Centre. You're tuned to the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, and we are just at the 6 o'clock time, and also that means 18 hours still to go, doesn't it? No, 18 hours is the clock in the right-hand side, and 18 hours to go. They've actually married, and I was fooling myself into that not being the case, but a midday start would certainly mean that. And we have plenty more to come this year in Barcelona. Santilok Junior team with their Audi then lead the way in the number 18 car. This is the third time that they've been out front with a third different driver as well. And Pierre Caffer enjoying a massive 5-second lead over Aaron Thielitz. But this is going to be a splendid battle. Aaron, though, can spend more time in this car because we're into the second hour for the German racer as the American tries to hunt him down in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Third position is the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, driven by Jason Hart. Dustin Blattner, Ralph Bone, Scott Noble complete the lineup there. And the Poulsen Motorsport BMW, which has had a nice time out front as well and is enjoying much more fuel reliability, or better fuel consumption, more to the point. Christian Poulsen's back in that car now after he started the race 6 hours ago. E2P Racing's GT3 Pro-Am Porsche is in 5th place, car number 90, ahead of another Pro-Am GT3 car. That's the 9 Red Camel by Yuta Racing Audi. RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team have a Lamborghini Huracan as usual, and their driver Ramunas Kapkauskas is in the 7th place car, ahead of Red Ant Racing's 992 Porsche Cup car, leading its class in 8th. Ahead of the 992 AM leader, again a Porsche Cup car but with an AM driver lineup for the Q MMF by HRT crew, number 931. RPM Racing, little damage on that car after 1 or 2 skirmishes here and there for Philip Hamprecht currently. It's in 10th, ahead of another Yuta Racing Audi, number 71, with 3 Lithuanians and the New Zealand driver Francois Beziak, who was in a bit of strife, together with Martin Reiber of Serbia. Then it is Red Hat Racing's number 904, the Belgian crew, with their 992 car, ahead of HRT's 992 AM. Mulner Motorsport of Belgium have put Ben Bunagel in their Porsche for this current stint, leading the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, which is coming back from early difficulties. Chantal Prins at the wheel of that. And then another Swiss outfit, Orchid Racing Team, with a Porsche Cup car number 917. MRS GT Racing, their 988 car is in 17th overall, ahead of the Canadian crew ST Racing with the BMW M4. We were hearing from Pippa Mann not too long ago, and she's handed over to Samantha Tan in 428. So that is the leader in GT4, and fighting with Lion Speed again, although the gap is reasonably comfortable for Sam Tan at this stage, ahead of Jose Garcia for for Lion Speed, as I've said. Then Venture Engineering for their Mercedes GT4, 4th in that category. NM Racing Team, and not too long ago we were hearing from Igor Sorokin with Diana Binks, 4:15, visibly out of breath because his water bottle gave up with half an hour of his stint still to go. He handed the car over to Keith Gatehouse, though, for the next stint. 22nd, Apex MP Racing's KTM. The Vortex V8 is 23rd, number 701. And then it's the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 that runs in the TCE TCX category, and that is the class leader, in fact, for Richard Joe Dexnis, ahead of Kim Beervanger in the Asbest Racing Seat. Then it's the 133 JMEC Engineering Ginetta, or at least it should be, but Nigel Greensaw's probably been taken back to the paddock now with only 3 wheels on that car. Lant Motorsports Audi 27th, the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten Porsche is 28th, then the Vortex number 702 29th, ahead of GSR Motorsports Ginetta, 3 Ginettas in a row, CWS Engineering's car and the Team Africa Le Mans machine, but that car, no, it's still running. It's ahead of those cars that have had stops and lengthy ones, all of these 4 basically. So letters P, or indeed in the case of Stefan Perrin, the letter F, meaning the fueling area for Stefan Perrin for the Holmgard Motorsport car. But the Road to Le Mans Porsche has been in the pits for 90 minutes. It's nearly 2 hours now for the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. And the Razzoon More Than Racing car, it's been 20 minutes in the pits for Simon Berg. And after 6 hours of intense fighting, we've had 5 code 60s along the way. There have been plenty of talking points up until this stage of the race.
Hello.